night's rest, and that all of us are ready to continue with the proceedings this morning. Once again, the hearing panel consists of myself, Andre Gam, I'm the chairperson, and I'm joined by Commissioner Phililin Thuli on my left, your right, and Commissioner Chris Nissen on my right-hand side. And then our evidence leaders today would be Advocate Lloyd Lotz. He is second from the left. First on the left-hand side is Mr. Buang Jones, our provincial manager of Gauteng. Then, as I said, Advocate Lloyd Lotz, he is the provincial manager of KwaZulu-Natal. Then also Advocate Kekeletsu Mochabi from the Gauteng Bar, and Advocate Smanga Setene, also from the Gauteng Bar. The proceedings will now commence, so I give over to the evidence leaders. I don't know if there are maybe housekeeping matters that they want to address first, and then after that they can call their first witness. Advocate Lotz.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and the panel, and good morning to everyone present. Just some introductory remarks, Chairperson. We would really like to impress on the fact that especially for the community members that are here, members of the public generally, that we do have the services of expert counselors. And of course, if anybody does require such assistance and doesn't require to speak to a professional, that service is available throughout the day. And of course, that you can sort of indicate to the evidence team and the panel, for those that are testifying, and for other members of the public, we do have administrators that are assisting us. I think you are welcome to even go to the entrance of the venue where you signed up, and you can indicate that you require such assistance. Chairperson, we would like to indicate to yourself and the rest of the panel that we are, as per the program that we shared, we are envisaging to have 6 witnesses today. I am aware of the experience of yesterday, where we did have some delays because of in terms of time and translations. However, we will deal with further delays if there are any during the course of the day as best we can. But we do have a mechanism in place if we are not able to get to all the witnesses. But I would like to just plant a seed to the panel to also consider. Perhaps we can come back to it after lunch. If time does run away with us, we will make a request, perhaps for an extension of an hour or so, if possible, for the course of the day. The other point that I wanted to emphasize, Chairperson, is that the Commission is continuously receiving written submissions from members of the public, and those submissions are being collated by the legal team, and at the relevant time, they will be shared with the panel as well, so that the panel can also get a sense of what is coming in. And we'll obviously, at an appropriate time, mention to you what we have in the bundle that we will actually be making or submitting to you. Lastly, Chairperson, we are also receiving confirmations from state actors for the course of next week. And the list is being finalized by the legal team. It will officially be submitted to the panel as well. And also, where appropriate, the legal team will be making requests and or applications for subpoenas to be we'll apply for subpoenas to be, or for decisions to be made on those. I'm just forewarning the panel of what will be coming through during the course of the day or so. That's it for now, Chairperson. We are ready to commence. Unless there's further questions from your side, we are ready to proceed as the legal team.
Yeah, thank you very much, Advocate Lotz. Just on the matter of subpoenas, I would just like us to make all efforts to make sure that there hasn't been communication gaps and so on, and make sure that we are satisfied that the state actors had the opportunity to consider appearing here before we go to that step. But in the final analysis, obviously, we will have to consider the issuing of subpoenas as well, if that becomes necessary. Secondly, I just think we should also make clear as the panel that we have decided that given the fact that there is quite a bit of interest in view of the fact that the hearing has started now, but we will still allow submissions from members of the public until coming Friday. What is the date? Then it is the 19th. So Friday the 19th, close of business, will be the closing time for submissions, because we have to be in a position to be able to put certain matters to, especially the state actors in next week. So in view of that, we want all information in by coming Friday. So that would be the deadline for further submissions from members of the public and all other stakeholders. But on that point, you can call your first witness, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. The legal team would like to call the first witness, Mr. Sham Maharaj.
Mr. Maharaj, good morning and welcome. Are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence? Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Yes, thank you.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, more than the truth.
Please then lift your right hand and say, "So help me God." Thank you very much. You may continue, Advocate.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick indication to Mr. Maharaj, if you could please just press your mic whenever you speak, so that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Sham Maharaj. I represent the Phoenix Ubuntu Forum, and I'm very happy that the Human Rights Commission has convened this get-together, together with other members of the public and the media, so that once and for all, the narrative which got put out in the press and by many politicians, the truth be told. And that's why I'm here for.
Thank you, Mr. Maharaj. Thank you for introducing yourself, and I think you've highlighted as well that you are from the Phoenix Ubuntu Forum. Just a point of, I think, clarification so that we are all clear. Could you just tell us a little bit about the Phoenix Ubuntu Forum, please?
Yes, thank you very much. I was going to get to that point, but nevertheless, the Phoenix Ubuntu Forum is a coalition of organizations, welfare organizations, civic associations, religious groups, and women's groups. It's all NGOs who have come together during the time of the violence. We are non-political, we are non-aligned, and that is the way we hope that we are working, because we don't want to be tainted. We're not part of government. It's an independent coalition of organizations.
Okay, thank you very much. And just to indicate to the panel that Mr. Maharaj, chairperson, has indicated that he wishes to read a statement that he has prepared. I must emphasize that the statement will be made available to the panel as it will be collated together with all other submissions that have been made to date. And Mr. Maharaj will then be reading the statement into the record, and we will begin as such in terms of his evidence, and then the legal team will ask Mr. Maharaj questions thereafter. So I'd like the chairperson just to note that, and we do not have a copy of the statement for the panel. However, Mr. Maharaj will be reading the statement into the record.
But is it possible perhaps that copies of the statement can be made in the meantime and provided to the panel as soon as possible?
We can certainly action that, chairperson.
Thank you, Advocate Lotz.
Yeah, thank you very much. For the record, we've compiled a 6-page statement which we have emailed to your Human Rights Commission last week of Friday. So you should have had it on the table for now. I'm not sure what happened. But nevertheless, I will try and not read here, but talk to it because it's my document. And if there are questions, members of the panel can ask questions. I'm here for the 4th time giving evidence by state-led institutions and departments. This is the 4th one. The Department of Justice has come to this very venue, actually, many weeks ago. The CRL committee, which is a government committee for culture and linguistic rights, also came. We had given evidence there also. Human rights is here, and there's a presidential panel appointed by the president himself, which was in Gateway also, and we had given evidence. So we had giving evidence to 4 different organizations. We are hoping that there's going to be some measure of coordination in the end if some decisions are going to be taken with different departments collecting evidence, so that we get a correct story once and for all. Chair, the Phoenix Ubuntu Forum was formed in July of this year when the violence erupted in KZN and in Gauteng. Many people who lived in this country, and many of you, thought in 1994, and that's what internationally people said, there's going to be a bloodbath in 1994. It never happened. And we've had a very smooth transition. And nobody, I would believe, experienced and saw violence and looting that happened in July of this year on that scale. And I think what exacerbated the situation was 2 things. One is a total lack of assistance by the South African police services. They were outnumbered by thousands to 1. And they were absolutely no help. The evidence is there, it's not my story. Police were standing aside while looting happened. Social media was really a buzz with many half-truths. Social media can be used very positively, but unfortunately in this instance here, fingers must be pointed to social media. And as well, by the way, my good friends at the back, the commercial media have played an absolutely negative role, the print as well as the visual media. And not deliberately doing it, but trying to get juicy stories out of the sad situation which is happening. So I certainly think at some point, I'm hoping this can be one of the recommendations of somebody, the use of social media and how people who use it negatively can be put to jail. That must happen as a matter of course. I will tell you what happened yesterday with social media. There was an armed robbery happening in Phoenix yesterday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. 2 jewelry stores were broken into and robbed, 6 gunmen heavily armed. And after the robbery, and during the robbery, social media was abuzz. Come and take things for free. And social media showed pictures of hundreds of people running and invading the Phoenix Plaza yesterday. For the record, the police were there and the people who ran into the place to grab whatever was left by the people who did the robbery managed to take them away. But social media has played a very, very negative role because the story was not 100% true. So something must be done about the social media and the negativity that they produce. And the print and electronic media are not the people who shouldn't also be blamed for some of the nonsense, sorry to use that word, that went around. I sat in my house at one point, watching my television during the time the violence was happening. And it says, Phoenix on fire. It's my good friends on the ENC, if they're not here, but they were the people. Phoenix is on fire. But the images doesn't show Phoenix. It shows another area.
Sorry, Mr. Maharaj, to interject.
Yep.
And I'd really like to, so that we follow a proper order, as indicated earlier by myself. I was expecting that you would be reading the statement that you have. And perhaps we should start there.
Okay.
So that we then, thereafter, because there's some questions that the legal team would like to pose to you.
No, that's fine.
The pretext is going to be the statement. So
Yes.
if we can start there.
Okay, as I said.
And then we'll get to all the other issues that you wish to raise.
That's fine. The statement which we've given to the Human Rights Commission on Friday is a statement which is going to stand, and that will be for the record. I will just talk to some of it now. During the time of the violence, I think everybody really was just too scared about what is going to happen to them. The social media and the rumors that went around really put the fear of God into everybody. People who are living in communities were really terrified. In Phoenix, there were lots of looting which happened. In Phoenix, there were burnings which happened. We've got photos and we've got evidence to actually show that, so it's not a story. So there were in Phoenix literally hundreds of neighborhood watches which came up. Literally to protect their families and their property. And I was part of one of them next to my house with a group of 50 people, which all my neighbors, stood by there to make sure nobody comes there to interfere with our homes and our families. And that's what we're going to protect, whoever might say something else. Nobody were armed. We just stood there just to make sure everything was okay. I would estimate there would be about 200 of these things throughout Phoenix. Phoenix has a population of about 650 to 700,000 people and many roads. However, in some areas, it is true, and we acknowledge that there were roadblocks set up by different people, and I will name them. These were security companies operating in that area. These were drug lords and shebeens, and the criminal element who had infiltrated people who are residents of that area. They were armed, and we've seen guns. They were armed. And these people were located in the main areas of Phoenix. The entrances and exits in Phoenix, about 5. They were the people responsible for the violence that happened and the killings that eventually happened. We condemn all these killings because it's not right for anybody, for whatever the reason is, to go out and shoot and maim and burn. We don't stand for that. And we're very happy that many of the people have been arrested, and we'll come back to that issue just now. So the Phoenix Ubuntu Forum, when we came up, was for two main reasons. One is to look at what is it we can do to try and calm the temperatures down. And those people who lived in Phoenix would bear the fact that you couldn't move out of your house because the roads were on fire, people were shooting, and we were not prepared to move around very wildly and get caught up with trigger-happy people pulling the trigger and you getting shot. So we used very positively social media to ask people to calm down. We've got those messages. I've been myself on video to many of the people around Phoenix, and outside of Phoenix, people have seen it also, and came back to us and said, you are doing the responsible thing. To ask people to remain calm, there's no invasion. There's no invasion in Phoenix. People are coming and looting and going, there's no invasion, nobody is going to die. So calm down. But these images which went on social media really didn't help the situation. Now, we tried as far as possible to get people to calm down. Secondly, the Phoenix Ubuntu Forum said we need to run a program to look at how we can help those people who are affected by the violence. And there's a couple of things in terms of a program we began to run. One was trying to look at calming the situation. Secondly, there was the issue of food security. Bread was scarce, you know, it was being sold at 50 Rand all over the shore. In the townships, many of the spaza shops were burnt and looted. People didn't have food. And we're very happy to announce, and when we met the Human Rights Commission 2 months ago, very briefly, when they came to Phoenix, we've mentioned this. But to date, we have distributed 23,000 food parcels, which we have got sponsored, in a way in which it began to help to build relationships in Phoenix and Inanda and KwaZulu-Natal. I'm an old activist, I may look young. This issue of social cohesion, which everybody throws around at conferences and at political forums and so on, it's not new to us in Phoenix. We've built relationships with people in Bombay, in KwaZulu-Natal, in Nanda, and so on. And in 1 week in July, this relationship got destroyed. The trust got broken. And so that the intention of the Phoenix Ubuntu Forum was to look at how to get the food distributed to everybody who is in need. And the food had gone through as far as Amlazi and everywhere else, so that everybody in need got something to eat. In addition, we've held a very good social cohesion program where we had soccer matches in Phoenix. And there's a funny thing, you know, people from Phoenix are very scared to go into KwaZulu for whatever the reason might be. 1 week after the violence, when we were in contact with people from KwaZulu, they were asking me, is it safe to come to Phoenix? We had never had this kind of thing before. But they did come, and we've had a very nice soccer program, and we're hoping to make this something which we are going to get going every year. Then there was a big problem with schools in Phoenix. There are 65 schools in Phoenix. Many of the schools on the area between Phoenix and Mauti and KwaZulu. During the violence and post the violence, these schools were empty. The children from KwaZulu and all refused to come to school because they were too scared. We've met General Begikele, who is my great friend from 1977. He's in government, I'm with the NGO. And he said, do you know, Maharaj, why people from KwaZulu, the children weren't coming to Phoenix schools? Because social media was a buzz in KwaZulu and in Nanda, saying that there is a feeding schemes in all the schools. There's a feeding schemes there. So if your children go to the Phoenix schools, there's poison being put in those foods, and you'll die. That is why people were not coming. These were the words of the minister. So there's people who were really spreading rumors and sending this on social media played a absolutely negative role. So we intervened with the Department of Education from Pinetown District and had gone to the schools to talk to children, to ask them what were the fears, what would they like to see to try and look at getting communities together. And people used art and drawings, which pictures we have when we did the program, to indicate they want peace, they want unity, they want nation building. People from KwaZulu talk the same language we talk to in Phoenix. The narrative which went around, which says there was this Phoenix massacre, has been very sad, been promoted by the media and certain politicians for their own reasons. In total, there were about 36 people which we are told died in Phoenix, and we've said before, these killings must be condemned because killings are no good. Injury to people are no good. We were a bit skeptical, everybody, about the way these arrests happen anyway. Of the 36 people, there are currently 3 to 4, one person has died in prison, by the way, one of the suspects. And 3 people have been acquitted because they weren't even on the scene. These are court records, we can verify that. Weren't even on the scene when the violence happened, but got arrested. The defense team is poking holes all over the state, evidence in this thing here. So my thoughts on this matter is that in the rush to get people arrested so they can show people have been arrested, many people who have been innocent have been also arrested in a rush. I'm not saying everybody is innocent. Those people who are guilty must be prosecuted and they must be sent to jail for what they've done. So on the issue of social cohesion, you know, there are many organizations which came up during the unrest, one set up by Minister Begikela also, and we chose not to take part in that committee because we didn't, as I said earlier on, want to be tainted, and we wanted to be an NGO. Many of them have since collapsed, and we knew it was going to collapse. And the Phoenix Ubuntu Forum, we are very happy that we are still around. We are in touch with many people from Inanda and KwaZulu to look at how best we can build social cohesion. So we've had the Women's Day program where Phoenix and Inanda people came together and we celebrated together, and that went out in social media as a positive way of trying to look at how best we can build this community. We have said to many people that the future of this country lies in everybody's hands. And everybody is South African, including the Indian community who came from India, coincidentally today being the 161 years anniversary, which the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal and other people are celebrating outside our venue. So we're very happy to look at a program which we have started already, and we're going to continue for years to come. And we have said to various media outlets that we have been interviewed that we will be here forever. Other people will come and go. But we're very happy to make sure that we build this community and we build this country to where it was pre-July of this year. So in summary, that's what it is. We've got a 6-page document. It'll be circulated hopefully to all of you via the Secretariat of the Commission. But I will pause there because 6 months of hard work will take very long for us to finish. We have 1 hour here. And if there are questions, I'm very happy to answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maharaj. We certainly have the statement, and it is before the panel as well. I did note, of course, that you did not go word for word, but in essence, you captured what is in the statement.
We have received the statement, and I have marked it Exhibit A.
Thank you, Chairperson. I was about to go there as well, as the statement has been received, and we note the Exhibit A as such. Mr. Maharaj, there will be a few questions from us, or a couple of questions from us, and of course, I will be assisted by the legal team as well. I think firstly for me, you of course mentioned quite a number of of things relating to what the Phoenix Ubuntu Forum has done, but just for clarity's sake, so that we are clear as well, was the forum formed, I may have missed it, but was the forum formed pre the unrest or post the unrest?
No, certainly post the unrest.
Was it a direct response to the unrest specifically?
Yes, that's correct. To look at how we can respond positively to what was happening on the ground.
And if you could just estimate, just so that we are clear, do you have a specific date at which this particular forum was actually formed?
I think the roots of this began on the 12th of July. That's when the unrest happened. And I think we formalized our group within 3 days of the unrest starting in the way it has. So it'll be about the 15th thereabout.
Okay. So within 3 days, at approximately the 15th of July.
Yes.
And it's correct to say that, as I understood, the forum is really formed by members of the public?
Yes, it's community organizations and NGOs.
Okay. I do note that you specifically mentioned that at approximately, or at the height of the unrest, and of course you can clarify this because I may not have captured it well, and you can give us specifics as well in terms of the date. You indicated that members of the public had begun to, or neighborhood watchers were beginning to raise concerns, and you said even over 100 of these. I'm not sure when you mention 100, you are mentioning Phoenix in particular, or you are just being generic. Could you just clarify that?
No, I think I'm referring to Phoenix. There are like 800 roads, I think I would imagine, in Phoenix. So the neighborhood watches will be clusters of roads coming together in intersections in those areas. So it's Phoenix.
Okay, thank you. So those were Phoenix, and it's your estimation that it's hundreds because the number of roads are quite. There's quite a number of they run in the hundreds, as you're saying.
Yes.
All right, and then you specifically mentioned as well that you took part in one of these neighborhood watches. Is that correct?
Yes, definitely.
Perhaps maybe if you could just we could just spend a little bit of time on that, so that we understand. Maybe you could just explain to us what specifically gave rise to, or rather, what led to the neighborhood watch being activated, and on which date exactly, and what happened as such?
It was on the 12th of July. There is a small shopping center 100 meters away from my house. And it was being looted. That went viral. I've still got that on my phone, by the way. A butcher shop, a bottle store, a bar, and some small stores which were there were all being looted, and you could see that on social media, people dragging the sheep on the floor and put it into cars.
Sorry,
people running right, accidents happening.
Sorry, Mr. Maraj, I just missed that. What was being dragged?
Meat, sorry.
Meat. Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Mr. Maharaj, if you wouldn't mind, if you can just speak a bit slower and as clear as you can. This was on the activation of the neighborhood watches. Was that on the, you say on the 3rd?
No, on the 12th. On the 12th of July, yes. And I think what happened is that when that went viral in our areas, everybody came out to watch, because you could watch from where my street to where the looting was happening. You could see that was happening. And everybody really panicked, because messages which got put out, and you'll read it, that your street, your house is next. So what options do you have but to stand out and just make sure nobody comes to do anything funny?
Okay, just 1 second there. So the 12th, the looting had begun at the shopping center, which is close to your house.
Yeah, yes.
And numerous stores were being looted. And then you also mentioned that with social media, there was sort of something was going viral. I'm not sure if was it a video or was it messages? What exactly was it?
It was a couple of things. Number one, it was videos. It was photos of what was going on there. Then, because it was like a very densely populated area, people running away from the shopping center when the looting started into the community, really scared, shouting and screaming, "They are coming."
Okay.
So yes.
Just if you can just slow down a little bit on that, so, and we can get some clarity. So, what you saw on social media, or what was seen on social media, maybe you can clarify if you saw that yourself, and also, was the videos that you're referring to specific videos of the shopping center that you are referring to?
Yes, we've seen it myself, and I've got it on my phone here, which we have given to the police, by the way, as evidence.
Okay. And are you willing to share that with the commission as well?
Yes, yes, definitely.
All right. But then, was that the only shopping center that was being looted that you actually saw on social media, or were there others?
Well, there are others which got passed around, which I've got copies of here, which I will share with you. Mainly bottle stores and supermarkets, and funnily enough, these are chemists also, which were being looted. So it's an array of things all around Phoenix, which got into social media. Now, those I didn't see myself, but post the violence which happened, we had gone to see the place burnt down, smoke.
Okay. But just for clarity's sake, when we make reference to social media and videos, we are being specific to the shopping center that's close to your house, and others within Phoenix. Is that correct?
Others within Phoenix. But in social media, everything was being shown, which really looked like the whole country was burning down, which were the big shopping centers in Canobia. You would see people are pushing on the trolley televisions and so on, all that on social media, and it was really a buzz.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you for that. I just wanted to be very clear, because I think reference to the shopping center, so we need to really be... the name of the shopping center, I didn't get that. Do you recall the name?
Yeah, it's a Southgate shopping, it's called Southgate Shopping Mall. Now, there is a Southgate Shopping Mall elsewhere. This is in Phoenix.
So it's Southgate Shopping Mall in Phoenix. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Can I... Sorry, Mr. Sam, earlier on when you talk, some of your opening remarks, you were saying that yesterday there were images on social media which were not of that actual place. How easily was the one that you now say, the messages in that you received, identifiable, and do you know where it comes from?
Well, the one we received yesterday has come from a group which is in Phoenix. It's called Phoenix, it's a security committee, and they deal with issues of crime. It comes via that social media to everybody else, and they've got thousands, literally thousands of members. And when they press the button, 1,000 people are seeing what's happening. And that 1,000 people is going to another 10,000 people, and that's how it works.
My question.
Sorry, yeah?
My question is, you say that yesterday's one, the happening that took place wasn't in fact the place that they were talking about. How sure are you that the ones that you saw on that day were actually, as you say, there's a Phoenix shopping gate, Phoenix, center, Southgate.
That's in front of my house. You could see it. You stand on my veranda, you'll see it.
Okay. So perhaps put differently, and thanks, Commissioner Nissen. So the video that you saw of Southgate was identifiable because you know the place.
Yeah, and it's in front of my house.
It's in front of your house, so it's quite easy for you to identify it as such. Now, you did mention that as part of because we were still on the activation of the neighborhood watch, the different neighborhood watches, you've explained that. But I'm also particularly interested on the one that you took part in? Because you mentioned that there was panic. Could you just perhaps just elaborate a little bit on that for us?
Well, I think once the social media was abuzz and everybody's watching the looting which was happening, generally all the men came out onto the street to say, what can we do to look at making sure we protect our families and properties? And I know the one we were part of, there were 50 people, nobody with arms. And I think everybody was just talking and referring to other media feeds which were coming in all the time to say, look, in other areas of Phoenix, this is what's happening. And they were sharing, and it was kind of going in a big loop all over the show. So what we did is just stood around there until about 12 midnight. Then everything went quiet, everybody went home to sleep.
Okay, and we're still making reference to the 12th of July, is that
12th
correct?
of July, yes.
Now, you say that men came out. Was it solely men? There were no females?
Well, they were solely male because I think it was quite late in the night till 12, so the women folk were at home.
Okay, and I have to go to this, Mr. Maharaj, but in terms of, because I know Phoenix is, it's a multiracial community, but of course we do know the history, that it was predominantly pre-94, an area that was exclusively for persons from of the Indian race. Now, when you say men came out in terms of protecting because of the panic and being concerned about what could happen, what would be the estimation of the racial profile of the men that came out?
The area in which we live, unfortunately, is still the mix of pre-1994. There are certain areas in Phoenix which is really mixed, which is good. That's a bit far away from our area. So our area was 100% people of Indian origin who were there.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. And perhaps a further question to that. When the, as best as you can recall, because I would understand that if a neighborhood watch is activated, there would be some, and I'll call it protocol. Mm-hmm. There would be a discussion, and then a decision would be taken, perhaps, in terms of what needs to be done. What sort of protocol was followed? I know there was panic that ensued, etc., but if you could just enlighten us on that, in as far as the neighborhood watch that you participated in.
The neighborhood watch which I was in, and I would imagine many others, were very informal. It's all those people who were available would come out. Although there may have been 200 families staying in that area where I am, there's only 50 people who had come up, people who were available, who would be able to stand there and just monitor the situation and just make sure nothing untoward happened. They would have the number of the police and other members in that committee. So they formed a neighborhood group, a WhatsApp group, so that if anything does happen, they would send images, they would send messages and so on. So it's very informal. All we did was to just make sure we have the telephone numbers of the SAPS, the local SAPS, and then the people in the area who are not there, but we would feed messages to. So for the record, nothing happened. 3 nights we stood there for nothing.
Okay, and as in nothing happened, maybe just to clarify, with the numbers being exchanged of SAPs, were any SAPs or was SAPs activated or called during that day of the 12th?
Well, in the particular instance where I was, there was no reason to call SAPS because nothing was happening, as I said.
Okay.
And SAPS, it seems, were very busy in those areas which were the volatile areas, those areas which people were armed and so on. So I think police were there a couple of times, although in small numbers, but they did attend those areas.
Okay. And still in the neighborhood watch that you participated in, as you say, at some point you dispersed, or everybody went back home. Do you have an idea of the time? Approximate time?
Well, we at 10 o'clock, there about 11 o'clock, one day was 12 o'clock. The first night was 12 o'clock. Nothing happened. The next day was 11 o'clock.
So first night being the 12th?
Till 12. The last night was 10 o'clock. Nothing happened. So,
sorry, Mr. Mara, just let's slow down a little bit. So I was still on the 12th, right?
Yes.
Maybe let's focus on the 12th. So nothing happened. There was a discussion. numbers were exchanged so that everybody is aware that what the telephone numbers for SAPS are. You indicated that SAPS was not called because there was no need to, because nothing had happened in your area. And then the men, the plus 50 men, dispersed at some point.
Dispersed.
So at when exactly was it? In the evening? When exactly was that?
Midnight.
Midnight. Okay. All right. So midnight dispersed. Now, because I think there were other meetings that you probably had, so that we conclude on the 12th. Because that's why I was asking earlier of, was there any protocol? I'm also interested to know, were there any discussions about what the fears were, what the panic was? Because I mean, I'm sure there were specific discussions. Could you give us some detail about that?
Yeah, no, definitely there were discussions. People wouldn't stand there for 5 hours keeping quiet. People spoke about their families, people spoke about their fears, people were sharing images which were appearing in social media, what was happening in other areas of Phoenix, what was happening in other areas of Durban, what was happening in KwaZulu-Natal. The images were coming in thick and fast, so every time there was something happening in some area, it got posted in one group, then to another group. And what we were getting is that what we were discussing, images of the looting, images of the burnings and so on. So, yeah, no, those all were discussed and shared amongst everybody. So,
all right. And I do understand and appreciate that there was anxieties, like as you mentioned, there was some fear, concerns about families, property, etc.
Yes, of course.
Were there any concerns that you had, maybe perhaps in some of the discussions? Was there any racial profiling? Were there any mentions of other racial groups in any context or any specific mention?
Not at all in our group, but I do know, and you would know, and the law enforcement people will know, that there were these issues really in those areas which were guarded by the security companies and so on, which were in the entrances and exits of Phoenix. But in our specific group, no, nothing.
Okay. All right, thank you for that, Mr. Maraj. And then you did say that the following day as well, I think it would then be correct to say the 13th.
Yes.
The Neighborhood Watch met again.
Yes.
Was it sort of a similar type of meeting? Was there any difference on your meeting of the 13th to that of the 12th?
Well, essentially on the 13th, we would discuss what happened during the time of the day, because the Neighborhood Watch only came together at 6, 7 o'clock in the afternoon, evening, because people were kind of daytime, it was a bit quiet. So people get a recap on what is happening, and people would share again some of the things that happened during the day, which appeared on social media, and it got shared amongst the group. And everybody waited and talked, and the second day was around 11 o'clock. Everybody had dispersed back to their homes.
Okay, and it was somewhat similar to that of the 12th?
Yeah.
And still, would you maintain that there was no untoward, because I think a lot of messages perhaps were shared, images. Was there any untoward or unsavory messages being said about other racial groups?
Well, not in our group, but I think we received messages on social media. You would know one became very well known incident which got shared and which everybody discussed in our group was when an alleged group of people had come to rob a bottle store, not near my house, but another part of Phoenix. And the vigilante group caught those people and burned that combi down. And you could see people on the floor, somebody being shot. And that was being shared on social media by that group. Okay, that evidence was given to the SAPS, and I think some arrests have been made in that respect.
Okay, just so that we are clear, Mr. Maraj, so the shared information about an incident elsewhere, you say that it was shared with the group?
It was shared.
And it was in relation to one of?
It was in relation to an alleged attempt to rob a bottle store in one area in Phoenix, and the vigilante group which was present, they caught and burnt that combi. It was, yes, yeah, like a taxi.
Okay, And then, did you know at the time, and do you know now as to which area was that in Phoenix?
It's in Stanmore in Phoenix.
Sorry?
It's called Stanmore, Stanmore. Grove End Stanmore.
Oh, Stanmore.
Yes, that's it, yeah.
Okay, and you're also saying that the vigilante group had torched or burnt the taxi.
Yes, yes. And injured somebody who was lying on the floor.
And there was someone lying on the floor.
Yeah.
Do you have, and maybe just to clarify, was that a video? Was it photographs? What was it?
It's a video which I got here, which I can share with the commission.
Okay. So video only, or was it video and other information?
It's video.
Okay. And you say a taxi was burnt.
Torched, yes.
And then and there's a person lying on the floor. Male, female, you have no idea.
Sound looking like a male. Wasn't 100%, but it looks like a male.
All right, thank you very much. We'll really appreciate, as you've indicated, that you will share that with the commission.
Yes.
And what was the impression of your neighborhood group having received that?
Well, everybody looked at that and wondered what was going on, why the burning was happening. Some people saying, look, we hope it doesn't come to our area, of fear that something may happen here and then we would get implicated and involved. So, yeah, and I think everybody was really uncertain what was going on. The burning was happening, the looting was happening, the robbery was happening, or alleged robbery was happening, and the burning and looting of that place. So, yeah, no.
Okay, and
Nothing
when you say the burning and looting of the place, because we're still on the taxi and...
The taxi one, yes, yeah.
So the burning and looting was of the taxi?
No, the burning and looting of the bottle store there, sorry.
Of the bottle store,
Yeah.
I apologize, yes, of the bottle store. Now, just to also clarify, you mentioned a vigilante group, and why do you... Is there a specific reason why you reference it as such?
Phoenix has got these shebeens and gangsters and drug lords which is infested in this community. That particular one is a very infamous one. You can get anything there you want to, and there's nobody who can tell them otherwise. I've told General Becky Keller, what is happening with that example is what has been happening for more than 40 years in Phoenix, with the police being unable to do anything. So they are the law unto themselves. And if you want drugs, you can go anytime, 24 hours. You want prostitution, you can go there 24 hours. You want liquor
Mr. Maraj,
anytime,
are we
you can
still
get
making
it.
reference to the bottle store? I apologize.
Yeah. That place is
bottle store.
it is a den. It is a den. The bottle store is the front over there,
All right, so this is still Stanmore.
Yeah.
So is there a specific, is there a center, or is it just standalone bottle store?
It's a kind of it's a building. It's on its own. Yes,
It's a building on its own. Okay, you can proceed. You are saying that the law enforcement doesn't do much or anything. Expand.
Well, I've said there is a place. This is 200 meters away from my house now, so I know it personally.
We still on the Stanmore, I think.
No, we're moving from there about why. Do you want me to carry on the Stanmore?
I'm still on Stanmore. Because I think you are making reference specifically to Stanmore and what goes on there. So maybe let's focus there.
Yeah. Well, this is the shebeen like hundreds of others in Phoenix. Some of the people are so poor because they look at how they can run this thing. But this one here in Stanmore is a very big one. They've got people guarding it. They've got criminals who have infiltrated that place. So it's a kind of bad types. It's a bad types who you would identify in your community who are the people who are there. And that's one example of many others in Phoenix, but that's a Stanmore one.
Okay, and so that's the reason you reference the group as a vigilante group.
Yeah.
Because I think that's the point I was getting
to. Okay.
So that's the reason. That's the main reason. Okay, and what was the racial profile? And I know and appreciate that we'll see the video, but what was the racial profile of the vigilante group?
it was a bit dark. The video will show, I mean, the only time you see a little bit light is when the vehicle is on fire. It was a bit dark, so the video was dark, I think. So, yeah,
Okay.
we couldn't make out.
And could you, based on what you saw, was there any security companies, guards, or you just saw people, basically?
We just saw people there.
So you couldn't basically make out
No.
in the detail, or like in the minute detail as to, okay, that is fine. Now, you say that that particular area in particular, law enforcement doesn't do much and so on. Is this something, as a member of the community, yourself and others perhaps, is this something that has been raised with law enforcement and SAPS over the years or in recent times?
It's been raised over the years with SAPS. I, in fact, was part of the police forum, and I've since left because we discussed the same thing at all the meetings. And when you bring it to the attention of law enforcement, nothing gets done. That is why for 40 years it's still there today. The police make visits to those places, and I've told the police commissioner, only God and they know why they go there and why it's still running, and they know it's there. There are hundreds of them in Phoenix, and all of them thriving. And the police know about it, they know where they are, and the police know they are drug people.
Okay. And of course, in terms of what you know, as you say, there's criminality or there's drugs and other things. Is this something that you've seen for yourself, or is this your own account, or this is just what you hear within the Phoenix community being spoken about generally?
No, we know about it, we see it, and there's evidence about people killing each other in Phoenix. The most famous one was this Chinnasamy Chappie, who killed somebody who got convicted, was in Westville, got released, and it seems some other drug lord shot him dead.
All right, this is what you're mentioning now is not related.
It's not related to this, but just emphasizing that that's how bad it is. Drug lords are running the township.
All right, so basically, is it correct to summarize what you're saying as there's been many issues in the past?
Yes.
Related to the same establishment and others?
Yes, yes.
In as far as what you coined as criminality and the like?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Right, now coming back to the issue at hand, because I think we were still on the 13th of July, and I was asking you specific questions about what was shared, etc. Hence we got to where we are now. But if we go back, after that video was shared, of the taxi being burned and the person that was lying down, were there any other images, videos on that day of the day of the 13th that your neighborhood watch group saw, shared?
I think there were many.
There were many.
There were many. I mean, the macro burnings, the burnings around in Durban. Everybody who had WhatsApp, you would see it. It was just shared, and there's been too many of that. So,
all right.
Everything that came through, people were sharing it.
All right. No, thank you for that. Because there was a lot on social media, a lot was happening, but I think you clarified specifically about the Stanmore one, right? And the information that you gave about what you termed as the vigilante group, and also the taxi that was burned. Do you know, or did you hear of any other information post the 13th about what you had seen, specifically about the Stanmore bottle store?
Not specifically about Stanmore, but there was another incident in a place called Brookdale in Phoenix, where images were being posted on social media, where people from, I think it was Amaoti. The way people who don't know the area, Phoenix, Brookdale, and Amaoti is a thin river which is separating both communities. And images which got shared during that time were hundreds of people who were marching from Amaoti into Phoenix, allegedly to go and rob the Phoenix Plaza. and the images of police intervening and private security companies intervening got circulated. And it got termed Phoenix was being invaded wrongly. That images I have, we will share that with the Commission also.
All right, this is now the Brookdale example
area.
that you're giving.
Brookdale, yes.
And is this related to the date of the 13th?
13th,
when you
thereabout,
received
yeah.
this information?
Yes, yes.
All right, maybe just to answer my question then, earlier I asked about whether there was any further information that you heard post the 13th about the Stanmore incident.
No,
And
the
is the
Stanmore,
answer no?
Stanmore incident, nothing.
There was nothing else, right? So we'll come back to the Brookdale issue or matter or example, but then the 13th ended, and at some point you left the neighborhood watch and dispersed. You had said about the 12th that around midnight you then dispersed because nothing happened. Did the same happen with regards to the 13th as well?
13th, about 11 o'clock, nothing was happening, so we all dispersed.
At 11 p.m. or so. All right. Now, when does the Brookdale incident come into play? Is this now on the 13th?
I think it
is
was
the
about
next day?
I think it was about 13th, but my phone here will show me the date. It's around that time, yes.
Okay. And was this also shared and amongst the neighborhood watch group?
And on social media broadly.
And on social media broadly. Okay. Maybe let's go there then, because you mentioned it. The Brookdale incident, maybe just give us some specifics of what you know about the Brookdale incident. You said that people, I'm not sure whether you said it's alleged that people, or you're saying people from the Amaoti area were marching. Could you perhaps maybe elaborate on that and maybe explain to us, because many do not know where Amaoti is and it's where it's located in terms of where Phoenix is at, sorry.
Yes.
Advocate Lotz, may I just ask, when we get to a name like, for example, Amaoti and so on, as you would know, not all of us are, acquainted with these areas and so on. Just spell it for us from your side, perhaps, or ask the witness to spell it for us so that we, have an idea of
Thank you very much, Chair.
what the place is.
My understanding, and Mr. Maharaj and others will correct us as we go along as well, Amaoti is spelled A-M?
O-I-T-I. I think. A-M-O-U-T-I, sorry.
So it's
A-M-O. Amaoti. A-M-A-O-T-I.
A-M-A-O-T-I.
Yeah.
Okay. And where is Amaoti located?
It's in a northern area of Phoenix North. How can I explain that? But it's in the north of Phoenix, the area bordering of Phoenix, Inanda and, Amaoti and Brookdale are just like 50 meters apart. A river, the river actually is an area which divides both communities.
Okay, so Brookdale is part of Phoenix.
Yes. Yeah.
And Amaoti is
Inanda, I think, yes.
part of Inanda.
Mm-hmm.
And this is next to Phoenix.
Yeah.
And it's separated by a river, you say?
Yes, yeah. It's a stream, not even a big river.
A stream, okay. All right. And Amaoti, is it correct, my understanding is that Amaoti is predominantly a black African
Yes.
place?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And given your history in Phoenix, approximately when was Amaoti actually, when was that particular area set up, or when did people start living there, as far as you can recall? I mean, this is just for context sake.
Well, but Amaoti was a very old area. I think when Phoenix was being built, Amaoti was there already. But sparsely populated, it got densely populated, I think, post-1994. Many people who, from the townships and so on, from the rural areas came seeking jobs in Durban. I think many people settled in that area. So it's quite a densely populated area now.
Okay. And then back to the issue now, because I think you mentioned the Brookdale incident or matter. You were saying that you saw people marching. Was this a video?
Yeah, it's a video which shows that image. The video shows a lot of people. I think they were in a few hundred people coming out of, and you could see that river crossing in the video, which we will share with you. People walking across, and all the people in Brookdale standing outside the yard in panic. And the video also shows 1 or 2 people jump the fences, and the old ladies who were in the yard were taking a stick and chasing them away. It's there in a video.
Okay.
Yeah, all of them panicked.
So, okay, so there was panic, and because of people marching, as we can call it that, then property owners in Brookdale or people came out of their houses basically to see what was going on.
Yeah.
In that particular video, was there any incident between those that were marching and the residents of Brookdale?
Well, there were nobody I could see died or got injured, but what you could see is that people who were marching jumped into the yards of some of the people.
Okay.
And they were being chased with the sticks, by the old ladies.
Okay. So, I mean, that's visible in the video. And
Yeah,
and
it's
of
there,
course,
it's
we're
there.
speaking about something that we're not seeing.
No, you will see it in the video.
Which we will see, but I'm just trying to get your account
Yep.
from what. Okay, now this you hear of, or rather you see and hear of on the 13th of March, of July or thereabouts.
Thereabouts, yes, that's it.
Your impression of what you basically saw happening, was there any discussion by the group about what was seen? Because it was shared amongst the group. Was there any exchanges of words amongst the neighborhood watch in the group about what was going on? And of course, you don't have the benefit of that in front of you, but what was the impression generally from what was observed from that particular video and photographs?
Well, I think the question which everybody had, well, it was during the time of the burning, looting, and the riots, and that you don't generally see as many people walking into Phoenix. I mean, it's like a 40-year-old area. You've never seen that image before. And when you see that image, you just ask the question, and everybody was asking in the group, I mean, why would people be marching into Phoenix? Phoenix people have done nothing to at that time, nothing to interfere with anybody or to fight with anybody. So everybody was unsure about why that march was taking place. And everybody just speculates. Maybe they were going to the Phoenix Plaza, or maybe they were coming into people's homes. And the image of those old ladies chasing people out of the yards would give credence to the fact that maybe they were going to come into the houses. So it was all pure speculation. Nothing happened.
Okay.
Seriously.
So nothing serious happened,
Yeah.
except for the incidents you referred to as people being trying to get into people's yards.
Yes,
and so on.
yes, yeah.
Well, did any of the members of the neighborhood watch call SAPS
But
specifically related to that incident or that which you saw?
I think
relating to Brookdale?
there were private security companies, cars which we had noticed in the video, and we will share that with you guys. There were private security companies because SAPS were outnumbered in Phoenix and other areas in KZN. And I think the community relied very heavily on these private security companies. And
Okay,
I am told, I'm not sure how far this is true, there are over 50 of the private security companies in Phoenix. Some of them registered and others not.
Okay, but back to my question specifically, because this was being discussed, and that's the context, right?
Yeah.
And let's not run away from it. It's the discussion in the neighborhood watch group. And I'm raising this and I'm focusing on that because you are here and you are giving an account of something that you know. And I think it's interesting that we are clear
Yep.
on that specifically. Now, the question was, are you aware of any members of the neighborhood watch group calling SAPS, even yourselves?
No, we didn't.
You didn't. And why didn't you?
Well, I think everybody was for themselves during this time. If something was happening around you and you were being attacked and so on, you would call SAPS. Nothing was happening, so there was no need for us to spread panic. Sometimes the social media things not 100% correct, so we didn't want to add confusion to whatever was happening. So I think in areas where people were in, certainly in our area, if there was nothing going on which needed SAPS attention, we were not going to call them.
Okay. So you not calling SAPS or members not calling SAPS, was it purely because of a lack of trust in SAPS at that particular time, given that there was heightened unrest? I'm really just trying to understand why SAPS was not called even by yourself, given what was going on or what you saw.
Well, one of the key reasons here is that there were a lot of old videos also doing its round in social media. Things that happened before, things not even in your area. People were circulating it like it is going to happen. So we were not 100% sure whether this was 100% correct or what. Brookdale was shown there because it shows the road. Somebody took the photograph of the road there. So we kind of knew that was perhaps happening in Brookdale. But we weren't going to call on SAPS to say, look, not in our area, but somewhere else this is happening, please go there. I mean, there are people outside all over the shore, and we would imagine anybody who needed the help of SAPS would call them.
Okay. So is it correct then to say that also at that time, because of the heightened unrest, you yourself and perhaps also the group, the Neighborhood Watch group, you were aware of the, how SAPS was perhaps overwhelmed?
Yeah.
And how could you be specific perhaps if you are aware, how were you aware? Is it because of what you saw, or was there any direct contact with SAPS? How did you become aware of that?
Well, definitely in social media, everybody wants to know where is SAPS. And there were stories like SAPS is nowhere to be found when we need them. Those sorts of cliches were being used. And that we could rely more on private security companies. So those things were doing the round in social media. And I don't think so we were sure that even if we phoned SAPS, there would be any response, because there was an overwhelming drama which is happening, and sort of, we would imagine that SAPS will be overstretched. The number of policemen and vehicles are so few in Phoenix, so sort of wasn't any point calling them anyway.
Okay. Now, thank you for highlighting that. Now, the next day, which is the 14th, what does the Neighborhood Watch do? Or what happens on the 14th, as far as you recall?
I think on the 14th, everybody saw the looting was happening, but nothing really did happen the last 2 days. And we had a discussion about, and certainly I tried to look at promoting this discussion. But we've, in 30 years staying in that place, 35 years I should say, some people don't know their neighbors. And suddenly during this time, everybody was so enthusiastic, which came out there, wanting to look at how they can protect their families and their property. And now nothing is happening, so there was discussion about saying, look, that's it now, so don't want to say disband the group, but perhaps that is no longer used for that group to be coming up every night when nothing was happening. So I introduced some discussion about saying, look, there's a lot of good positive energy amongst people here. So can we look at least starting two things? Number one, a group of people who can do something good in this community. So as an example, cutting the verges, growing plants, and get the energies on the right side. And happy to announce that group of people who are now become a development committee, we've converted that into a development committee, and they are planting and making the place look beautiful in the neighborhood. The second idea was to look at starting what we have now called the Phoenix Ubuntu Forum. That's now history. We've talked about it and eventually launched it.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. I think we've also been clear on how it was formed and
Yep.
such, but maybe just one last point, or rather question, especially with regards to the 14th, because the 14th, you say that not much happened thereafter.
Yeah. No, in my area, yeah.
In your area, of course, because that's the focus. Now, and I wanted to get to that. So there was no specific incident in your area, save for what you saw in relation to the mall.
Yeah.
That is visible from your house.
Yes, yeah.
Does that mall fall within the jurisdiction of your Neighborhood Watch?
Yes, of course, yes.
Okay. So when you say no incidents, would that then be incorrect then? Because that was the incident.
Well, no further incidents, I should say, yeah.
No further incidents.
Yeah.
So the mall, the name of that mall is
Southgate Mall.
Southgate Mall in Phoenix. That's
Yes.
close to your house, within the jurisdiction of your Neighborhood Watch, is the one incident. Did the Neighborhood Watch, because you saw, you said looting of various stores and so on.
Yes.
Did the Neighborhood Watch specifically do something about that incident? Because earlier my understanding was that there was no incident, but now we are clear that the incident of Southgate was actually the incident that fell within the jurisdiction of your neighborhood watch. So, was there anything was there any specific action by your neighborhood watch, by yourself, that you know of that was in direct reaction to what happened in that Southgate Mall?
Well, the Southgate Mall has a security company guarding that place. I think when the incident started, they alerted the police, so we didn't want to call the police again. They were already there on the scene. And the way things unfolded is it's a police van was there with the blue lights. I think there's a Metro Police people who were there, because there was an accident nearby there also. They just stood by, and the looting continued.
Okay.
The police was powerless with one van to stop, I don't know, 500-600 people or more.
Okay, so there was sort of pandemonium in a way, because there was a lot of people, but SAPS were overwhelmed, as you say.
Yeah, they stood one side and just allowed whatever needed to happen.
The security company did the same as well. There was
security committee overwhelmed. They stood aside.
Are you aware of any incident as a result of the presence of SAPS and security companies at that specific mall during the time of the unrest?
We didn't notice, or we didn't hear, and there is no record of any killings there or injuries. There was only the looting of all those premises that happened.
Okay, so no record, nothing that you are aware of any injuries, deaths, etc., relating to the Southgate, Southgate Mall. Okay.
So may I just ask you, the neighborhood, the 50 men who came out, basically appears to form all our members of the neighborhood watch. So you were basically observing what was happening at the Southgate Mall. You did not interfere at all. You did not do anything from your side. You were just observing the looting and the presence of one police van and the security personnel just basically standing by and not intervening until it came to an end. Do I understand you well?
That's correct, yes.
Just beg your indulgence for a second, Chair. Just double checking something.
In the meantime, may I just ask Mr. Maharaj, in your submission, you say that your neighborhood watchers, there were 4 to 9 that were involved in activities against the overwhelming of other neighborhood watchers that were doing good, and there were no incidents. My question is, first of all, are these neighborhood watchers registered? And then you can answer after this. Are these neighborhood watch registered? Are they trained? And secondly, also mention the whole issue about some of the security companies who are unregistered and who are involved allegedly in criminal activities. Are any of these alleged unregistered security companies involved with some of those neighborhood watchers? And lastly, you say that some of the neighborhood watchers were armed. Have you got any evidence of that? Thanks.
The neighborhood watches which we formed were like the spontaneous coming together of people. There was no like formal way of getting an election of who the chair and all this kind of. It's like a very spontaneous thing which happened when the looting and so on were arrived. People just came together, and it was for 3 days. So kind of people came around during the time in the evening and 5 hours, and they went to sleep and next day. So it wasn't a very formalized thing, and it wasn't what you asking being registered. No, it wasn't. Subsequent to all the neighborhood watches coming up, and the police issued a statement, I know, to say, look, neighborhood watches, we're very happy that you are looking after your property and so on and doing nothing else which is illegal, but can you please now begin to work with the police and the police forums so that it can become legalized. So after 3 days it got disbanded, so we didn't really need for us to do that. So yeah, where the number of companies who are operating as security companies. I think the police is onto that list of people or companies which have, and it's been on record now in the news media and so on, that police have confiscated from many of these companies arms which they alleged were unregistered, or for which licenses were not being held, and have been sent to ballistics to check whether they have been involved, those weapons have been involved in any of the shootings. And I know as we are having this commission here, there are court cases being brought by these companies against the police, and it's going to and fro. So yes, many of them have been in the spotlight, and the police have been investigating many of them already. I'm not sure who's going to be charged in the end for what crime, but I think investigation is ongoing. It's going to go 4 months just now since Unrest started, but we don't have closure on this matter yet.
Okay. Commissioner, are you done? Thank you very much, Commissioner and the chairperson. Maybe just to also, having answered the question from Commissioner Nissen, are you part of any criminal case that's under investigation? Are you a witness to any case, or what is what you're saying just basically from public knowledge or information that is out there about matters that are going before courts, etc.?
Yeah. No, I'm not a witness in any case. We've shared information with the police, so that the criminals who committed all these crimes, for which the people of Phoenix are being blamed, must be caught and brought to justice. We've given the police many of the videos and so on that we have received, that has been circulated. But beyond that, I'm a member of the community, and I want to see justice being prevailed through the court case, which is going to happen. So I'm not any witness in any case, and I'm not implicated or charged during this unrest.
Okay. And just for clarity's sake, because I think you did make mention of SAPS, and we dealt with the issue of why SAPS was not called by yourselves. But just so that it's also clear to everyone, how many police stations are there in the Phoenix area that you know of?
There's one. There is only one.
There's just one.
Yeah.
And this caters for the entire Phoenix and surrounding areas?
Well, entire Phoenix, because I do know Inanda has its own, and KwaMashu has its own, I think.
Okay. All right, and then...
Just for clarity, when you say it's for the entire Phoenix, you mentioned earlier that there were approximately 650 to 700,000 people in Phoenix. So this one police station caters to this number of people.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, and maybe lastly on the issue of SAPS, I mean, I think you did mention, especially with the one incident, that you did see the presence of one police van, and this perhaps also heeds credence to the point you made earlier, that from your understanding and from your impression, based on everything happening around Durban, KZN, Phoenix in particular, that SAPS was overwhelmed.
Yes, of course.
Right? You made that point quite clear. I would imagine then that if there was one police van and security companies, there was no further SAPS that arrived during that incident much later, from what you know.
Well, at the time of the incident, there was only one, and whether statements were taken from the owners as to what losses they suffered and so on through an investigation, SAPS would have gone there later on. But on the time of the incident, there's only one van.
Okay. No, I just wanted to clarify that, because maybe lastly from me, I really want to just deal a little bit about the information that you received about and the impact on the schools, because you said that Phoenix has approximately 65 schools, and it's multiracial. You know, children from surrounding areas, from within Phoenix and surrounding areas, go to those schools. But at some point, there was a low turnout at schools you mentioned. and you said something to the fact that this appeared to have been related to information or misinformation that was out there about allegations or something relating to poison.
Food poisoning, yes.
Food poisoning, okay. Could you just maybe expand a little bit on that in terms of what you know? Because you said that there was a low turnout in schools and then you intervened together with the Department of Education.
But during the time of the unrest, the Minister, Begikele, had visited what they called the hotspots, Phoenix, Inanda, KwaMashu, Mumbai. Several times he set up a committee, and he had made several visits. In one of the visits where I was present, I complained very bitterly about social media as I have now, and how negative it has been, and what false rumors it has been spreading. And in his response, he mentioned, if you think Phoenix is believing all what is in social media, the reason why children were not coming, and we talked about the issues of the children, because as part of my report, I made a report in that forum, set up by the minister. And he said, if you think people in Phoenix are believing all what's in social media, listen to this story, and that's what he related to us. And I never knew that. I was quite shocked and taken aback. But that's the story he told us.
Okay. Did you hear of this this allegation of food poisoning elsewhere?
Well, no, I think there was a community meeting in Amauti in Mumbai, which he had attended and spoken to members of the community there, and that's the feedback he had got. That's what he told us.
All right, but you yourself specifically?
No, I personally didn't hear anything.
All right, and the intervention that you then had with the Department of Education, what was it specifically?
Well, we had gone into schools with many of our members, talking to children, trying to get an understanding from them as to what the problem was, why they were not in school, and got people talking in groups, and got people to articulate their thoughts in art, and children were drawing about peace and living together and those sorts of things. And I think that's the way we try to look at how we can get people out of the fear of saying, now look, what you heard may not be true. Nobody is going to die if they come to Phoenix. It is peaceful. People are shopping in Phoenix. There is no violence in Phoenix. I mean, 3 days after the 13th thereabout, I mean, it was just normal, like nothing has happened. Everybody from Inanda, who had come to Phoenix before the 12th, were freely walking in Phoenix and buying and walking and eating and traveling by taxi, and nothing was going wrong. So people began to come, and slowly, there is now, I mean, there's exams now, but things return to normal at the school.
Okay, and then maybe in summary, what would you characterize, because I'm quite interested in what the children were saying, what would you characterize the views of children, especially during that time? If there was a low turnout at schools, you intervene, you got some sort of interaction with children. Could you just give us, specifically during that time, what were children saying? What were their concerns?
Well, I think very clearly it came up over and over again that their parents had asked them not to come to school because of violence, and people who have been killed in Phoenix, they were afraid that, maybe rightly or so, but they were afraid that when the children will come to Phoenix, they will be killed also. And the Phoenix massacre did its rounds all over the shore, social media and every way. So I think everywhere were just too scared to come to Phoenix. And I think as parents, rightfully, they would want to protect their children. So that's the narrative which got passed to children.
Okay. No, thanks for clarifying that. So it was really an issue of fear, and it also came about because of what, and you did mention that you were aware of, a number of people being killed, etc. Perhaps one last one, and I apologize if I'm dragging this a little bit further. In terms of the incidents, because I think you mentioned it, that there are criminal cases ongoing, you have been assisting the police with information, but you are not a witness in any of the cases, etc. from the context of your neighborhood watch and your involvement in the forum, etc., were you or your neighborhood watch related in one way or the other through your neighborhood watch or yourself personally on any of the incidents of people being killed? And I know you dealt with this earlier because you said that there were no further incidents, but I'm just trying to get clarity that your knowledge of people dying, etc., is it related in any way or the other to any incident that happened within the jurisdiction of your neighborhood watch, and so on? Just so that we are clear, because you mentioned it.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Not at all?
Not at all.
So it was just information that you consumed, generally from the media and your interactions with other members of the community?
Yes, yeah.
Chairperson, I'm just double checking because I know we are closer to a tea break. And I'm going to stop now in as far as Mr. Maharaj. I'll allow my learned friends, if they need to come in on any issues that I may have not covered. And I'm going to propose that even if we go slightly over, that once we are done with Mr. Maharaj, we break for tea.
Fine. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that is in order.
Thank you very much.
Any of the other evidence leaders with questions to Mr. Maharaj?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Perhaps we should start from the beginning, Mr. Maharaj, in respect of your opening remarks regarding what you say was the negative role played by the media. Do you recall that?
Yes, of course, yeah.
What do you mean when you say the media played a negative role?
Well, I think responsible media should report facts as far as they can see it, verify those. And I could say, definitely in the instance which I referred to earlier on, these were unverified facts being put out on media, which I brought to the attention of the people in charge.
Which specific facts are you referring to?
Well, as I said earlier on, I may sit in my lounge and look at an image that Phoenix is on fire, and every resident in Phoenix will believe what they are seeing there. Phoenix was not on fire. The images was Konobia burning down and being looted.
Which are you talking about, social media?
No, I'm talking about the mainstream media, number one.
Yes.
Where the social media is concerned, I mean, there is no control I have on social media right now. And somehow maybe some of the recommendations which might be made must be a responsible use of it and prosecution of people who use it negatively and to cause harm to other people and communities. There has been many of this which came up. I mean, one of it I recall very carefully is that one went out in Phoenix to say some people who died in Phoenix are members of a family who are living in KwaZulu Hostel. And so they're coming tonight to kill everybody. I knew the army was there, and it may not be 100% correct, but social media just let it go. And everybody in Phoenix received that. Very harmful, not good at all for peaceful coexistence of people. Somehow there has to be some laws recommended later on to look at how we can make sure this is not used in a negative way.
Yeah, but I'm begging to ascertain how the media was playing a negative role in their reporting of what was going on.
Well, what I said very clearly is that they are not reporting facts. That can be proved. Phoenix is not on fire. Where is Phoenix on fire? It's not fire.
There were
But that's what. But the image which gets shown on television is Konobia being looted and they say it's Phoenix. It's false reporting. You see? And that doesn't make anything look good for public. You know, people who are already in panic mode, you are giving false reporting.
But do you understand that in the circumstances, the media had to be everywhere, and it was not possible for them to go back to their editorial rooms to verify those facts?
Well, then I can only call that irresponsible.
How is that irresponsible?
You got to verify facts. It's a known thing. Any person with some basic knowledge of this whole thing of saying, look, verify before you put, and in the media, my own understanding, I'm not a reporter, but I can tell you if I'm working for the media, I would never report something which is unverified.
But they were on the ground at the time these riots were occurring, and there was no room for them to retreat to the newsroom for them to do the editing and verification. It was reporting live, so it was bound to have an element where one thing or the other may not have been verified.
That may be a view of somebody, but my personal view is that if you can't verify a story, don't put it out. Finish and clear.
But do you understand that the media plays an important role in exposing human rights violations?
The media can play a very positive role. I agree. In this instance here, it was very negative. That's my point of view. You cannot put something out if you can't verify it. That's a basic rule of all journalists. I don't understand that 100%, but anybody who has a little education will tell you, don't put out a story if you can't verify.
Okay. I've got no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Jones?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, please go ahead, and then Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Mr. Maharaj, I think earlier on in your testimony, you've described Phoenix as a very a racially diverse area. Am I correct?
Yes, today it is.
And prior to the 12th of July, have you had any racial tensions going on in Phoenix
Well,
amongst blacks and Indians?
There has been nothing. I've been an activist since 1977, and we built a very cordial relationship. I've gone into Bombay many times. People from Bombay come and see us. We do joint community projects. There has been absolutely no tension before that time, at all.
In other words, you would describe Phoenix as a very calm area.
Anybody you talk to in Phoenix, before the violence, will tell you, people work together, people eat together, people play soccer together. Nothing. There was absolutely no problem.
So then, in your own view, what could have led or caused this violence or the unrest on the 12th of July?
Well, the 12th of July unrest started KZN-wide, not Phoenix only. And
particularly in Phoenix.
Well, particularly in Phoenix, there's two things. The violence and the looting and so on, which happened, I've given you an account of that. Now, where people were killed and so on, we've been very clear that happened. The police has collected evidence, and they have gone ahead, and they have going through a process of prosecuting people through the courts. Now, for me, it has been people who've been in these roadblocks, which I've mentioned before, who have been the people who have been perpetrating this. I mean, they belong to all the kind of categories of people I've already mentioned to everybody here. I can't say the reason why people were shooting wildly at people who were coming to Phoenix. I wasn't at the roadblock, I don't know.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but these people that you're referring to, could they be coming from Phoenix or outside the areas closer to Phoenix?
You mean the people who had been shot?
Who had instigated this violence on the 12th?
I think in Phoenix, the violence has been mainly by the people who are from Phoenix. They constitute the categories of people who I have mentioned. They're from Phoenix. Yes.
All right. You've also mentioned the fact that the police were a bit overwhelmed. To your knowledge, was it only the police from around that area who were called to come and help out, or do you know if maybe there was a call for, what do you call, for support from other areas?
I wouldn't know that, but during the time of the violence, it seems that every area was affected, and the police in those areas were turning to incidents of violence and looting in the areas in which they have jurisdiction. That's my calculation of it.
Lastly, in your opinion, do you think somehow this the happening of the events on the 12th could have been prevented in one way or the other by either the police or the neighborhood watches in your area?
I think we have to look at this a bit more widely than Phoenix. Phoenix is a small example of what was happening all over the shore. What was very clear, and we don't want to get into the politics of the whole thing, that's going through the courts hopefully, that the attempted insurrection which started was the main cause of the violence and looting throughout KZN and Gauteng. And it spilled into all the areas, including Phoenix. And one of the issues arising from what question you asked is that there may have been 36 people who had died in Phoenix, but there has been more than 300 some change who had died throughout KZN and elsewhere. And the question which everybody also still asks is what happened to two things from the police? What happened to that over 200 some change who had died throughout KwaZulu-Natal? Why was there no investigation on that? Or if there was, it wasn't publicized. And number two is those people the police have identified as the key to starting the riots, the insurrection, who they have identified. Those cases has quietly died. And 3 days ago, I was very impressed to hear Shamila Botai briefing parliamentary committee to say that if this matter is not sorted out, the violence will start again. You have read it in the newspaper. That's what she said. So coming back to the point is that this is bigger than Phoenix. It's lots of underlying problems, in my view, that caused all the trouble, one being political. But my own personal view, which we are putting together a document and writing to the president about, there has to be justice in this country. Justice between poor people and people who are super rich. Justice with people who don't have and people who have too much more. There has to be job creation, so long term we can have peace. There has to be housing. The squatter camps and so on must go. That's all the recommendations we are putting together to look at how best country can move forward. Economic development and job creation and all those things has been part, whether we like to admit it or not, has been part of what has happened. I know there's lots of discussion about cars being taken to shopping centers, and when the looting happened, rich people were stealing. But you saw a lot of poor people who saw an opportunity to take food and what have you, and they took it because they were poor. I'm not condoning what they've done, but it's a result of this unequal system we have in this country, in this community. And until that changes, we must brace ourselves for more dramas, certainly. And the quicker we get down to what those underlying causes are of the unrest, the quicker we can get peace and working together in the country. And we are doing this memorandum, sending it to the President's office for whatever it is worth. And that we are saying are the causes, main causes of what happened.
So basically, from what you're saying, can we take it, or yeah, we should pick up that what has caused this is a number of factors, including poverty, racial tensions,
Yeah.
and all other factors that are playing a role.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you, Mr. Maharaj. No further questions.
Mr. Jones?
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Maharaj, thank you for highlighting that there is a need to address the inequalities in South Africa. There has to be justice between the poor and the rich. What has permeated through your testimony, in my view, is this perception you are worried that people have about Phoenix. And we kept highlighting the narrative that was propagated through social media and the commercial media. And what is of concern to me is your lack of concern for the families who have lost their loved ones, who were indiscriminately killed during the unrest in Phoenix, particularly. When you are asked directly to address issues relating to Phoenix, you keep referring us to other incidents in KZN. And your presence here today is to shed more light on what transpired in Phoenix and assist us in, and assist the panel in making a final determination. Would you characterize the killing of 36 people as a massacre?
That I think has been something which both the media and politicians have sought to put out. I don't think so. It has been a massacre, but it has been killings. That's true. People have died. And for the record...
So, no, just confining to that. What is your understanding of a massacre?
Well, if you look at Marikana, perhaps that was a massacre. Here the police can't say where people who were found in Phoenix were killed, number one, were killed in one incident or at one time, one day. There is no clarity from anybody on that matter.
Mr. Maharaj, would you agree that there was a deliberate and brutal killing of people of a specific race and color?
That's true.
And that, in your view, does not amount to a massacre?
No, those were killings.
Okay. I'll move on to the to my other questions. These vigilante groups that were constituted, did they only comprise of members of the Indian community?
Well, I haven't been there to see it where the people who were armed were sitting and the composition of who those groups are. But I do know they were armed people, there were people from the drug syndicates, there were people who were running these companies. There's companies which kind of look at security. It's those people, but the mix-up of that, I was not there to witness that, so I would be failing in my duty if I say, no, they are from one or more communities.
Would you agree that the conduct of the vigilante groups was an affront to human rights?
Definitely. Definitely.
In the past, have you witnessed something similar where there is a lynching of people or so-called culture of instant justice in Phoenix?
No, I haven't seen it in that scale, of course. No.
I would like to take you back to the issues around inequality. Where Phoenix is located, I'm not familiar with Devon. I'm based in Johannesburg. So where Phoenix is located, is it surrounded by informal settlements? Is it an island on its own? Could you just give us a description of where it's located and the neighboring areas?
Phoenix is, if you know Durban, Phoenix is in the north of Durban. It's been a township built in 1976 to house Indian community people as part of apartheid's way of trying to locate communities. Initially, they were like 50, 60,000. Now it's 650, 700,000 people. And Phoenix, when it was built, expanded to the point where it met Amaoti, Bambai, and certain areas of Inanda, which all now are just meters away from the Phoenix Township. Phoenix Township couldn't expand anymore because many of the housing of the informal settlements and so on were located there. So that's where Phoenix stopped. But it's in the north of Durban, and it's surrounded by KwaMashu, Inanda, Bambai, and so on. And Zwelitsha, by the way.
And these are largely underdeveloped areas?
Underdeveloped areas, yes, of course.
Would you agree that inequality can, in a way, create resentment between communities?
I think that's the crux of what the whole thing is about. Phoenix was looking at a very advantaged community. There is lights and running water, houses built of blocks and concrete, with roads and other facilities. A stone's throw away, you have people with nothing. Very inhumane conditions they are living in. I go there and I see, so I talk about facts. And when electricity and water gets cut off, there is nothing for days on end. You really cannot live like that. So it's a very unequal society living alongside each other. And yeah, of course, if I am staying in Inanda, and I would see across the road, lights are on and I don't have lights here, I'll not be very happy. But who is to blame in the end is what we need to talk about, and how can we rectify going forward. And that's a submission we want to make to government, to look at, what is it. It's not something new which we are saying. Everybody has been saying it, but nobody is listening. And somehow that has to be taken very seriously. And until we have equal development, equal distribution, more jobs and so on, we are not going to get an equal society.
Would you further agree that this then exacerbates social divisions, the economic gap between the communities in Phoenix and residents of neighboring areas?
Yes, no, definitely. Definitely.
Yeah. On the issue of racial profiling, to what extent was this driven by perceptions that every black person is out to loot, is out to cause anarchy in Phoenix? To what extent did this fuel what happened?
I think those people who were manning those, what has become known as the roadblocks, certainly that was an issue. They were not allowing people looking into cars and watching who is the people. If the Indian people, probably let them through, and if they are people from the African community, chasing them away, not allowing them, or burning the cars, or in some cases when they found guilty of shooting.
So if you stay in Inanda, Bambai, Amaoti, do you have to pass through Phoenix to reach your area, or are there other alternative routes?
I think there are many access routes. If people are working in Phoenix, then you'll have to go. If you're working in the Phoenix hospital, as an example, as a nurse, you'll have to come into Phoenix from wherever you are, whether it's in KwaZulu and so on. So in some instances, you don't have to go through Phoenix. In other instances, you'll have to come into Phoenix because perhaps you're working there or staying there.
Yeah. Would you agree that there was racial profiling, which specifically targeted black African people?
Well, that's what the media and that's what the facts have to be verified on that issue. I'm not there to say, look, I saw this man say, don't come because you're a certain race group.
Yeah, because you are very well versed with the events of the 12th, but you are quite selective in answering some of these questions. Are you concerned about the perceptions about the Indian community following what has been characterized or dubbed as the Phoenix massacre?
I've taken the oath to speak the truth here. So when I say I saw where I was staying, the houses being, the shopping center being looted, that's what I saw. I cannot tell you what I didn't see because I'm under oath here.
Chairperson, that will be all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very
Apologies, Chairperson.
Yes, please go
Can I
ahead.
be permitted to ask a follow-up question?
Please do.
Mr. Maharaj, you keep on persistently attributing a blame to the media. What is the reason for that?
The media is not the only person who is to blame. The media are part of the problem. Politicians have been problems. The vigilante has been problems. So there's not just the media. So it's a lot of people who've been involved here, trying to look at spreading, false news, making statements which really is going to encourage more violence. It's everybody implicated, just not the media.
Would you accept that the media was reporting what they witnessed at that point in time?
Well, in some cases, not every case, like the one I mentioned earlier on, definitely it was wrong reporting, false reporting.
Yeah, but would you accept that they were reporting what at the time they were witnessing?
Well, I would insist that in many cases they would have. In some cases, they really missed the target.
Now, let's go to the issue my learned colleague asked you about the massacre. Would you characterize the maiming and brutal killing of African people in Phoenix as a massacre?
I think those were killings which is not acceptable. We acknowledge that, we have condemned it, we have given information to the police to make sure those people are arrested. Those were killings, and that's what we're saying. The massacre thing got coined by the media, certain opportunistic members or politicians, and so on and so on, and that's my view. If you prefer to call it a massacre, so be it.
Would you accept that your view may be incorrect?
Yeah, I accept my view may be incorrect, and you should accept that your view may be incorrect.
Now, let's go to massacres then. Like, for instance, you made reference to Marikana massacre. 34 miners were brutally maimed, and it was referred to as a massacre, not a killing. Do you accept that?
Well, that's what I've read.
And it was not coined by the media. It is acceptable that it's a massacre. Maiming of 34 people in Marikana.
At one go.
It doesn't matter at one go, but those people were killed.
Well, I think if there is acceptance on part of whoever it might be that it's a massacre, so be it. I can't change your mind.
Buipatom massacre, in the Val, 45 people were maimed. That was a massacre. Was it a killing in your view?
No, I don't know.
No, in your view, was it a killing or a massacre?
Well, I know about Marikana. I'm not sure about the one you're referring to now.
Okay, let's go to Phoenix then. 36 people, mostly blacks or Africans, were maimed, 33 of them, African people or black people. That is a killing to you, not a massacre.
It's a killing.
What is your definition of a killing and a massacre?
Well, killings, you see, there's one thing we've tried to get, which maybe because you're part of government, Section 27 you can get, but the police is very reluctant to release certain information. My understanding, and whether it's wrong or what is another story. If I come with a machine gun and shoot everybody, I've massacred everybody here. It's a massacre. What isn't clear about when these people were killed, where they were killed, what time they were killed, which days they were killed.
Does it
But they were
really-
found in Phoenix. For me, it makes a difference.
What difference does it make when 33 people are maimed, mainly Africans, and you say that is a killing, not a massacre?
Well, people sometimes use it interchangeably, but it's killing. People were killed, which we have condemned.
You've referred yourself as an activist
Yes,
since 1977.
yes.
Now, an activist will know better that maiming of people, particularly of this number, constitute a massacre, not a killing.
Okay.
Do you accept that?
My view is people have been killed.
There has been a
Your
massacre.
view is that it's a massacre, so your view is fine. If you feel that is what it, and that's what the media said, and that's what certain politicians said.
No, let's leave the media. The media is coining what happened at that point in time. Now, in your view, how many Indian people were killed?
I estimate it's about 3 or 4.
3 or 4. 33 African people or black people were killed. How do you juxtapose that? Killing or a massacre?
All those people were killed.
3
I don't really get into semantics of killed. People died. It's sad. And now we're sitting here and says it was a massacre, killing, and so on. People died. It's been very sad. There's a program that we are running to look at with those families also. So you know, nobody in my generation of people would like this kind of thing.
And
Condemned it.
And no one in your generation will characterize the maiming and killing of 36 people as a killing, not a massacre.
I maintain it's killings, and that must be recorded. If you maintain it's massacre, then so be it.
Chairperson, I've got no further questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Tene. I have a few questions to you quickly, Mr. Maharaj.
Yes.
How many incidents happened in Phoenix during this period of time of the unrest, if you can put it that way, starting on the 12th?
So I'm not
Do
sure
you
whether
know?
you're referring to killings or you're referring to looting or everything.
No, I'm actually, sorry, I'm actually referring to the so-called looting incidents, for example, the one at the Southgate Mall. How many other incidents of that nature took?
I could count about 6.
About 6.
Yeah.
And where are the other places where it took place, do you remember?
But there's a place called West Ham. There's a place which I was at, which is the Southgate Mall. There was a place called Woodview. There was a place called Whetstone, and there's 1 or 2 other areas which I can get names on. But there's several areas in Phoenix. And you see the evidence of the place being burnt. Some of them have closed down since.
And these incidents all related to stores that were looted?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So, do you know, is this police station in Phoenix called the Phoenix Police Station?
Yes, of course.
So do you know how many police officers are at the Phoenix Police Station employed there as police officers or deployed there?
all we know is that there's a shortage of policemen there. I don't know the exact number.
Okay, and I would take it then that you also don't know how many police vans
Yep.
this
No,
station
no,
has?
no.
Okay. So do you know how many people have been arrested, people now from Phoenix that have been arrested for participating in the killings or violence?
The last time I heard it was 28, but if we're following the court cases and so on, it seems some people have been acquitted, one has died, so there's now fewer.
So according to, where did you get this figure of 28?
28 is what we heard from the police minister
I see. When he visited
when he
Phoenix.
visited Phoenix, yes.
And you're not aware of any more people that have been arrested in the meantime?
Not right now.
Are you aware what the identity would be of all these people?
All of them from Phoenix, Indian people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, you don't know their names and so on.
Not too well. Not too well.
Do you have an idea as to how many of these are, let's call it, ordinary, law-abiding, generally law-abiding Phoenix residents, and how many of them are what you refer to as vigilantes or criminals or whatever the case may be?
I would
Not
imagine
really.
about half of them would be ordinary Phoenix
Okay,
people.
but that's simply a guess.
Yep.
Okay. So then we'll not take that further. As far as the looting itself is concerned, I mean, it is taken that there were obviously also socio-economic, marginalized people, poor people, and so on involved in that. I think that is generally accepted. But likewise, there are also millions of poor people, not only in KZN, but also in the rest of the country that did not participate in looting. So there is the theory or the allegation that the looting must have been organized or orchestrated. Do you have anything to contribute in that regard that you might be aware of as far as possible organization or orchestration, or can't you really comment on that?
Well, what you see is what you read about those people who organized this. So you know it, we've read it.
So apart from media reports, you're not aware of specific information that point towards that
No.
or point away from that?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. The panel members, Commissioner Tuli.
Good morning, Mr. Maharaj.
Yes, good morning.
Firstly, thank you very much for making the time to attend to this hearing. Thank you also for your dedicated years of activism. It goes without saying that South Africa is in need of more activists and people who are dedicated to the development of communities. It's also important to reiterate to you, Mr. Maharaj, that the Commission, in conducting these hearings, is not adopting an adversarial approach. We are here in the interest of building our nation, and the questions and the engagement that is here before you is towards that purpose. With that, Mr. Maharaj, I also have a few questions to engage you on. Perhaps the first begins at the mention of your area being 100% Indian. Could you clarify to the Commission whether it's just your section that is 100% Indian? If so, approximately how many households or families are within this jurisdiction, and the rest of Phoenix? How would you describe the racial diversity of the rest of Phoenix?
Yeah, thank you very much. My area is one of the older areas in Phoenix, there since 1976. It's a very settled community, and there would be 100% members of the Indian community still living there. There would be one or two people who may have been moved out, may have moved away, and people from the African community would have bought. I know in front of me there's one person only I know in my whole area who is supposed to be a member of the SAPS. He stays there. I only know of one person. But throughout Phoenix, there would be a 70-30 split, 70% of the Indian community and the members of the African community would be about 30%. Because Phoenix has also expanded a bit more than it was. And new housing developments actually happen, and people who have got money and who generally come from the middle class would buy into areas of Phoenix. So the number would be about 30% of the people in Phoenix are now from the township.
Thank you, Mr. Maharaj. Let's talk about feelings. How does it make you feel that your area is constituted of 100% Indian people?
It should never have happened, and I'm sure post-1994 it wouldn't have been an issue. It would have been an integrated area. I think everybody understands that Saberta was set up itself as a place where the African communities would be housed those days. Phoenix and Chatsworth would be for the Indian community, Newlands East and so on for the colored community. It was a design which nobody has any control of. And I'm very happy that it's being integrated now and should be integrated a bit more. There's no more place for building houses, but I think as people from Phoenix move out and people have an ability to buy into Phoenix, it's happening as we go along. But I think the more integrated we get, the better it is going to be for society to build as a social cohesion program. So yeah, the quicker that happens, the better it is.
Thanks, Mr. Maharaj. Now, moving to the question of the vigilante groups. Advocate Lodz asked you earlier if you knew the racial profile of those who had burned the taxi, and the understanding was that it was very blurry, so you couldn't ascertain the racial profile of those who were involved. Safe to say that you do understand that there are vigilante groups throughout Phoenix, and they run these drug dens across the vicinity of the area, not just in Phoenix. It's a problem across the country, we understand. In your experience and your observations in Phoenix at least, and outside of the video that you say is blurred, from your observations, what is the racial profile of the vigilante groups that are in Phoenix?
Well, the video might not show that, but from the police investigation and the rest of the people, it's all members of the Indian community who have been arrested. That's fact which is there to see.
Now, moving away from what the police have ascertained, I'm asking what your observation has been.
The vigilante groups which are based in Phoenix are all Indian people.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Maharaj, now, you mentioned that there were 6 looting incidents. You further mentioned that out of the 6, some have closed down and haven't opened. Do you know the exact number of those that have closed down out of the 6?
I think it's about 2 didn't open at all. Others are in the process of being renovated. I think 2 of them are operating, the bottle stores. They are operating again.
Thanks, Mr. Maharaj. Now, lastly, you have been questioned quite extensively on the question of massacres, but you have not yet provided your own definition of what you understand a massacre to be. You have mentioned that if you came into this room and shot at people at random, that would be a massacre. Could you be given another opportunity to please elaborate on your own understanding outside when you mentioned Marikana to be a massacre? That is an example that can come but only as an annexure or an addition to your own definition. Could you then be offered the opportunity to kindly offer us your understanding of what it means when someone speaks of a massacre?
My own understanding is, and whether it's correct or what, but that's my understanding, is that if I kill everybody at one go, 40, 50 people, gunned down, not armed or what have you, I've massacred all of them. That's my understanding of a massacre. I could be wrong, but that's my understanding.
That's okay, Mr. Maharaj. Now, just for clarity, does it need to only be one person shooting a lot of people for it to be a massacre, or can you be accompanied by other people?
Could be by other people, of course, yeah.
Yes. And do you all have to be in one room shooting one group of people, or can you be in different areas?
Well, my understanding is that it's one incident where many people are killed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Maharaj. Now, following to that, you mentioned that Ubuntu Forum is running programs to assist the families of the deceased. Could you inform this hearing what those programs are, what you have done thus far?
Okay. At the beginning of my submission, I said we've met with 4 departments, one of being the Department of Justice. We are working very closely with the Department of Justice to look at what we are calling restorative justice. In this very room, I think, well, certainly in this hotel, but in this room, there were a meeting called by the Justice Department, National Department of Justice, together with our Ubuntu Forum and the families of those people who have been killed, to share ideas, to share their sorrows and what have you. So it's been a couple of meetings that we've had. It just wasn't a once-off meeting. So one of that happened here. There were another 3 more meetings, and the last meeting I remember was at a church in Amaoti. I've been there personally, and we've got pics of those with the Deputy Minister of Justice being present and his senior officials, and together with the families of those who had passed on. And we had gone there to speak about Phoenix and the fact that we have condemned these killings, and we are hoping all of them will be jailed if they are found guilty. And what is it in terms of programs that we can run? Because some of the people who had passed on are breadwinners, and so the families are now destitute. To look at what programs can be run so that we could assist those families, not as the Ubuntu Forum, but generally as a public, but spearheaded by the Ubuntu Forum. I think we saw 33 families who had come to the church in Amaoti. It happened last month. And I think everybody embraced each other and said, let's look towards the future. Whatever happened, they are very hurt about what happened because people died in Phoenix. People from Phoenix, they say had killed, which is true. But beyond that, everybody was looking at what else can be done to look at a way forward. And we're very happy to announce that we've been there. We've spoken to the families. They've accepted our bona fides as people who want to work towards making sure we work together as a community and build our community. We had looked at job creation programs for families of the deceased people, and other items that we had taken across, in terms of our food security program. We are working with the church and the families to look at food gardening projects so that people can get their own food and so on grown. So it's a big program which we are running, and we are working with the Department of Justice on this matter here.
Thanks, Mr. Maharaj. You mentioned first that you had a few meetings with the families where they could share their sorrows.
Yes.
Then you moved to the next segment of your answer, which was what you can do, and then you began to elaborate on the programs.
Yeah.
Could you please elaborate or clarify for the commission and the hearing whether what you have done thus far is just offer the families a platform to share their sorrows, and you are still planning these other programs, or if these other programs are implemented? For example, is there any family member of those who are deceased who's received employment, for example, as a result of this program? So has anything been implemented in the 3 months, or is it still at planning stage, save for the opportunity for them to share their sorrows with you?
No, thank you very much for that question. I think a lot of us says, let's not talk, but do the action. So we've met them a couple of times, listened, and there were stories being told from all sides. In terms of the food security program, we have exchanged with them a lot of the hamper program so that kids can be fed. There were milk formulas and so on, which we have been requested. We have made sure we've got that going. We've got from the Department of Justice some of the things which families don't have adequate things of. So as an example, we've taken across a whole lot of blankets and so on for the families which it really didn't have. We've taken to the church, and we've got this employment thing going with the church of food gardening. We have taken implements, seeds, and those sorts of things. So we've got a gardening project which are already running. So yes, we're hoping to improve on that, but it's already in place and it's running.
Thank you, Mr. Maharaj. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you. Just from my side, thank you, Mr. Maharaj. You've described to us the people that were responsible, allegedly, for the killings in Phoenix, and that the law has taken its course and they're appearing in court. Now, my concern is because, a month ago on the Cape Flats in Delft, 6 people were killed by gangsters, and it was called the Delft Massacre. And the concern, and nobody in Delft says that we are responsible. It's not Delft people. It was those 6 people were killed by gangsters. In Phoenix, you've described in detail the drug lords, the vigilante, the gangsters, and those people who have been arrested. So it's not the people of Phoenix that allegedly be responsible for what happened. It is those individuals or those organized groupings, as you've mentioned, that are there. And therefore, naturally, a place will be called Phoenix where the killings happened. And like in Delft, it's the Delft Massacre. It is the Phoenix, it's been dubbed as the Phoenix Massacre. So it's not the people of Phoenix that is implicated in this thing. And therefore, we must call it by its name, that people died on that day. And so it's not the implication of all the people in Phoenix that now suddenly have to live on it. I come from the Cape Flats, and they say the Cape Flats is a flats of gangsterism, but doesn't make me part of the gangsters. But I have to acknowledge that there are gangsters, and they are calling the killings on the Cape Flats. So I think the protection or the name Phoenix and the massacre, I think it's understandable from your side. But when the questions are asked to you on that score, it is not by implication of the people of Phoenix. It's what you have told us, and that's what we're taking forward. And that's what we say, whether it's 6 people in Delft, or whether it's a school in the States where one young stand up in the classroom, or whether it is in terms of what happened on one day in Phoenix, where vigilantes or individuals or these organized gangsters have done it. So I just want to bring that under your attention. It's not about the people of Phoenix. It's about those people who allegedly done it and is now taken. And you've also stated here that you condemn that, and people of Phoenix condemn that. So I think we must acknowledge that in this event it was a massacre. Thanks.
Thank you. If I could just say, you are one of the very few persons I heard to give that kind of clarity. It's not the Phoenix people killing. Okay.
Will you then accept it's a massacre, Mr. Ambush?
Well, I think if it's called a massacre by somebody, I can't say it's not. But if you say it's not the Phoenix people, that's what it is. Not the Phoenix people, it's being gangsters and drug lords. It happened to happen in Phoenix, so you're calling it the Phoenix Massacre.
Just one last thing. Mr. Maharaj, you've said a lot of things. Are you now, after today, in terms of those gangsters and those organized groups, how safe do you feel?
How safe do I feel? I could have felt less safe during the times pre-1994. I am not scared for these people. I am not scared. We have sacrificed a lot. The post-1994 people don't understand this kind of thing, or understand it very less. We have not been scared pre-1994 of dying. So, we're not scared of them.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have now come to
I do
the-
just have a
yes.
follow-up question, Chairperson. Mr. Maharaj, you have just said you are not scared for these people. Could you clarify who these people are?
Well, they are all the known gangsters which the police know very well, all over Phoenix. These are the shebeens and drug lords who operate openly and who are implicated in lots of crimes and who have all these unlicensed firearms which are used in many killings. The evidence is all over the show with the police. They are the people implicated here, and some of them are in jail now, awaiting trial.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, maybe I can thank Mr. Maharaj very much for his testimony, and just to make it quite clear that there is no effort from anyone to paint a whole community, whether it's Phoenix or Delft or wherever the case may be, as racists or whatever the case may be. That is not that is we all understand that in the end it is about certain individuals acting in an unacceptable manner.
Thank
and
you.
I think that is also the message to
Fine.
this Phoenix community, that they are not painted by one brush of being this or that or the other. But thank you very much. We really appreciate your contribution, and thank you also for the forum that you have created to really bring about social cohesion and to work towards nation building and so on. Thank you. You are excused.
Thank you to the Commission. Thank you to everybody.
Okay, we will now go for a brief 10-minute break for tea, and then I think we really need to manage our time a bit better, otherwise we are going to run into trouble time-wise. So I would like to ask also that we, not belabor issues too much and maybe waste a bit of time in the process. And manage our time as best we can. We are adjourned for exactly 10 minutes, and then please be back at 1:15 sharp. Thank you. We have silence and everyone just put their iPhones, their phones on silent. And let's take the time management into account, please. Evidence leading team, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. We'll try our best in terms of time. I think it's good that we are noting it now because it is starting to run with us. So we'll do our best from our side and hopefully from your side as well. Our next witness that we'd like to call is Mr. Chris Biela.
Can you just spell his surname, please?
The surname is Biela. Biela. I apologize. Biela.
Yes.
Mr. Biela, good morning, and well, it's already afternoon, unfortunately. But welcome here, and thank you for coming to give testimony. I will now go on to ask you, are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence? Can you just put on your mic, please?
Oh yes, Chairperson, I'm willing to take the oath.
Thank you very much. Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Please then lift your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Over to the evidence leading team.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Biela.
Yes.
May I first establish whether you will be comfortable testifying in English or in isiZulu?
Let me go with this is all.
You want to go with isiZulu?
Yeah.
Chairperson, we didn't have a liberty of being furnished with the name of our dear interpreter today. Perhaps this is an opportune time for her to introduce herself.
Good day, everyone. The interpreter for today is Miss Hlengiwe Mteto.
Thank you
Can
very much.
Can you please bring the mic, just bring it forward? Yes. Oh, yeah, thank you. Mr. Biela, could you please tell the panel where do you reside?
Mnumzane Biela, ngatshela i-panel ukuthi ke uhlala kuphi?
Ngihlala eNanda endaweni ebizwa ngokuthi iseBhambayi.
I reside in Inanda at an area called Bambai.
For how long have you been residing in Bhambayi?
Usuhlala isikhathi esingakanani eBambai?
For about 22 years.
Do you stay with your family or?
Yes, I stay with my family.
Okay. And what work do you do?
Wenza umsebenzi muni?
Am I allowed not to disclose that?
If it's fine with you, if you do you want to conceal the kind of work that you do?
Chairperson, bengacela ukungasho ukuthi ngisebenza.
I'd like not to disclose where I work.
Okay. No, that is fine. So please describe to the commission the area where you stay at Bhambayi. What kind of an area is this?
Ungachazela i-commission ukuthi ke indawo ohlala kuyona lapha eBhambayi kuyindawo enjani?
Indawo engathi esibiza ngolimi sithi isemjondolo.
It's an area that we normally call an informal settlement.
According to your estimate, how many people live in that area?
Bangakanani abantu abahlala kuleyo ndawo ngokwazi kwakho?
Plus minus 40 to 50,000 people.
40 to 50,000. Okay. Now, could you please share with the commission about your experience in respect of the July riots that we are here about?
Awuchazela i-commission nje uyilandise mayelana nezibhelu lezi esihlangene ngazo zika July.
Yeah. July ngomhla ka 12 and umhla ka 13 ilapho esabona khona izibhelu endaweni yangakithi nendawo eyakhele indawo yangakithi.
In July the 12th and the 13th, that is when we witnessed the unrest in our area and in our surrounding areas.
Sabona okuningi okwakwenzeka kwenzeka eindaweni ezinjengama industrial areas ezinye zezinto esayibona zenzeka izinto ezazenzeka edolobheni okuyiseThekwini bese kuthi ke okukhulu okubi sakubona kwenzeka ePhoenix.
We witnessed a lot of things that were taking place, more especially in the industrial areas and in town, basically Durban, and also in Phoenix.
Perhaps, if I may ask, how far is Bhambayi from Phoenix?
Mhlambe ngathi mangibuza ikude kangakanani iBhambayi nePhoenix? Qhelelene kangakanani?
1 kilometer.
It's 1 kilometer apart.
Sihlukaniswe umgwaqo. Bhambayi ngapha ePhoenix ngaphesheya.
And the two areas are separated by the road.
Okay, please proceed.
Ngaqhubeka.
Yes. And then kulezo zibheluke ezazenzeka ngalezo insuku. Sabe sesilokhu sithola ama report ukuthi ke endaweni yase Phoenix khona ke akwenzeki lokhu esikubona kwenzeka kwezinye izindawo.
Well, we then received reports that during the unrest, what was happening in Phoenix was not the same as what was happening in other areas.
What do you mean by that?
Usho ukuthini mawusho njalo?
Ngoba okwakwenzeka kwamanye ama-area sasibuka kuma television abantu bengena eke ngithi nje ngolimi oluqondile they were looting. Kodwa ePhoenix sabona amandiya evimba eshaya ebulala abantu abamnyama.
Well, in other areas where the unrest was taking place, what we would see on televisions would be people looting. But what was happening in Phoenix, what we saw happening in Phoenix was that the Indian community was blocking and assaulting people and killing people.
Did you specifically witness what you're talking about?
Khona kodwa wena ke owazibonela kona kuloko okubalayo ukuthi kwakwenzeka?
Yebo kukhona.
Yes, I did witness something.
Can you please detail what you witnessed to the chairperson and the panel?
Awulandise ke ipanel yonke ukuthi ke wena wabonani?
ngoba ngangisuka ekliniki. Ikliniki ise Phoenix. Ngihamba ngiya eBhambayi. Lapho engavinjwa khona, ngihamba ngemoto, ngehliswa
Sorry, Mr. Biela, please give,
Okay.
yeah.
Mnike utolike ithuba kuze. What happened is, I was on my way coming from the
Sorry,
clinic.
can we just hear what day are we talking about now? What is the time, etc.? So, in
I guess
terms of those
Kalisizwe nje.
details, please.
Usuku mhlambe nesikhathi okwenzeka ngaso lento uzosilalela yona.
kwaku umhla ka-12. Isikhathi kwaku 1920 or 1930.
It was on the 12th and the time was somewhere around 1920 or 1930.
And on that day, on my way from the clinic, I experienced or I came across the group of Indian people in different areas of that road or around that area. And on the same road, there were already the 2 cars that were on fire. And on my way towards that road, I had to take a turn before I reach that point where the 2 cars were burning. And I traveled. On my way traveling, I was also stopped by the group of Indian people. Then that is whereby I was also searched harshly. They took my car keys. They start smashing the car. They were manhandling me out from the car. They were saying racist words. They were insulting. They were telling that what black people did in 1949 is their turn, they do it to black people. And many other frustrating insults that they were casting towards me. I was so lucky at the time. I think one of them, I don't know, told the rest that I know this guy, we should let him go. Then that is how I escaped that was the last group before I crossed into Bambai. And then these reports will keep on coming through social media, and the neighbors were also coming to us asking another neighbors who were assumed they went for petrol. And then we started to go out for lookout, we were making calls. So we're doing that research of looking for our neighbors.
Before you proceed, Mr. Biela,
Yes.
let's take you back to what you said.
Yes.
You made reference to having witnessed 2 cars
Yes.
gutted by fire.
Yes.
Can you tell the commission whether you were able to establish what kind of cars were those?
Yes, it was Toyota Corolla that we call it a cockroach. and,
So, sorry, Toyota Corolla is?
yeah, it's
Ipel,
Toyota Corolla.
Ipel.
No, you call it a cockroach.
Yeah, Ipel.
Yeah.
Okay. And what, that was the first car. The second car was?
Was the Hyundai, the truck, that small Hyundai truck.
Or the one-tonner one?
Yeah, the
Okay.
Hyundai is.
Yes.
Yes, those two cars were on fire.
Now, you said you took a U-turn.
No. So on my way approaching that fire where I'm seeing the two cars, they were left turn and right turn.
Yes.
So I took a turn before
Oh, yes.
I reached the cars.
Now, you said you were also stopped
Yes,
by a group of persons you refer to as the Indians,
yes,
and they searched you.
yes.
How did they search you?
They stopped me and they came straight by my door, by the driver's side door. And then when I was like shocked, they harshly asked me to come out. They straight away, they grabbed the keys. They pulled me with my dress, with my jacket. And I was out. And then they start opening the doors. They looking under the seats. They open the boots. On that search, they banging the car with hands, with the bed sticks. Then, as I said, one of them, I think he knows me. I don't know him. He said, "I know this guy. Let's let him go." That is how I escaped.
Now, you say they used racist language.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
They say I'm a kafir. They said I'm a dakio. They call me all these nasty insults by mentioning the parts of human beings.
Which human being?
Female.
Yeah, what female?
They should call
What
me.
did they say exactly?
Okay, they say, come out your puss, come out your asshole, fuck off from here, we'll fuck you up just now. Yeah, all those. Today we will tell you you are a kafir, you are nothing. We'll kill you.
What were they carrying?
They're killing bed sticks, they're killing stones. One guy was carrying a gun, but he didn't discharge the gun, but I should see because it was shiny that he's carrying a gun on a pouch.
Now, was your car damaged in the process?
Yes, it had small scratches, yes.
Okay. Now, you say they made reference to the 1949 incident.
Yes.
What is that about?
Yeah, they said a statement I was even not aware about of 1949. They say, you people, you kill our people 1949. Today is our turn. So everything was happening viciously. But because I was calm, out of that panic, I managed to hear what they were saying.
Were you with anybody in the car?
No, I was alone.
You were alone. Now, you say you didn't know what they were referring to when they made reference to 1949 incident.
Yes, I didn't know. Only the time I heard that black people thing, I assume black people killed Indian people in 1949. That is where I became to know that there's this historical grudge of Indians against black people.
And you say someone recognized you amongst them and say, I know this guy, we should let him go.
Yes.
And then please proceed from there. Once they've allowed you to proceed to go wherever you're going, what happened?
Then I went home. When I was coming home, neighbors came to me asking about few neighbors that went to Phoenix with the intention of getting or consuming fuel. That if I haven't seen them, because it was history nje ebese sivele sichithekile kwi area yethu ukuthi amandiya abulala abantu abamnyama. So when these neighbors came to me and tell that
Mr. Bielo, masenza kanje. Ubangaba ufuna uthetha ulimi lasekhaya isiZulu. Sicela ugxile kuso. Ubangaba ufuna uthetheli lasemzini. Sicela uhlale kulo so that singakwazi sikwazi uba ixesha lethu silmanage kahle.
okay, sorry Chairperson.
Yes. Can you, Chair, I was just explaining to the witness that if he elects to speak in vernacular in isiZulu, he must stick to that. If he prefers to testify in English, he must stick to that. So he mustn't, so that we manage our time efficiently. Yes, Mr. Biela, can you start from where you now go back?
Yes.
And the neighbors are coming to you,
Yes.
your neighbors.
Yes.
They, what did they ask you?
They asked me.
Ndicela uthethe ngesiZulu. Uphendule ngesiZulu. Uvile?
Angicela ukuqhubeka sis.
Oh, qhubeka ke.
They asked me if I haven't seen the neighbors that went to Phoenix to consume fuel
Yeah. What do you mean to consume fuel?
or to buy or to refill.
Yabona ke sizawusixaka ke isiNgisi. Masihlala lapha esiZulwini. Can you please explain it in Zulu what happened?
Okay, omakhelwane bami njalo Chairperson bengibalekela lo okudla isikhathi bese sizohlengihlengisana ngaso isingisi. Omakhelwane bami beza kimi bezongibuza ngomunye umakhelwane ongasatholakala ongasabonakala kodwa obehambe gcwalisa upetrol emotweni.
So when I came back to my area, my neighbors started asking me about one of my neighbors who is missing, who had earlier on went to Phoenix to refill petrol.
Nami ke ngangipaka imoto ngangibatshele istory sami nami esengihlangane naso nengikubonile kwenzeka.
So I also told them of my story that I had came across, the incident that I had came across and what happened to me.
Sonke ke sase siba ke kwishock yokuthi ke since kungena ama messages athi amandiya abula ethi imessage amandiya abulala abantu abamnyama sesiyaphenika ukuthi ngenzeka ukuthi nabo bakulabo bantu asebebulewe.
We then started panicking since there were messages coming through that Indians were killing black people. So we were now all in panic.
Ayike wabhekwa ke babhekwa ke sesibaningi abantu babheka kodwa inkinga kwaba ukuthi asikwazi ukuya ePhoenix. Futhi siyawafonela amaphoyisa asilithola usizo lwamaphoyisa.
We then started searching. Everyone went out for a search, but the problem was that we could not go to Phoenix. We then phoned police we also could not reach them.
And then saze salala singaltholanga usizo singazi ukuthi bakephi futhi ababuyanga ngalelo langa.
We then ended up going back to sleep because we couldn't find them and we did not know where they were. We could not even reach them.
How many people are we talking about? The
Sikhuluma-
neighbors who had gone in search of petrol.
Sikhuluma ngabantu abangaka kulaba
Omakhelwane bami nje specific bawu2.
Specifically, it's my 2 neighbors.
Were they going to fill up their cars with petrol or what?
Cha babesemotweni eyodwa behambe beyothela upetrol.
They were actually traveling in one car and they went to refill petrol.
Okay, yes, please proceed from there.
Qhubeka.
Yes, uma sivuka ngakusasa
Now, Ksasa, it's what day?
on the 13th.
On the 13th, yes.
Uma sivuka ngakusasa sesithola ama video ama WhatsApp videos eseculator akhombisa ukuthi akhombisa amandiya ebulala abantu abamnyama.
When we woke up the following day, which is now the 13th, we received videos that were circulating on WhatsApp. Those videos were videos of Indian people killing black people.
Do you have those videos?
Now, lawo ma-video?
Yebo nginawo lawo ma video.
Yes, I do have those videos.
Would you kindly share those videos with the commission?
Uzokwazi ukunikeza i-commission lawo ma-video ngakwazi ubani?
Yes,
Yes.
ngayitholela commission.
Okay, thank you.
can
Please
find them.
proceed.
Qhubeka.
Now you've seen these videos where, you have seen these videos? Yes.
And then ke kwenye yalama video lawa sase si identifya imoto kamakhelwane isishili.
So, in one of these videos, we identified my neighbor's vehicle, which was burnt.
How do you know it was your neighbor's vehicle?
Nazi kanjani ukuthi imoto, wazi kanjani ukuthi imoto kamakhelwane wakho?
Sayibona nge-make sazi ukuthi ngoba vele bese Phoenix ese eyofuna upetrol ngoba la iposition yayo ivela kwivideo yayivela iseduze kwegarage.
Well, we identified it through the make of the vehicle and that we knew that he had been to Phoenix to search for petrol and the vicinity where the vehicle was near a garage.
What make was the car?
Yeah,
Your neighbor's car?
Imoto kamakhelwane.
Ayi Peugeot 2 doors blue in color.
It was a Peugeot, 2 doors and blue in color.
Yes, please proceed.
Qhubeka.
After you have identified this car,
Yeah.
yes, please describe what you saw in that video in relation to the car. The car that you say it's your neighbor's car.
Yayisishile imoto but kunendawo la encane yayikhombisa umbala ukuthi le moto le ibi blue.
The vehicle was already burnt down and there was a small part of the vehicle that was not burnt and that's where you could tell that this vehicle was blue in color.
And yayingeyodwa ke zazi about 4.
It was not just one car but about 4.
Ke sabona ke namanye ama video akwamanye nje ama areas khona ePhoenix la akhombisa khona amandiya ephethe izibhamu ezinkulu zempi edubula
We saw
ebhekise kubantu abamnyama abantu abamnyama bewaphansi.
we saw different videos from different areas in Phoenix, and on those videos we saw Indians carrying big guns, the ones that are used for war, and they were shooting, directing to black people, and we could see the black people falling down.
Now, before you proceed to that, let's just talk about back to the PG. You say your neighbor's car, you could identify it because of its color, because part of the car was not bent. Now, it's on the 13th. You say you last saw your neighbor. When last did you see your neighbor?
On the 12th.
On the 12th. Now, it's the 13th, it's in the morning, because you said you slept without knowing their whereabouts.
Yeah.
Now, it's now 13th in the morning, you've seen this video, and what about your neighbors?
I still sasingakabatholi.
We still hadn't found them.
On the 13th. And what do you know their names?
Yes, I know their name. La esaze sabathola ngaqhubeka.
Yes.
La esaze sabathola khona sabathola esibhedlela.
Yes, I know their names, and we ended up finding them at the hospital.
Which hospital?
Omunye wayese Mahatma Gandhi. Omunye wayese ekliniki ekubizwa kuthiwa isenanda C clinic.
One was found in Mahatma Gandhi Hospital, and one was found at Inanda Clinic. It's called Bizangan?
Inanda C clinic.
It's called Inanda C Clinic.
Did you speak to them?
No, angikhulumanga nabo, but owabatholayo lo wamthola ekwasi wamthola echaza ukuthi usizo akalitholanga kasinge nkathi kade efika wase eyamsiza ngokuthi amthathe amuse eEdington.
No, I did not speak to them. However, the one person that found the neighbor that had been to Inanda C Clinic, when she or he found him, he reported that he was not helped at the clinic. That's when he or she helped him and took him to Eddington Hospital.
Yes, and proceed.
Ayike shuthi ke kulokhu ke kuqhubeka ke ama reports umakhelwane wami lo omunye usese Eddington omunye sesimtholile ukuthi ushayiwe walimala usesibhedlela.
So we kept on receiving the reports that the one neighbor is in Eddington and the other one was assaulted and he's injured and he is at another hospital.
Ukuhamba ke kweinsuku siyabuka lolu dlame lolu liyaqhubeka asisayi ePhoenix silokhu sithola nje ama reports ukuthi abantu bayabulawa ePhoenix.
As time went on, we kept on witnessing the violence that was happening, and we could not go to the Phoenix area, and we kept on receiving the reports about people being killed in Phoenix.
May I ask, all of that, this is now on social media?
Lauma report, our social media.
Yes, sithola ama videos amasha. Mhlamba after 3 hours sithola video circulate.
We were receiving videos, new videos. Maybe after 3 hours we would receive a video that would be circulating.
Ayike shuthi ke iqhubekeke kanjalo ke kuze ke kufike uminister uBhekicele aye ePhoenix. Uthe uma eya ePhoenix
What day was that? When Minister Cele arrived at Phoenix or visited Phoenix?
Ngicabanga ukuthi kwakumhla ka16
16 what?
July.
I believe it was on the 16th of July when Minister Pegitele visited Phoenix.
lapho ke okwaba khona isikhalazo emphakathini ke manje ke umphakathi wonke usuyayigroupa usuyahlangana ukhalaza ngokuthi kungani uminister eya ePhoenix kodwa alikho indiya elibulewe ePhoenix abantu abamnyama babulewe.
The community then started gathering and complaining as to why is the minister visiting Phoenix when there is not even one Indian person that was killed, because only black people were killed.
Ukuqhubeka ke kwalokho ngicabanga ukuthi kwadlula izinsuku ezimbili wayeseza uminister emphakathini waseBhambayi.
I think after that, after 2 days, that's when the minister came to Bambai.
And the angry community ehlambe ikisela mhlambe ku 15 to 20,000 people baya bayohlangana naye egroundini la wayehlele khona ukuhlangana khona nomphakathi.
So the angry community members, which would amount to about 15 to 20,000, then gathered at the sports field where he had arranged to meet with the people.
Ilapho ke umphakathi owamtshela khona ngesihluku experienceile esenziwa amandiya and wamnika naye ithuba lokuthi aziphendulele ukuthi kungane eqale ePhoenix wachaza ukuthi ebengabriefekanga kahle.
That's when the community started explaining to him the gruesomeness that was done by the Indian community, and that's when he responded by telling the community members that he had not been briefed properly.
Umphakathi ke wabusucela ukuthi ucela uphenyo oluphuthumayo kulokhu wabe sethembisa ke ukuthi cha uzokhetha i-team especially yabaseshi abawu-10 abazobhekana nje nalamacala.
That's when the community requested for a fast investigation on the matter. He then announced that he would pick a special team which would consist of 10 investigators.
Umphakathi ke wathi cha uyacela ukuthi kungabe amaphoyisa aseNanda noma amaphoyisa asePhoenix awethembi.
The community members then requested that that team should not consist of any police members from Inanda police station or Phoenix police station because they have no trust in them.
Wathembisa ukuthi ke kuzofika i-team ezobe ingaqhamuki kulezi indawo kodwa ezobe iqhamuka ezindaweni ezehlukene kodwa not kulezi ziteshi lezi.
He then promised that a team would be formed and it would consist of members from different areas, excluding the ones that were mentioned.
Were you in that meeting of the 18th July 2021?
Yes.
Yes,
Ngangikhona.
I was present.
Please proceed.
Ayike umphakathi wasuthi ke ucela ama demand owaphakamisa izimfuno ngesizulu. Wathi ucela i-transparency makwenziwa le investigation. Futhi ucela ukuthi kuboshwe izigebengu zamandiya ngokusheshsha.
The community then requested for transparency in the investigation and a quick arrest on the Indian criminals.
Wabe sethi ke uma kunjalo uyacela umphakathi ukuthi umnikeze ukhethe abantu abathathu abazosebenzisana nalama phoyisa azo waqoka kulolu phenyo lolu.
He then requested for the community members to elect 3 people that would work hand in hand with the team of police members that were going to be organized.
Ilapho kumphakathi ke owabe usuphakamisa igama lami nabanye osisi ababili.
That's when the members of the community then nominated myself and 2 other ladies.
Saqala
Do
ke
you have the names of the ladies that were nominated alongside you?
yebo,
Yes?
They are?
uBlessing Manyuswa,
Blessing Manyuswa. Manyuswa being MANYUSWA.
kube uNomanesi isibongo sakhe angisazi.
And then it would be Nomanesi. I do not know her surname. Her name spells like Nomanesi.
Saqala ke sabamba imhlangano namaphoyisa lelo phoyisa sathulelwa lona kwathiwa liwu district manager. Igama lalo Mr. Chirwa.
We then had started having meetings with the police that were nominated, and amongst those police members was the district manager, Mr. Chirwa.
Would Chirwa be CHIRWA?
Yes.
Do you recall his rank?
Major General.
Major
Chirwa.
General Chirwa. Okay. Please proceed.
Saqala ke sabamba imhlangano sibamba imhlangano nomphakathi. Umphakathi wase uphakamisa izicelo zokuthi uyacela uku-escortwa uyocinga emahlathini ngoba yayisikhona i-information yama-survivors ayefika ethi ongasurvivanga ngimshiye bemshaya ngenze ukuthi ushonele kule ndawo or ubaleke wangena kuleli hlathi.
We then had meetings with the community. Then the community members made a request to be escorted to go in search of people because we had information from the survivors and they informed us where they left those that did not survive. And they told us that they left them being assaulted. They might have died there or maybe ran into a certain area.
Ngoba ama-barricade lawa amandiya ayisekhona even nangalelo langa lelo kufika uminister. So kwakunokwesaba kwabantu becela ukuthi ke be-escortwe kuyobhekwa.
So people were scared because the barricades that were made by Indians were still there when the minister arrived. That's why people requested to be escorted because they were afraid.
Yahlonzwa ke i-team yamaphoyisa nalabo bantu ababe nalezo icelo belekelelwa ama-survivors kuyobhekwa.
A team was formed which included police, the survivors, and those people that had made requests. That team would go in search.
Abekho abatholakala emahlathini.
No people were found in the bushes.
Kwacaca ukuthi kumele kuyobhekwa ezibhedlela nase mamoshwari.
Then it was obvious that the search must proceed to hospitals and the mortuaries.
Abanye babetholakala ezibhedlela, abanye sabathola emoshwari.
Some were found in hospitals and some were found in the mortuaries.
Mhlawumbe engakuvezanga chairperson okunye ukuthi ngikhuluma ngearea yaseBhambayi kodwa ikomiti la extenda la ya kwi-area yase Mawoti nakhona umphakathi wawuhlangene nakhona kwakhishwa abathathu nasezwelisha umphakathi wahlangana kwakhishwa abathathu nase-Phoenix umphakathi wahlangana kwakhishwa abathathu.
Maybe what I did not mention, Chairperson, was that the search team did not only include people of Bambai only, but it extended to Maoti, Zwelisha, and Phoenix. 3 people were nominated from Amawoti, Zwelisha, 3 people, and 3 people from Phoenix.
Mhlambe silungise la ukuthi angisho i-search team ngisho ikomiti lesikhashana elacelwa uminister ukuthi likhandwe umphakathi. Umphakathi waseBhambayi wakhipha abathathu kanjalo nakulamanye ama-area.
Maybe to correct the record, I'm not talking about the search team. However, I'm talking about the committee that was formed through the request of the minister.
Yebo. Sibathole ibhedlela. Sekuhlangene nomakhelwane wami owayilahlekile samthola eMagandi. Abanye ke ababeshonile sasibathola khona emamoshwari.
So we found people at the hospitals, including my neighbor that was found in Mahatma Gandhi, and we also found people at the mortuaries.
With regard to your neighbor, did you speak to him?
Yes, telephonically. He waxhumana nami ngefoni wangisendela izithombe wangichazela istory ukuthi kwenzakaleni.
Yes, I spoke to him telephonically. He contacted me and also sent me photos of what happened.
Ngoba sasingavumelekile ukuya emawodini.
That's because we were not allowed to go into the hospital wards.
Sasigcina casualty.
We were only allowed up to the casualty.
So what did he tell you? What did you tell you happened?
Wangitshela nje istory sokuthi bebehamba nomakhelwane bathe mabebuya base bevinjwa. Ngithi wabalula izindawo impela I think ezimbili bevinjwa kule la kwashiswa khona imoto bavinjwa nabo bathi besachaza ukuthi baphumaphi.
He told me that they were traveling with the other neighbor. On their way back, they were being stopped. They were stopped 2 times.
Besachaza ukuthi baphumaphi. Yayikhala njalo induku.
And at their last stop, they were trying to explain where they were coming from, and then they started beating them up.
Babeshaya imoto. Babe bashaya nabo.
They hit the vehicle and also hit them.
Did he say how many people attacked them?
Wash, uthi bangapha abantu abahlasela.
Ayakashongo inamba. Wathi nje abantu amandiye bemaningi.
He did not mention or announce the number, but he said it was many Indians.
Okay, please proceed.
Qhubeka.
Ayike sesiqalile ke lolu cwaningo ke lokubheka izinamba zilokhu zingena ngithi ke manje njoba sesiyikomiti umphakathi usuxhumana nathi.
No, Mr. Biela, let's still, please complete what you were told by your neighbor. What is the name of the neighbor? Your neighbor's name?
Usikhumbuzo Makhubung.
Skumbuzo?
Makhubung. M-A-K-U-B-U-N-G. Okungenzeka ke che angispeli right isibongo. O esesibhedlela ke usikhumbuzo ke washo ukuthi uvinjwa amandiya behamba nomakhelwane
Can you please state the name of Makelwani?
Umakhelwane bani igama lakhe?
angilazi igama lakhe lekwi ID kodwa simazi ngegama esilokhu nje sambiza ngalo ukuthi ulokishi.
Well, I do not know his names, but we actually call him Logish.
Now, just to clarify for the chairperson, which hospital was Makubunga?
Bese Makandi.
Mahatma
Mahatma Gandhi.
He was at
Mahatma
Mahatma Gandhi.
And then which hospital was Lokishi?
Eddington.
Eddington.
Yes.
And
Okay.
Lokishi was at Eddington Hospital.
Okay, please proceed.
Wangichazela ke ukuthi ayi bamshayile ulokishi washo ukuthi akazi ukuthi kwenzakalani ngoba ulokishi wayengala kunenye group engala eyayidila naye kunenye group eyayingala ngaku driver eyayidila naye.
He explained to me that they assaulted him and that he does not know what happened to Ulogish because he was on the other side and there was another group that was dealing with him.
What do you mean dealing with him?
Shuthi yayiqondene naye imshaya babeshawa abalindanga ukuthi simasiqeda lo sizobe sesingena kulo lolo quqaba lolo ngokuchaza kwakhe lwathi lishaya lo usikhumbuzo labe lishaya futhi nolokishi.
By dealing with him, I mean that the whole group separated into two. The other group assaulted Logishi and the other group assaulted Skumbuzo.
Yes, please proceed.
Wabe seqala ke engisendela izithombe ezinyantise igazi zesimo sakhe ngaleso sikhathi eshile estitchiwe amanxeba ephuliwe umlenze efakwe.
He then sent gruesome photos of his injuries. He had stitches, he had burns, his leg was broken,
nengalo yakhe ibiphukile efakile ukhonkolo.
his arm was also broken, and they had administered a plaster of Paris on his arm.
That is Skumbuzo Makubunga.
Yeah.
Yes. Please proceed.
Shuthi ke besilokhu ke yena engaphakathi ke thina singaphandle ke ngoba nalento ye COVID bilokhu isivimbela ukuthi siyombona. Besilokhu sixoxa ke ngefoni ngokululama kwakhe as update ke umhlambe mezo transfer kwesinye isibhedlela for i-operation abuya buyele eMagandi. Lokho kuxoxa lokho besiba nakho ocingweni.
We kept on talking to him over the phone because we could not visit him due to COVID restrictions. So he would give us an update of him, and he would tell us if he is transferred to another hospital or when he has an upcoming operation.
Did you say Mr. Makubunga sent you pictures
Yeah.
of his gruesome injuries?
Yebo
Yes.
nginazo ngingazi dlulisela kwi-commission.
Yes, I have the pictures and I can give them to the commission.
we would appreciate that. What is the current state of Mr. Makubunga as from your knowledge?
Usa paraplegic ngoba usafake insimbi lapha emlenzeni, insimbi engazi ukuthi ngizoyibiza ngani igama la kodwa inama aerial. Ile nsimbi ye operation ibisiba nama aerial, I think of joiner ithambo, but into kanjalo.
Well,
Usanezilonda.
he is still paraplegic because he has some iron rod on his leg, which has aerials that help in connecting or reconstructing the bone. And he still has sores or wounds, rather.
Akakakwazi ukuyihambela.
He still is not able to walk.
When last did you see him?
Namhlanje lesibili, ngimgcine ngoLesine.
I last saw him on Thursday, if I'm not mistaken.
Last week Thursday.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where?
Kwakhe.
At his house.
Next to your house.
Yebo.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, evidence leader. Can I just ask that we have a clear description of whether it was paraplegic or disabled? Because a paraplegic person cannot move and sits in and is totally, can perhaps just use the hands or something like that. A disabled person is still able to maybe in a wheelchair or walk or something like that, so that there's no confusion.
Mhlambe masingachaza uparaplegic uchaza umuntu ongakwazi ukuhamba okhubazekile ongakwazi ukuhamba osebenzisa izandla kuphela, kodwa umuntu disabled mhlambe umuntu osangakwazi ukuthi ahambe ngesihlalo noma ahambe ngokusizwa mhlambe ngezinye izinto noma zihambele yena masengcono.
Okay, ake sithi disabled.
Let's go with disabled.
How do you know he's disabled?
Wazi kanjani ukuthi disabled?
Commissioner, ngithatha ngokwehlukanisa uka commissioner ngombuzo engenzela izibonelo ukuthi uma ngabe disable umuntu mhlambe osangalulama aphinda kwazi ukuhamba, uma paraplegic umuntu onokukhubazeka impilo yakhe yonke. So njengamanje ingalo ziyasebenza, uyakwazi ukunyakaza, kodwa umlenze wakhe iwona osane splint ongakasebenzi.
Well, I take it from the chair's differentiation, the explanation he gave me, that if one is paraplegic, that person cannot totally move, only can use his hands or arms, and that a person that is disabled is disabled temporarily, but can still, in healing, be able to walk again. So with his situation, it's only his leg that has a splint.
Is he on wheelchair?
Mhlambe singathi uhamba ngo-wheelchair?
Cha, akanikwanga i-wheelchair, akanikwanga futhi izinduku, ngoba kwathiwa anganyakazi, ngoba umenyakaza umenikwa izinduku ngokuchaza kwakhe, uma enikwa izinduku attempta ukuhamba kanti akufanele. Kanjalo futhi ne-wheelchair uzofuna ukuhamba kanti akakafanele.
No, he was not given a wheelchair or crutches, because according to his explanation, he was told that if they ever give him one of those things, he would attempt to walk where he is not supposed to try and walk.
Now that you've spoken to Mr. Makubunga, did you have an opportunity to speak to Mr. Logish?
Yebo, uLogishi angeke ngisakhumbula.
Chairperson, Logish means township.
Noma ngingeke ngisaba precisely ngosuku engamkhuluma ngalo nolokishi. Kodwa ulokishi wabuya ke yena esibhedlele eEdington. Ebuya enezitishi emzimbeni nasekhanda futhi efakile ukhonkolo engalweni.
Well, I can't recall precisely on which date I spoke to Logishi, but he was discharged from hospital. He came back with stitches on his body and on his head, and he had a plaster of Paris on his arm.
Just to clarify, according to Makubunga, who was driving the car?
Umakhubu.
Makubong was driving.
Okay. Yes, and let's go back to Logishi.
Ilapho engahlangana naye khona naye wangixoxela istory sokuthi ke bathe mabeshawa wakwazi ukubaleka washeshe wangena ehlathini amandiya awamlandelanga.
When I spoke to Makubong and he told me his story,
Not Makubunga,
sorry.
Logishi.
Logish. When I spoke to Logish and he told me his story, he said that as they were assaulting them, he did get a chance to escape and he ran into the bushes. And he further states that Indians did not go after him.
Please proceed.
Wa krola ke ngokuchaza kwakhe waba kwiposition eqhelile na lamandiya lapho aqhamuka khona ngoba ebona iveni yamaphoyisa enethemba lokuthi mayeyimisa uzolithola usizo.
He crawled away to get far from the Indians, and he only came out when he spotted a police vehicle because he had a hope that he would get help when they see him.
Wathi mayemisa leyo veni yamaphoyisa ngokusho kwakhe uthi amchapha ngenhlamba.
He says when he stopped when he flagged down the police vehicle, they insulted him.
How many police persons were in that police vehicle that he allegedly saw?
Uthi ayemabili.
He says there were two.
Okay. What kind of insult did they hurl at him?
Bathi fuck off from here, go die in hospital.
They said, fuck off from here, go and die in hospital.
What was the identity of those police persons?
KwaMandiya.
It was Indians.
This is according to Logish.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, proceed.
Washo ukuthi ke wazama ukuya kasi lapho atholakala khona abanye abasebezwile ukuthi unyamalele wangalithola usizo kwaze kuba nelunga lomndeni wakhe liyeza ukuthi ungakuphi lasephuthuma ngemoto bamthatha ke bamuse eEdington.
He says he then went to C,
Yes,
section.
C clinic.
He went to the C clinic where he did not get help, but there were people that already knew that he had been missing. So when he could not get help, one of his family members received information about his whereabouts, and that's when he or she came and took him to Eddington.
When last did you see Logisha?
Namhlanje.
Today.
When?
Manje nje khona.
He is present.
Is Lokishi present in the hearing?
Yeah.
Yes, he's present in the hearing.
Okay. Please, yes, and what else did Lokishi tell you?
Naye ke ube sengichazela istory sokuthi nje bathe behla ngomgwaqo wasePhoenix bavinjwa.
No, you've already said that. Is
Yes.
there anything that he relayed to you, that he told you?
Hayi akukho okuningi okuhlukile kunalokho bese ngichazile kulokisha angichazela khona. Kwaba ukuthi nje yena ubeseya eEdington bafike bamfaka ukhonkolo ke base bemnikeza idate yokuthi abuye azocheck.
Now, let's go back to your incident then. Did you report what happened to you to the police?
Galela la ngareporta ngayireporta indaba yami emaphoyiseni ngelinye ilanga kodwa ngenxa yokuthi ngazi thola ukuthi hayi akukho physically la engithinteke khona futhi nemoto ayilimele kakhulu angilivulanga icala.
Well, I did report my incident on another date. However, I did not open a case because I had no physical, I was not physically harmed and the vehicle was not much damaged.
How has that experience that you encountered, how has it affected you?
Lesi sigameko wahlangana naso. Sakuphatha kanjani?
Sangeza ngaqala ngawazonda nje amandiya. Ngaba nenzondo esizweni samandiya. Ngaba nama nightmares nasebusuku.
Well, it made me develop a hate feeling towards Indian community and I started getting nightmares at night.
Have you seen any, have you sought any professional help?
Yebo hayi ngaxoxa nama social worker. Kukhona i-program eyayisemawodi ehholo la ayekhona ama social worker ngakhuluma nalo.
I did speak with social workers. There is a program that took place at Amawoti Community Hall. I was seen by social workers.
Now, you said your area is separated by a road from Phoenix.
Yeah.
Now,
Yes.
are there any social cohesion programs that you know of between your area, Bambai, and Phoenix?
Mangingathi Bambai ne Phoenix ngingathi nje cho awekho.
Well, if I were to speak about Bambai and Phoenix, I'd say no, there aren't any.
What kind of a relationship exists between those two communities?
Yimbi
It's very bad.
Since when?
sukela ngalela langa label.
Since that day of the unrest.
Prior to the date of unrest, what kind of a relationship existed between those two communities?
Ngingathi ibingeyimbi.
I'd say it wasn't bad.
Noma kunezitori nje ebesihlala emphakathini sizizwa ezingemnandi ezenziwa amandiya kubantu abamnyama kodwa bezingasiphusheli olakeni lokuzonda umphakathi wamandiya.
Although there were stories that we would hear from now and again in the community, stories of stories of bad things that would be done by Indians to black people. However, those incidents or those stories would not push us to such hate that we have now towards Indians.
What kind of incidents are you referring to?
Since sikwi task team le ama victims ebeza
No, let's talk about prior, because
Prior.
remember now, we're talking about prior the incident.
Yep.
Yes,
yep.
what kind of incidents are you talking about?
Ebese sikuthola after lolu dlame ama victims ezakithi bese sithola nezitori
No.
ebezenzeka prior ezithi
Yes, please proceed.
kukhona India elake laphakela umsebenzi wasendlini ngesitsha senja.
Well, some of the stories that we received after the unrest, which had taken place prior to the unrest, included a story of a certain Indian person who served his or her domestic worker. He served food in a dog dish.
Esinye isigameko ilapho amandiya athatha abantu abamnyama ababeyofesa afike abasebenzisa athe maseqedile ukubasebenzisa ababuyisela la abathatha khona afika ngabakhokhela.
Another incident we heard about was about Indians that took black people who were looking for jobs. They took them and gave them labor. After they finished the job, they took them back where they had picked them up and never paid them.
So ezinye ngingazikhohlwa ke kodwa khona kuningi esingakuveza.
I might be forgetting some of the stories, but there's many of them that we could reveal.
Chair, I'm going to hand over to my colleagues for any further questions.
Any further questions from anyone else from the evidence leading team? Mr. Jones?
Chairperson, there's no further questions from the evidence team. Just to indicate a logistical issue, lunch has to be at 1:45 sharp. So just to take that into account, if there's any further questions from the panel as well. Thanks.
Okay, now I think we would be able to finish before then. Maybe I will just want to ask a few questions just to clear up some details. First of all, there is let's call it the incident that happened with you. That was now on the 12th of July. You testified about 1920 to 1930. You said you were on your way from the clinic. I came across a group of Indian people. Now, where was that? Can you mention the exact street where you came across this group of Indian people?
Igama lomgwaqo is Stoneham.
Stoneham.
Yes, Stoneham.
Stoneham
Road.
Street.
Yeah,
Stoneham
Street.
Road.
Yeah, Stoneham Road.
And then you mentioned that there were 2 cars on that road. I understand that to be the same road. The Stoneham Road or not the same road?
Not the same road, Chair.
No, it was not on the same road.
So did the incident where the Indian people attacked you happened in the road where the 2 cars were, or in this Stoneham Street?
Imoto eziwu-2 zazishiya Phoenix Highway.
The 2 cars that were burnt were on Phoenix Highway.
Okay, and you first reached the 2 cars that were burning on Phoenix, and then when you got to Stoneham, that is where you were approached and attacked by the Indian people.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Then I would then you also testified that there was one of these people from this group of Indian people. How large was this group?
Maybe a capacity of 30 people.
About 30 people. And the way I understood you is that one of these people, one of these group of more or less 30 people, after you've already been attacked, said that he knows you. It was a group of only men, I suppose.
Yes, only Indian men.
Yeah. So one of these people said that he knows you and they should let you go. That is what you testified. Did you know this particular person or anyone else in the group?
No.
I see. So then you testified about the images. I understood that to be video images or photo, whatever the case may be, that you received pertaining to the blue Peugeot that were found, and you could see it is burnt out, but there was a part still from which you could identify the blue, the fact that it is blue from. Could you from that image identify where this car was actually standing at that point in time?
Yes, the car was also burned in Phoenix Highway, opposite the Shell garage.
And you, you do that identification of where the car was on the basis of the fact that you were seeing on that same image the Shell garage.
Yes.
And there's only one Shell garage in that area? Or?
Phoenix Highway, there are a couple of Shell garage, but through the confirmation by my neighbor, that incident happened in the very same place where I saw and assume it's his car.
I see. And that was, that confirmation that you're talking about was in the telephone communication you had with the neighbor. Okay. And can you, yeah. Okay. Right. So pertaining to, am I pronouncing it correct? Is it Lugishi? Luki. Oh, Lokash.
Lokash.
Okay, Lokash. Oh, I see. Lokash. So pertaining to Lokash has been discharged from hospital, correct?
Yeah, Bob.
And he is here today. And when was he discharged?
I don't really remember, Chairperson, the day when he was discharged, but it didn't take him long in the hospital. And I met him recently after he was discharged, Chairperson.
Okay. And you, the first communication that you had with him pertaining to what happened to him and his injuries and so on, was that after he was discharged?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And when was that, more or less?
Second.
When was that?
Chair, you mean you asking time or the date?
No, just the date, more or less.
It was during the day when I see him.
Okay. And what, so you also mentioned to us that he indicated to you then what happened to him. You indicated that in quite some detail, but you also, if I recall well, mentioned the injuries that you saw that he had when that meeting took place. Can you just, I think you were interrupted a bit there. What were those injuries that you actually
He had head injuries
saw there?
with stitches. I think he had facial abrasions. He had head lacerations. He had body lacerations. He was swollen in his face. He had a hard plaster in his arm. Yes, he had multiple injuries in his body.
Okay, my last question is, we also know that during this time there was looting that was taking place. Do you have any knowledge about the looting that took place that you want to bring to our attention? In the sense of, did you witness anything in that regard? Did you know about people who were involved? Did you know about any possible organization of this looting, anything in that regard?
In Phoenix, I only heard about the Indians who went for looting. And in other areas, I saw in TV white people looting. I saw Indian people looting, colored people looting, black people looting.
Yeah, but I'm not really talking about the TV or things like that. Anything you have personal knowledge about of someone who was involved in the looting, of any organization in that regard, or anything like that?
No, I know no one.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all from me. Anything from you?
Babu Ubiela,
Yebo,
woba nobiyelo ntshangase,
yebo omenziwa.
ndaba ezitha,
Yeah.
ndaba ezitha. Siyabonga baba ukuthi uthathe isikhathi uze kule hearing. Babu Biyela, ngicela nje usiklarifyele. Uke mayekubuza owokuqala okubeke imibuzo. Ukubuze ukuthi usebenzaphi, wacela ukuthi ungakuvezi. Ungakhululeka ukusitshela ukuthi ke umsebenzi owenzayo uthini noma nakho ufisa ukukuvimba? Kahle kahle la engiya khona ngingathanda ukwazi ukuthi sikhona yini isikhundla onaso emphakathini.
Cha, emphakathini anginaso isikhundla ngaphandle kwalokhu nje ngithunyiwe iwona umphakathi after isehlakalo lesi sehlile. Ngale kwalokho anginaso isikhundla emphakathini, anginaso isikhundla kwezepolitiki, anginaso isikhundla kwezenkolo. Ngimina.
I have no position in the community and I don't have any position in religions or political parties. The only position that I obtained was after the unrest when the team was formed.
May I just ask that when the question is asked that you translate that first before we get to the answer? Thanks.
Thanks, Chairperson. Ndaba ezitha asibuyele futhi owokuqala umbuzo uthena ungakhululeka usichazela noma kungachaza ukuthi usebenza kuphi ukuthi umsebenzi owenzayo yini.
Initially, Mr. Biela, when the questions were posed to you, there was a question about where you are working. Would you like to disclose?
Hayi ukuthi usebenza kuphi ukuthi umsebenzi owenzayo yini.
The type of job you are doing, would you like to disclose it? Not to mention where you are employed, but just your job that you are doing.
Mange ngasho ukuthi ngenza hlobo luni lomsebenzi, then uzobusuwazi ukuthi ngisebenzaphi.
If I were to tell you the type of job I'm doing, then you would know where I'm employed.
Ayike Njangase asidlule.
Well,
Eh,
we'll pass that.
Uke wachaza ukuthi uma uqala ukubona isehlakalo ubone izimoto ezimbili zisha wase uyabona ukuthi ziyini. Ngicela ke uchazele ikomishini ukuthi njengoba kwako 7:30 kwase kuhwalele angithi ngoba kwase sekuyisebusika. Umbuzo ke uthi ukuze ubone izimoto ukuthi inhloboni wazibona ngaleso sikhathi noma wazibona emva kwesehlakalo.
When you spoke about the first incident that you witnessed, you spoke about the two cars that you spotted, and you even could tell the make of those cars. Since you had mentioned it was around 7 to 7:30, and it was in winter, would you say you were able to identify the make of the cars at that time or later on?
Ngale langa ugesi wawuthenge ba. So njengomuntu omshayeli nozazi imoto ngabona nje ukuthi awu imoto ukuthi leya imoto ukuthi and naba abantu ayiwothi ngiba avoid isheshe ngijike ngakafiki kubona.
On the day in question, the lights were on. So, as a person who's a driver, I could tell the make and that those are cars and the makes of the cars, and I could identify or spot people and decided to avoid them and take a turn.
Njangase uke wachaza ke ukuthi bathe sebekubambile kwase kuba nomlisa thizeni othena hayi le ndoda ngiyayazi. Ngicela usichazele ukuthi ngaphambi kwaloko bakushayile yini noma bakuhlukumezile ngaphambi kokuthi le ndoda ikubone uma kunjalo bakuhlukumeze noma bakushaye kangakanani.
You had mentioned that they apprehended you, these people. So, after having apprehended you, did they assault you? And you mentioned that there's a man that indicated that he knows this gentleman and they should let him go. So had they already harmed or attacked you at that time? And if so, how?
Hayi bangidabula ngempama nje. Ezingeqile 3. Base bangibamba bangixaza la ngejacket ngangigqokile. Bangikhipha ngaphandle emotweni.
Well, they gave me a few slaps, 3 slaps on the face, and they grabbed me by my jacket that I was wearing, and they pulled me out of the vehicle.
So ngazama ukuxolisa ngingazi ukuthi ngoneni ngicela ukuthi bengangibulali.
So I tried to apologize, though I did not know what I had done, and I pleaded with them not to kill me.
Okugcina ke Njangase uke wathi kunomlisa othena ngesikhathi uhlukunyezwa lento lena abantu benu abayenza ngo1949 sesiyayibuyisela wasuthi ubungazi ukuthi kwakwenziweni. Ngicela ukubuza ukuthi emva kwalolu daba wahamba yini wazikhathaza ngokuthi ubuze ukuthi kwenzakalani ngo1949 uma kunjalo watholani?
Imagine, Dolly. You also mentioned that amongst this group of people, there's a man that said, this thing that happened in 1949, we are now bringing it back. And you also mentioned that you went away, or you had no idea what that person was talking about. So my question is, did you go and make your own research in trying to find what this person was talking about?
Yebo, ngayenza njalo ngahamba ngenza ucwaningo ngabuza abantu in general ukuthi hayibo yini ezeka ngo1949 basho I also ngaya ku-Google ngayobheka nakhona ukuthi luthini udaba lango-1949.
Yes, I did my research. Firstly, I approached people and asked them about this thing that happened in 1949. They informed me. I also went on to search on Google, and I also found some information there.
Utholeni?
What did you find?
Oh, ngithola ukuthi kwaba nempi phakathi kwamaNdiya nabantu abamnyama. Kunama figures engeke ngisawakhumbula abantu abafayo. Uma ngikhumbula kodwa kancane, I think bathi 148 wabantu abafayo. Kulo 148 kunenamba yamandiya afayo, kune umlungu uyedwa, bese kuba abantu abamnyama engasazi kahle hle ukuthi inamba zakhona zimi kanjani.
Well, I found out that there is a war that took place in that year, which was again between Indians and black people. I'm not sure of the figures, however, if I remember correctly, they mentioned 148 people died, that 148 people died, and that in that number, only one white person died. There is a number of Indians that also died, and the rest is black people.
Mawuthola lolu lwazi, wazizwa kanjani?
When you found this information, how did you feel?
Ilapho ngaqala khona understand ukuthi lesi senzo samandiya sokubulala abantu abamnyama sinayo inhlese yeqhubu lento eyenzeka, futhi kwangicacela ngokusobala ukuthi amandiya angama racist kubantu abamnyama.
Then that's when I started realizing that this incident that was taking place of Indians killing black people had some sort of an impact of this grudge that they were holding. And I also realized that actually Indians are racist.
Ndabezitha, ngiyabonga kakhulu ukuvala nje. Ngicela ukuniduduza niwumphakathi waseBhambayi nomphakathi waseMawoti kuzo zonke inhlungu enazizwa. Ngicela futhi ukugcizelela nje Ndabezitha yize kunzima ukuzwa ukuthi akubona bonke abantu baseNdiya aba nalesi sihluku esenzeka ngalesa sikhathi, futhi akuchazi ukuthi bonke banobandlululo. Yize kunzima ukuthi lamazwi engiwashoyo agwinyeke, ngiyathemba ukuthi uyohamba ulale phezu kwawo mhlawumbe ngelinye ilanga uwacwaninge. Ndabezitha.
Ngiyabonga Malindi.
Well, Ndabezitha, I would like to extend greatest sympathy to you, the community of Bhambayi and Amawoti. And I'd like to also mention that not all Indians are racist, and not all Indians were involved in these incidents that took place. I know it may be hard to accept these words, however, I'd like you, when you get home, to sleep on them and think about it. Thank you.
Ngiyabonga, ngiyaqonda lokho futhi.
Thank you, I understand it.
Thank you very much. Just in conclusion, and to add on to that, are you willing to accept that even though, incidents take place where members of a particular race, in this case of Indian origin are involved in acts of violence against people from another race, that one should not reach the conclusion that all Indians or all whoever the ones are that have been involved in acts of violence against another racial group, that we should never come to the point where you come to the conclusion that all people of that particular race group are indeed racist. Are you willing to accept that, or at least sleep over that idea, as has been pointed out?
Cha, Chairperson, ngiyaqonda lokho ukuthi akusiwo wonke amandiya angama-racist, kodwa engingakwazisa khona ukuthi iningi lawo angama-racist, bese kuthi ebabancane lawa owakhulumelayo ukuthi awasiwona ama-racist.
Well, I do understand that not all Indians are racists. However, I still feel that many of them are racists. It's just a few that are not racist, the few that you are talking on behalf of.
No, I'm not talking on behalf of anyone. I'm just pointing out that to generalize is problematic, and that is what we want to say. But thank you very much, Commissioner Nissen.
Just briefly.
Just briefly.
Thank you, Chairperson. I really appreciate what Commissioner Tulin said. And also by Mr. Mbiela's own admission, he says prior to the unrest, there was many stories, but not so many, but there were some coexistence. But on the question of social cohesion, I'd like to ask Mr. Bayero a question. But before I get to that, I also want to say that not all black people are looters, and that there are criminals and others that were there, and not only were poor, but there were also opportunists that went in there, and the perception that all black people are looters must also be erased. And so we must understand that in every community you will find people who are opportunists and criminals and like to take opportunities. And once one does it, everybody else gets the same name. So we must stop brushing communities just because one people in that community does that. But the issue about social cohesion, Mr. Bayela, I think what we need is an aggressive social cohesion program that's sustainable, that bring, particularly in those two communities that we talked about, so that we do not have and do not see an eruption. So anyone who is engaged in those activities will actually have to be dealt with. But do you believe that if we get a social cohesion program going into that area, in your area, that we can minimize whatever perception, whether it's race or any others in that area over a period of time? Because I don't think we can find immediate solutions, because there's a history in this country and we need to deal with it. Thank you, Jefferson.
Chairperson, ngiyakholelwa ekuthenini ongiqalela ngithi ngiyabonga Commissioner Nissen ngecomment yakho ecacisa ngokusobala ukuthi not only the black people are lootist, as it has been lamented all over. Equally so, not all Indians are racist. These are practical facts. With what you are saying, of course, I believe if those programs can be initiated and implemented, hence we're still grieving and we're still feeling the pain of what we went through. Hence, the community of Phoenix has never yet showed the remorse of what they have done, slaughtering black people. But what we see is this very same arrogance where they make themselves proud and spit in the face of the bereaved families and spit in the face of our human rights as a black people, where they call themselves, they are heroes by slaughtering black people. So for social cohesion to be accepted and to be effective, we need to start with the realistic issues, make the communities understand where they did wrong, and let them accept that they did wrong, and allow them to come up with programs that are advocating the wrong that they have done. Then after that, we'll realize that now the community who has done wrong to black people is willing to work together again with black people. But rushing to address the social cohesion, hence, as soon as you finish that program, you will see messages by the very same Indian communities saying, free Phoenix heroes. It won't make sense, Commissioner. So the problem is still deep, and all the stakeholders, they just recapping and expecting everything will be just fine, but of which it won't. It is not. Until Commissioner Nissin, the stakeholders confront directly the racism of Indians against black people, that few, not all. Unless it's being confronted and rooted out, then those programs will be effective, I submit.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we have to leave your evidence at that point. Thank you very much for participating. We really appreciate. You are excused, and we are now going to to rise for lunch. But unfortunately, we have to cut the lunch short again, 2:45. We'll have to be back here, and then Lloyd, you will have to come up with Advocate Lodge, you will have to come up with a plan pertaining to the rest of the program, given that you indicated there are 6 witnesses in total. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, there was 4 more, so I think we're going to have to deliberate with the team, and then we'll present a solution to you in that regard. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. We adjourned. 2:45, we will back, please. Is of the evidence team going to join us still, or are you the only three for now?
Just a, oh,
We're the only three.
Okay, fantastic. Any housekeeping matters from your side, evidence leaders?
yes, a quick one, Chairperson. Chairperson, just to confirm that given the deliberations, or rather given the testimony that came through during the course of the morning, which led us up to lunchtime, and of course the concerns raised about time, we have established as the evidence team during lunch that instead of the 4 witnesses that were scheduled to testify this afternoon, only 2 will testify. So I can confirm that, and we are ready to proceed with the 2 witnesses. Chairperson?
Thank you very much. You can call the next witness, your next witness.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The next witness, excuse me, that we'd like to call is Mr. Thulani Mseleku, M-S-E-L-E-K-U. Thank you. I'll hand over to my learned colleague.
Thank you very much. Let me just do the swearing in. Can we make sure that all the phones are muted? Thank you very much. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome here. Are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
Sorry. Noma uzothembisa ukuthi uzokhuluma iqiniso. Yoma.
Uzothatha isifungo ngiyathembisa ukuthi ngizokhuluma iqiniso.
Uzothatha isifungo. I'd like to take the oath.
Thank you. Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Uyafunga ukuthi isifungo uyavuma ukuthi isifungo ozosithatha sizobophezela inembe zakho ukuthi ukhuluma iqiniso.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Uyafunga ukuthi ubufakazi bakho buzobe iqiniso lodwa, iqiniso kuphela, akukho okunye ngaphandle kweqiniso.
Yeah.
Yes.
Please lift your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Cela uphakamise isandla sakho sokudla uthi inkosi ngisize.
Inkosi ngisize.
So help me God.
Thank you very much, Advocate Lodge. Over to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Mseleku, where do you stay?
Uhlala kuphi mnumzane Msele?
Ngihlala Brooks Farm, iparty Phoenix.
I reside in Brooks Farm, which is part of Phoenix.
How long have you been staying there?
Usuhlala isikhathi esingakanani lapha?
Ngango 22 years.
For about 22 years.
With whom do you stay?
Uhlala nobani?
Nomndeni wami.
With my family.
Are you employed?
Uyasebenza?
Yep.
Yes.
Where about are you employed?
Usebenza kuphi?
eThekwini municipality.
I work for eThekwini municipality.
And employed as what?
Driver operator.
I'm a driver operator.
Okay, Mr. Mseleku, you are here to give testimony in relation to the unrest that happened in Phoenix on the 12th of July. Will you kindly give us your account of what happened on the day in question?
Njengoba lapha ke uzolandisa commission mayelana nezibhelu ezenzeka ngomhla ka-12 kuJuly.
Ngomhla ka-12 July ngihamba ngase Gandhi Park ngigudla eGandhi Park ngoba ngangizothatha uPhoenix Highway. Ngisahamba lapho ngigudla uline. Okay.
On the day in question, I was traveling on Gandhi Park, around Gandhi Park, and I was approaching Phoenix Highway.
What time was it?
Oh, ikhathizini.
Ngabo 3 ntambama.
Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Ngithe ngisahamba nje ngihamba ngedwa ngahlangana nevan yamaphoyisa nekhumbi igcwele amaphoyisa amandiya.
I was traveling alone, and on my way, I came across a police van and a taxi, which was occupied by many Indian police officials.
Hayi
You say you were traveling. How were you traveling? Were you walking or
I
in
was
a
driving.
car or what?
Imoto yami ngangihamba
Motor
ngemoto
vehicle.
yami. iPolo.
I was traveling in my vehicle, a Polo.
And then you said you came across a police van, and then you mentioned a taxi as well. Were these a police van and a taxi, or a police van? Can you just clarify that, please?
Okucacisela ukuthi wahlangana nevan ne-taxi, amaphoyisa wonke lawo.
I-double cab yamaphoyisa ne-NH1 angithi hamba ngama-NH1 amaphoyisa. I-Hyundai.
It was a double cab, which is a police vehicle, and a NH1, which is a Hyundai vehicle,
Yeah, amaphoyisa.
and it's a police vehicle.
Continue.
Ngiqhubeke adlule nje nawo kahle. Ngiya ngala iqhamuka ngakhona ku-Phoenix Highway. Uma ngizoqhamukela nje ngithi ngiqhamuka nje ngibone ngegroup yamandiya.
We were traveling in opposite direction with the mentioned vehicles. So when I drove further, I then spotted a group of Indian people.
Before you continue, let me just find out, were you driving alone in the car?
Wawuwedwa kule moto ohamba ngayo?
Ngedwa nje emotweni.
I was alone in the car.
So when you say we were traveling in the opposite direction, you mean yourself in the other vehicle?
Yes, police, imoto yamaphoyisa.
Yes,
So-
myself and the police vehicles were traveling in opposite directions.
Sorry, you also might mention of a taxi. Was there a taxi as well,
Not a
or
taxi.
or
Imoto
was that
zamaphoyisa zombili.
not correct?
It was not actually a taxi, but both these vehicles I'm talking about were police vehicles.
Okay, and where did you come across these police vehicles? Was that in Phoenix Highway or another street?
Lezi moto zamaphoyisa uhlangana nazo ku-Phoenix Highway noma komunye umgaqo?
No. Zona ziphuma ngaku-Phoenix Highway. Ziya ngaseMagandhi Park. Mina ngisuka ngaseMagandhi Park ngiphambana nazo siyaphambana.
No, they were traveling from Phoenix Highway towards Mahatma Gandhi Park, and I was driving from Mahatma Gandhi Park towards Phoenix Highway.
So uma ngiqhamukela ku-Phoenix Highway ngibone nje ifu lamandiya kusho ukuthi enze i-roadblock.
So as I was approaching Phoenix Highway, that's when I spotted a large group of Indians that had formed a roadblock.
Uma ngifika lapho angimisa ngoba kwase ngingasekho ukubuyela emuva.
When I reached them, they flagged me down because there was no turning back.
Angibuze uqhamukaphi ngithi ngiqhamuka emsebenzini.
They asked me where I was coming from, and I informed them that I was coming from work.
So can I just clarify something? So these police vehicles were coming from the direction of where this group was.
Yes.
All right.
What street was that? Because you said it was as you were approaching Phoenix Highway, you actually saw this group. So in which street or road was this group?
Uthe ngithe uyoqhamukela ku Phoenix Highway wasubona iqulu lamandi. Likuphi leli qulu lamandi? Likomuphi umgaqo?
Ku Phoenix Highway. Mina ngizojoyina u Phoenix Highway. Ukuthi angikwazi lo mgwaqo ogudla uline westimela uyoqhamukela ku Phoenix Highway uyojoyina u Phoenix Highway. Wona ami ku Phoenix Highway.
The group of Indians was standing on Phoenix Highway. I was still approaching Phoenix Highway. I don't know the name of the road that I was traveling in, but it's along the railway line. And I was about to join Phoenix Highway.
Angibuza ukuthi ngiqhamuka ngaphi ngiwatshela ukuthi ngiphuma emsebenzini ngize kunesithombe sasemsebenzini. Yabo lezi thombe ezinkulu ngabe abantu kunamabhola yabona ezebangaka zasemsebenzini zaka masipala ngize ngiphendule sona ngoba silenga la isibukweni ngiphendule sona ngibakhombise hayi bathi hayi dlula.
I told them I was coming from work, and I even showed them a certain photo that is in my car, which shows that it belongs to the municipality, and it's sometimes used when there's sports or soccer. So I showed them that photo, and they allowed me to pass.
Uma ngidlula kulo group ku stand more nansi enye group again yesibili manje nayo engimise engibuza same.
After passing that first group, I drove further, and on Stanmore Road, I saw another group which stopped me and asked me the very same questions I was asked earlier on.
Bese bethi nabo futhi dlula.
And when I explained to them, they allowed me to pass.
Ngifike kwesithathu ukuthi angikwazi lo mgwaqo kodwa iqondene nerobot. Nansi enye futhi igroup yesithathu engimise nayo futhi ibuze futhi umbuzo ofanayo. Ngibachazela futhi ukuthi ngiphuma emsebenzini baphinde nabo futhi bathi dlula.
Was it still in Stanmore Road when you met
Phoenix
this
Highway
third?
now. I'm in Phoenix Highway now.
When I was on Phoenix Highway, as I drove further, I met another group, which was a third group. They asked me the very same questions. I responded, and they allowed me to pass.
Uma ngiqhubeka ngifike kwi-group futhi yesine manje. Nayo futhi ngimise. Ila waqala khona inkathazo ke ngoba ngithe ngisama angifake izibuko zegolide ivisakh zo 3.7 lozo buko bayithathe ithi sathathiwe.
Okay. I drove further.
Phoenix Highway.
Still on Phoenix Highway, I drove further and I met a fourth group. Now that's where the problem started. I was wearing my Versace shades, which cost me 3,700 rands. They snatched them and took them.
Omunye adonsa ukhiye wemoto kuno 200 rand la ngaphansi kwesteering angene ku 200 rand athatha cellphone la phansi.
Another one pulled and snatched the car keys. There was 200 rands note. He took that. There was also a cell phone somewhere inside the vehicle. He also took that.
Okay, Ntate Mseleko. So all of this was happening whilst you were still seated in the car.
Yes.
Yonke lento yenzeka usahleli emotweni.
Usahleli emotweni.
Yes, I'm still seated in the car.
So what do you mean that they snatched your Versace shirt?
Wayevele ngewindow.
Shades. Oh, okay.
Uthi bahlithi ibuko zakho
Sunglasses.
Sunglasses,
Yes.
yes.
All right.
So bathathe ama-glasses, bathathe yonke lento abayithatha badonsa ukhiye. Then bese ngiyehle emotweni.
They took the sunglasses, took the money and the phone and the keys. That's when I then alighted from the vehicle.
Sengibuza ukuthi manje uthathwelani ukhiye wami.
I asked them, why are my keys being taken?
Ube khona uthi mbuyisele awulahle phansi.
One of them said, gave it back to him, and then he threw it on the ground.
Ngasikhathi ngisaqosha lokhiye ngizokhala i-windscreen ngemuva.
As I was picking up the keys, I overheard the shattering of the windscreen, the back windscreen.
Ngithi ngiqalaze emuva ngihlala emotweni ngibuka emuva khona oshango bathi uyini unkontyola shaya i-windscreen le yangaphambili.
Yini ukontsholo baba?
Ubhusho ogobile othe.
As I was seated now and checking what was happening, I was sitting in the vehicle checking what was happening behind. One then smashed the vehicle with a bush knife.
Okay, before you continue, can I just find out what type of a car were you driving?
Tell motor no driver.
It's Polo Vivo,
It's a Polo Vivo.
2017 model.
All right, so because you met the first group of people around 3 o'clock or past 3, they stopped you, they asked you questions, and then they let you pass. You met the second group, you met the third group. Around what time was it now when you experienced this with the fourth group?
Igroup yokuqala uthe wahlangana nayo ngabo 3 kuya past 3. Ehlangana igroup yesibili neyesithathu kuya le. Le yesine igroup ungathi wahlangana nayo ngasikhathi sini.
Ngoba kwakune traffic, so nje sihamba kancane ngoba phela iy'nkunzi lezi zenza ama-roadblock amaphoyisa. So awukwazi ukugijima nje, so siyasheshela kancane. Kumiswa nje imoto zabantu abamnyama ngoba khona enye iphole emhlophe eyayingilandela nayo kodwa amandiya ayadluliswa.
Well, since there was a traffic jam or traffic congestion, because they were stopping black people's cars. So we were traveling in a very low speed. But they were allowing Indians to pass. Black people's cars were being stopped because there was another Polo that was driving behind me. It was also stopped.
Yes, around what time was it when this...
Kwakusikhatsini ke mhlawumbe
Ngisasazi-ke isikhathi umsindo wawenzeka yonke into ngeke ngikwazi ukuconcentrate ukuthi manje kwasi kodwa isikhathi nje sona sasihambe impela ngoba kwase kuya mhlambe kuya kubo 4 mhlambe yabo kwabo quarter-past 4 just because I'm not too sure ngoba isikhathi nje sona sesihambe kakhulu yabo.
Well, I can't tell exactly what time it was due to the commotion and all the noise that was happening,
Siyathukwa
and we were
nje.
being delayed and we were being insulted. So I think maybe it was around 4.
Okay, and then they smashed the windscreen in the front?
Base beshaya le windscreen engaphambili.
Shanga le windscreen engaphambili wathi ayihamba ukhefa what angibiza ngayo yonke inhlobo yenhlamba.
They smashed the front windscreen and then they said, move, go away, you kefa, and they mentioned all the insults.
Indawo yethu le nifunani la ePhoenix.
This is our area, what are you doing here in Phoenix?
Ngathatha inqumo ke lesikhathi ngisuka ke lapho ke manje ukuthi ke Ngoba kusene group yes5 engiyibonayo ngiya kuyona manje ngathi yabona ke angisami ke manje la. Ngoba imoto isilimele kusho ukuthi okuzolandela manje ngizothi ngiyama ngikhishwe emotweni ngishawe ngibulawe. So manje sengibalekela ukuthi ngiye police station manje.
I then took a decision as I drove away from the 4th group because I could already spot the 5th group that was ahead. I decided that since the vehicle is already damaged, the next thing that would happen now, maybe they would remove me from the vehicle and assault me badly. So I decided that I'm no longer stopping. I would drive straight to the police station.
But Mr. Mseleku, the last time I understood that you alighted from the car, right? They smashed the back windscreen and then they smashed the front windscreen. Yes. Sequence of events. When did you now get inside the car and decide to drive away?
Ngigcine usho ukuthi kwashawa windscreen yangemuva, uphumile emotweni, kwashawa ne-windscreen yangaphambili. Uma ngabe indaba sixoxa ngokulandelana kwendlela izinto ezenzeka ngayo, sithi ubuyele nini emotweni?
Angithi ngicosha ukhiye phambi. Lesikhathi ngicosha ukhiye ngabuyela emotweni. Lesikhathi ngisaqalaza ukuthi njoba kushawa imoto ngemuva. Kwaze kushawa ilento ngaphambili, i-windscreen. Already sishayiwe le.
First, I picked up the car keys. After having alighted from the vehicle, picked up the car keys, jumped back into the vehicle. The back windscreen was smashed. As I was checking that, the front windscreen was also smashed.
Okay. Now let me try and understand. So all that happened up until you went back into the car
No.
was
Imoto le i-windscreen le yangemuva ishawe lesikhathi ngibuza indaba kakhiya ukuthi uthathwelani ukhiya. Yabona?
The back windscreen was smashed at the time when I was still asking why are they taking the car keys.
yes, but I'm trying to figure out what happened to you. Your car was damaged, maliciously damaged. They had taken your sunglasses. They had insulted you, saying that you're a kafir, what are you doing here? In other words, you were not assaulted, physically assaulted.
No. At that time abazange nje bangithinte. Ukungishaya nje bazange bangishaya. Kuphela nje ngathatha ukhiye wami kodwa ngabuyela emotweni. Ngithe ngisikhathi ngifaka ukhiye kuthusa ukuthi ahamba yashawa i-windscreen le yangaphambili. Then ngashawa ukhiye ngasuka.
No, they did not harm me physically. They did not touch me. They did not assault me. I just took the key and then they smashed the back and the front windscreen. I then started the engine of the vehicle then drove off as they were insulting me.
Ila ngathatha khona isinqumo sokuthi ke ngoba ngibona kune group yes5 engiya kuyona ukuthi ke angisezukuma ke kule group.
That's
Ngoba
when-
manje vele sengehlela i-police station sengiyayibona.
That's when I decided that I won't be stopping at the 5th group that I had already spotted ahead of me. Because the police station was also at the vicinity. I could see it from where I was.
All right, so where did you drive to?
What driver waya kuphiki musuka lapha?
Ngaqonda kule group le yes5.
I drove straight to the 5th group.
Adlula kuyona.
I passed it,
Nansi yes6 is next to the police station.
and there was a 6th group that was next to the police station.
Ngeza kuyona futhi.
I drove straight
Ngithe
to that
mangifika
group.
kuyona, that's where okwaqhuma ibhamu kwadutshulwa imoto. Njoba nginje kwangena isitini esangishala. Imoto yawabula luckily.
Imake baba. Ngifuna inkulumo yakhe ilahleke. I drove straight to the 6th group. That's when the firing of shots took place. They fired shots, directed them to the vehicle. And as you can see how I am, the witness did point at his face. A brick was thrown towards the vehicle and it hit me on my face. And the vehicle started wobbling.
Isitini sangena ngale mbobo le ebivulekile ku windscreen. Kusho ukuthi ugijima kwemoto nesitini, that's where kwashalana. Luckily angizange ngiquleke kodwa ngabona kancane kodwa yawabula imoto then ngajika ngangena epolice station.
The brick that was thrown came through in the car through the hole that occurred when, or that occurred when they had shattered the windscreen. The vehicle lost balance. However, I was lucky because it did not capsize. I drove straight to the police station.
So imoto yafika yacisha nje esangweni ngoba yayisishaya uradiator isivuze wonke amanzi yacishwa just egateini.
So then when the vehicle reached the police station gate, that's where it stopped and went off because the radiator was already damaged.
Okay. So,
Baba Mseleko, ngicela usicacisele bandla. Mangabe ukhuluma nge-police station, ukhuluma nge-Phoenix Police Station.
Phoenix Police Station.
Ngicela usicacisele futhi ukuthi uqhamuka ngaphi, uqhamuka ngasesasole ezansi noma uqhamuka ngasesibhedlela uya ngasesasole.
Ngijike la ku angithi nje bade ngigudla uline westimela. Ngiyoqhamukela ku Phoenix Highway. Kune garage lapha Shell on your left, mujika nje erobotini on your left kuno Shell garage lapha. Igroup yokuqala yilapho ngingena ngithi ngiyaphi manje. Okay.
So as I was driving along the railway,
Please translate the question first.
the question was, from which direction were you coming from? And another question was, as you are talking about the police station, are you talking about, which police station are you talking about? Phoenix, and the question was Phoenix, the answer was Phoenix Police Station. And the witness went on to explain he was traveling from the road that is along the railway line towards Shell Garage.
Shell Garage on Phoenix Highway on the corner.
Shell Garage, which is at the corner on Phoenix Highway, on the left. So the first group he mentions was at the robot near Shell Garage.
Siyabonga.
Yeah, I just want to understand. So the fifth group, at least the one where you decided you're not going to stop there, were they blocking or barricading the street there?
Group S5 leyo decide ukuthi ngeke usama kuyo. Yayivalile umgaqo indlela eyayime ngayo.
Yayivalile but yona kwakune space anyana esincane kusho la befike imoto idlule khona. So ngavele ngaqala khona nje ukuthi yabona ke la ngiyangena la.
Well, there was a roadblock that they had formed there. However, there was a small space where a vehicle could pass through. So that's when I decided I'd pass through that space that was available.
And the sixth group, I suppose they were also barricading.
Yes.
Nale group is 6 yayivalile umgaqo.
Yayivalile umgwaqo futhi kune space nakhona. Yabo.
Yes.
Ngoba babe baningi ngibona bavala umgwaqo baningi so bajomba bonke ngendlela engangiza ngayo.
Yes, they were also barricading the road, and there was a small space for a vehicle to pass, and there were many of them. So they saw they saw the man I was driving in, and that's when they started jumping
Badubula ke lapho ke.
and firing shots.
Which was before you even reached the sixth group.
Badubula nje
If-
awukakafiki kuleya group
no,
yes 6.
if fifth group ayizange yenze lutho i-fifth group ngoba babe bancane bengabaningi abantu ababe baningi laba ya abafana nalaba begroup yokuqala.
Well, the fifth group wasn't that large. They didn't do anything. It's the sixth group that was large, and it was larger. It was
Bephethe
large
amatshe,
like
bephethe
the
yonke into.
first group that I had met, and they were armed in stones and everything.
How many people were more or less in the,
Yo,
what is it now, the sixth group?
Egroupini yesi-6 ungathi mhlawumbe bangakanani abantu
abe
ababekuyona
baningi
leyo.
njengalaba bokuqala kule group yokuqala. Mhlawumbe abantu ababebalelwa mhlawumbe ko-50 kuya le ko-100. Indlela ababe baningi ngayo.
Just like the first group, it was a large group. The sixth group was also large, and it consisted of people, about 50 to 100 people.
Now, Mr. Mselagu, as you were driving past this group, right, a group of 50 people, did you not hit any of them, or
Njengoba
What
udlula le group ngabantu le qembu labantu elingango elikuyela ku50 kuya 100 akekho noyedwa wamshayisayo,
Akekho noyedwa.
not even a single person.
and which side of your front windscreen was actually damaged?
Iluphi uhlangothi kwi-windscreen
Loyo
yakho?
ngakumini phela le side leli nje.
The driver's side, the one in front of the driver.
But now, how were you able to drive because I would assume that you were driving quite fast because you want to pass through these group of people to get to the police station, right? So how were you able to see? How was the windscreen damaged?
Driver kanjani ke sebeyishayile i-windscreen uyababona labantu uyadriver.
Imbobo, I've got pictures of land of my car. La ilimele khona. Ngawasubmit mangabe dingakala. Yabo. Angathi phela nami sengidrive ngalendlela ukuthi ngishone phansi manje ngoba ngenzela ukuthi whatever eqhamukayo mhlawumbe ingangitholi njengama bullet la ababe njobe beyidubula imoto yabo.
Well, I have pictures of the vehicle and how it was damaged. I can submit them to the commission if need arises.
Yeah, yes, we would
However-
appreciate that.
However, as I was driving, I had decided to lay a bit down the seat so that I was also trying to avoid whatever that would be thrown into the vehicle, either be stones or bullets, as all this thing was happening.
Yes, and how were you able to see the road or your way to the police station?
Sikhuluma ngokuthi i-windscreen ilimele, wakwazi kanjani ukubona indlela njengoba wawudrive e-police station.
Imbobo ila phezulu. Mina ngibuka la.
Like I mentioned earlier on, the hole was at the top of the windscreen, so I was able to see below the hole, on the windscreen, just below the hole.
And how far was this the sixth group from the police station?
I-group yesi-6
if you could just give us an estimation.
iqama kangakanani ne-police station.
It's not even 100 meters if I'm ngingaphazami, if I'm correct. Not even 100 meters.
It's not
Ngoba-
even a distance of 100 meters far apart, if I'm not mistaken.
Oba i-question yokuqala engayibuzayo if ngehle emotweni isicishile ngadonsa ukhiya ngehla into yokuqala engayibuzayo ngingena ngaphakathi egate ngathi mina hawu nigcwele kanje ngaphakathi la police station sidutshulwa la ngaphandle kuqhuma ibhamu kushawa imoto.
So when the vehicle finally stopped at the police station, I removed the car key from the engine. And the first question I asked them when I got to the police station,
Ngena ngaphakathi egate.
I asked them that they are here at the police station, all of them are here at the police station, and they are allowing all this that is happening outside, the smashing of vehicles and the shooting of vehicles.
Okay. You were a little bit ahead of me because I was trying to figure out now. They hit your car, the windscreen, with a stone. How big was the stone that actually landed on your left ear?
Uthe imoto bayishaya ngethe.
Mhlambe
Ingakanani lelo nje?
singakale ngoba I think namanje emotweni la ikhona silapha sihleli lapha phansi
Isini.
lapha la ngakwi-city le yanga left stinje singisamo singaka.
It's a brick. The witness is demonstrating the size if everyone can witness. And it's a brick. So it's still in the vehicle. Wherever the vehicle is kept, you would find it in the vehicle on the passenger seat in front.
So it landed on your eye. Did you bleed, or what happened to you?
Zakushaya ebusweni wopha yini?
Yabona nje ngingena e-police station ishithi le ibovu ngingena e-police station nje anganoma ucolonel wathi ucolonel Naidu wangifemba wathi mana lapha ngama.
Well, it was red. Even the car seat was red. So when I got to the police station, a certain colonel, I believe it's Colonel Naidu, he stopped me and said, "Stop right there."
So when you say that, immediately when you got into the police station, you asked them, you are full inside of this police station and there's no one outside. How many were they there, if we could just give us an estimation?
Uthi mawungena police station ufike wabuza ukuthi hawunigcwele la akekho noyedwa uphumele emnyango. Uma ungasho nje mhlawumbe ungathi babe bangaphi abantu owubabona ngaleso sikhathi lapha police station.
Amaphoyisa ayemaningi mhlambe ala ko 15 la ngaphakathi.
There were too many police officials, maybe 15, around 15 police officials were inside.
So at all material times, from the first group until the last group, which was about 100 meters away from the police station, there was no sign of a police officer.
Ukusuka kule group yokuqala ohlangane nayo sonke lesikhathi uqhubeka uhamba uhlangana nawo wonke ama group uze uyofika e-police station ubonanga nelilodwa iphoyisa.
Nelilodwa leli.
Not even a single police official.
Ngaphandle kwalawe ngihlangane nawo ngale ngiseyeza la ku Phoenix Highway.
That excludes obviously the police officials that I had met before I could reach the highway.
Did you see any security officials maybe?
Khona ama security wabona?
Angibabona ngoba kwakusakhanya engathi ama security mangizwa aqala ukufika lesikhathi seqala ubabanyama.
Well, I didn't see them at the time.
Kwakusema umphakathi nje wamandiya.
At that time, it was just the Indian community. According to what I heard, when it started getting dark, that's when the security officials started arriving.
All right. Now, after you've told the police that they have filled the police station and then they're not doing anything outside, what happened?
Sorry, maybe you can just say, did you address a specific police officer there? Because we have two issues here now. The one is that Colonel Naidu told you to stop right there. And then also you made this remark. So maybe if you can just indicate to us how exactly that happened. Is it a case of when you entered, the colonel said, stop right there, and what happened then? Or, who did you address from your side to say, but you all here, and look what's happening outside?
Sizama ukuthola la ngoba usubalulile izinto ezimbili ezenzeka mayelana mhlambe nokukhuluma namaphoyisa. Uwe washo ukuthi hawunigcwele la akekho umuntu ophumayo kule nto eyenzeke emnyango. Okunye futhi okubalulile ukuthi ke uKennel Naidu wathi ima khona lapho okuzama ukutholakala ke ukuthi ikuphi mhlawumbe okwenzeka kuqala mufika lapha yakhona iphoyisa elithile wafika wakhuluma nalo noma wathi mufika nje uKennel Naidu kwawuyena okhuluma kuqala uthi ima lapho.
Lesikhathi ngehle emotweni ngingena ngaphakathi egate naba bamile lo uNaidu lo mangabe mhlambe ngikhumbula kahle uyena owathi mana engibona ngathi ngibovu yonke indawo.
After the vehicle had stopped, I alerted from the vehicle and went inside the police station. And when I got there, I'm not sure if my memory serves me right, it was Colonel Naidu. That's the person I saw, and I was red, and he said, stop right there.
La ngabuza khona ke kuyena ethangime lapho ukuthi nihleli nigcwele ipolice station kanje siyadutshulwa la ngaphandle imoto ziyashawa nazi ibhamu ziyaqhuma ziyazwakala la hayi ukuthi ayizwakala.
Then that's when I directed the question to him, asking him, all of them are full here in the police station and they're sitting and they could hear the firing of shots that happened, that was the gunshots that were fired outside. They could hear them as they were in the police station and they were not doing anything about it. So I directed that question to him.
Now, how
Let's
did
just
you...
hear what did he then answer to that.
Waphendula wathi?
Kwabe ngazi ukuthi ngisuzele emanzini.
Well, I'll interpret it as it is. It seemed as though I had farted in the water.
Okay, what does that mean? What do you mean by saying that it seems as if I had farted in the water?
Mhlambe bangazicacisela uma ngabe uthi ke kwafana nokuthi usuzele emanzini kusho ukuthini lokho?
Uma ukhuluma ebantwini bavele bakubuke.
When you are talking to people and they just look at you
Ungathi awukhuluma uyithulele nje.
as though you had said nothing, you just kept quiet.
Okay.
Baba Mseleko, ngicela nje ukubuyisela emumva kancane. Khona la ekumele sicacisane khona. Imoto ibisishayisekile wayipaka e-police station. Uthi wehlile emotweni wangena egatini wase ubona amaphoyisa. Ngicela uchaze ukuthi imoto ngoba kune gate e-police station bese kuba nomnyango la kune police station khona. Imoto uyingenisile egatini wasungena egatini elikhulu noma uyipaka eminyango emgaqweni ngilinde ngiqeda umbuzo wase wehla wangena ngeenyawo egatini wafica amaphoyisa esegcekeni noma waphinde wangena eminyango we-police station ukuze nje sicaciseke. Translation first please.
Mr. Mselegu, if you may clarify for us, you did speak about the vehicle stopping at the police station. We know at the police station there's a gate and then there's an entrance or a door into the police station. So we actually want to know if you parked the vehicle outside the gate and walked into the gate and met the police officials in the yard of the police station, or you entered the building itself.
Inhloso yami kwakungena ngaphakathi ngemoto ngoba la ngithi ngiyabaleka ngavinjwa indaba ukuthi iyavele yacisha exactly emaqondana negate igate vele lalingavaliwe lesi police station lalivele li wide open so yacisha nje exactly lapho la ngafasa khona el break ngaphuma ngehla lawa amaphoyisa ayiphithizelela
Well, actually, I was running away. So, when I reached the police station, the vehicle stopped on its own. That's when I alighted from the vehicle and entered. The gate was wide open, so I walked through the gate into the yard, and I found police officials walking around in the yard.
lesikhathi ngibuza ke umbuzo ukuthi hawu kanti nigcwele kanje la ngaphakathi siyadutshulwa ngaphandle nazi imoto ziyashawa imoto ilimele.
That's when I posed that question about them being inside the police station and not doing anything, and the cars being banged and shattered outside and being shot at.
So the police officer Naidu was one of the police officers who were walking about inside the police station yard.
Yes yena umuntu nje
Oh,
oqala-
night. Uyena lo omunye wamaphoyisa ayehamba hamba la
Yes.
egcekeni e-police station.
Yes.
Yes.
Colonel Naidu's name? Do you know?
Igama likaKhelen
Angazi
Naidu
ukuthi
uyalazi?
wathi nje ngathi ngimlalela njobe wathi stop imalapha ngoba inhloso yami nganithi ngifuna ukuyongena ngaphakathi ngoba ngifuna ngithole usizo lokufona.
Igama lakho uba.
Angilazi igama wathi nje angikhenela ngani noma wathi Colonel noma wathini kodwa kwano Naidu kodwa nje khona igama elithi Colonel khona ukolonela ngazi.
Well, I'm not sure because I was injured and I'm approaching the police. He did introduce himself. I'm not sure if he said he's colonel or colonel, but I think I did hear Naidu, so I don't know his name. He just said stop there. I actually went there to find help, actually.
Yeah, after you didn't get a response from the rest of the police officer, what happened?
Uma ngabe ungasatholi impendulo emaphoyiseni kwase kwenzekani?
Ngamtshela ngathi mina ngifuna iambulance ngibizeleni iambulance.
I told him that I need an ambulance and they should call an ambulance for me.
Him is now Colonel Naidu.
Beg your pardon?
Did he tell Colonel Naidu
Yes
about
ngikhuluma
Colonel
naye.
Naidu.
Ngikhuluma naye.
Yes.
Ngoba uyena othe ngimela manje ngiyeza ukuthi amandla yaphela ngifuna ngiyahamba ngiyeza wayesethi no hlala la.
Yes.
Unqenqema olapha.
I was talking to him and I could feel that I was losing strength. So I was talking to him and asking for help. He asked me to wait out and sit outside.
Yeah, can you explain what happened further?
Kwase kwenzekani ke? Makuqhubeka.
Wayesethi angihlale phansi bazoyifonela iambulance wabhizi ke umuntu ongathi uyafona hayi isikhathi siyahamba.
He told me to sit down. I did that and he seemed as though he got busy, seemed as if he was phoning an ambulance. And I waited and waited as time was passing by.
Kwaze kwaqhamuka umfana engamazanga ukuthi waqhamukaphi la esikhaleni ngoba ngiyamtshela nakhona ukuthi ngifuna ukufonela umndeni wami ngifuna ukungena e-charge office ngifonela umndeni wami ukuthi athi sengilimele hayi wathi yena ubhizi ufonela lanto wena hlala la kwaqhamuka umfana engamazi ukuthi waqhamukaphi.
I even told him that I wanted to make a phone call to my family and informed them that I've been injured. I wanted to go inside the charge office and make that phone call. So he said I should wait there. And as I was waiting, a certain boy emerged. I don't know where he was coming from.
This boy, was he also a police officer?
Lo mfana oqhamukayo uyiphoyisa naye.
Umfana nje umefika kumina uyangibuza akalona iphoyisa uyangibuza baba ungathanda ukufonela ekhaya na ngathi mina yebo.
So he was not a police official. However, when he reached me, he asked me, "Sir, would you like to make a phone call to your family?" And I said, yes.
Wayesethi angimnike inamba ngibiza inamba ukuze adayele ekhaya keep his cell phone yakhe.
He took out his cell phone and asked me to give him the phone number that he would call.
Ngamnika wangifonelela wasenginika ucingo ngase ngixhumana nomkami ngamtshela ukuthi sengilimele but ke ngilinde ukuthi ngithathwe manje ngiye ngilinde iambulance so ke bangapanic ngiright phela nje ngilinde iambulance bangayezi futhi ngapha ePhoenix ngoba kunzima.
So he dialed the phone number and gave me the call. I phoned my wife and I informed her that I am now injured but I'm okay and I'm just waiting for the ambulance to come and pick me up. And I further told her not to try and come to Phoenix because the situation was bad.
Okay, now explain this. All of this is happening outside the church office,
Yonke lento yenzeka ngaphandle kwe-church office.
Yep.
Yes.
but
Ihleli
within the
ngaphandle.
premises of the police station.
Egcekeni lase police station
Yebo.
ngaphandle kodwa.
Yeah.
Yes.
What were the rest of the 14 police officers doing?
Lamaphoyisa lapha ko-14 enzani?
Kwakuyibhayisikobhu lapha ngoba abanye khona waphuma nebhamu enqwabe engaka ebhamu lezi engaka ejijelela abanye bekhokha ibhayisikobhu nje uyabona ku happy wonke umuntu is happy nje lapha une happiness nje ungayi understand uyabona abana ndaba nento yenze ziyasho ngaphandle njalo.
Well, it was just like a movie. What was happening there was just like a movie because the one police official came out with big firearms and he gave it to other police officials and they were busy cocking them outside. You could see they were happy. The things were still going on outside, but you could see they were just having a jubilation.
In other words, none of these police officers cared about your injury and
Ngamanye
what was
amazwi-
happening outside their premises.
Ngamanye amazwi alikho nje iphoyisa elayinaka indaba yakho nokulimala kwakho nalento eyenzeka ngaphandle.
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi kwakuyi-picnic party akekho nje onendaba nomunye umuntu ukuthi abangibukisho ukungibuka nje bashona bakhokha ibhamu bayale ayangena amaveni ayaphuma ayangena ayavena awazi kwenzakalani.
Like I told you, it was like they were in a picnic party. They were just moving up and down with cocking firearms and the police vehicle would drive in and out of the police station, but no one was checking on me and caring about me.
If I may ask, how much time did you actually spend at the police station?
Mhlawumbe
Yeah.
ngathi wahlala isikhathi esingakanani police station?
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi mhlambe u2 hours waphela ngale ndlela ukuthi ngaze ngeze ukuthi manje sekuyabanda manje ngiyagodola manje ngiyeza ukuthi amandla ayaphela manje ngaphinde ngacela lo mama lo seduze kwami lo colonel lo ukuthi hayibo okungcono ngicela ningihambise ngeveni ngoba sengiphelelwa amandla manje.
Maybe it was more than 2 hours that I spent there at the police station, and it was getting cold, and I could feel that I was slowly losing strength, and I even spoke to this lady again, this certain colonel, and told her or requested that at least they drive me to hospital through the police vehicle.
So, during that 2 hours, were there any other complainants or people who came in or over at the police station to lay their complaints, or you did not see the inside of the charge office at all?
Kulo 2 hours mhlawumbe ukhona umuntu owangena e-police station naye ezobika inkinga yakhe noma ungena e-charge office ezobika inkinga yakhe.
Kunodonga lapha la ngihleli khona sort of a driveway kunodonganyana abone lo izinto ze paving hleli kulezo yidinga so khona bangenayo abaphuma kodwa ke ngoba anginasikhathi sokubuka labo bantu angithi manje ngiphethe indwangu emnyama ngiyableeda.
Well, there's a driveway there, so I was sitting on the bricks that are erupted on the driveway, some sort of a retaining wall. I was sitting there, and there were people getting in and out, walking in and out of the police station. I wouldn't know what they would do inside, but I was merely outside and bleeding, and I was even carrying a black cloth, piece of cloth, because I was bleeding.
Manzi kwawona lolo lento ngoba kwakunedamu nje la ngihleli khona ngoba ngigobile. Ngihleli kanje ngigobile igazi nje.
And even that piece of cloth that I was using for the bleeding was wet. And on the ground where I was seated, there was a pool of blood as I was sitting and bowing my head down.
Okay. Then from your observation or the little observation you had, did it seem as though they were attending to other complaints and they were not attending to you? That's what I'm trying to figure out, because now you're also talking about police vans coming in and out and they're not giving you attention.
Ngizama ukuthola la mnumzane ukuthi mhlawumbe uwedwa onganakiwe laba abanye ababengena mhlawumbe bona babelithola usizo ngoba uyasho babengena abantu bephuma kungena namaveni ephuma mhlawumbe wena wedwa unganakiwe noma kwakuyisima kanjani.
Bayixoxela bodwa labantu hayi ukuthi mhlambe ba-attend abantu laba bangenayo cha babhizi nje bashona lele shona baxoxa bodwa nje bayathukana abanye lana awazi umunye ubiza omunye ngenye into omunye ubiza omunye kuyajokhwa nje njengoba nje akekho umuntu attend umuntu la.
Well, they were talking amongst themselves and they were not attending to anyone, and some were even throwing insults at each other. Those people were just joking and happy, and they were not giving us attention.
So then what eventually happened to you at the police station?
Kwenzekeni ke ngawe njengoba use police station?
Ngibelesele ukuthi hayi bo ngithatheni nge amaveni ayangena la ayaphuma ngithi nawo amaveni nje a drive amandiya abangithathe bengihambisa abayingeni leyo.
Well,
kusuka kwakufonelwa bhengu imoto ehamba umuntu omnyama ubhengi phoyisa kwakufonelwa yona.
Well, like I said, police vans were driving in and out, and they were driven by Indian police officials. And I would ask, why is not one of these people that are driving taking me wherever I wanted to go? And they were just ignoring me. So at some point, I did overhear them calling a certain Bengu being BHENGU. That Bengu was a black police official, and he was driving a police vehicle.
Then after 30 minutes yafika lo van leyo ushuthi uBhengu noButhelezi iyona ke veni ke ngalayishwa kuyona ke lo veni kwaqhamuka nomunye ubhuti ke base bemqabhile naye bemqabhile sagibela kuyona lo veni ke sathathwa ke saya eMagandi. So okay.
So that vehicle finally arrived, and it was occupied by Bengu and Buthelezi. Buthelezi, Buthelezi. So when it came in, that's the vehicle that drove us, myself and another gentleman who had cuts on his head. They drove us to Mahatma Gandhi Hospital.
Uma fika lapha eMagandi lama ambulance akade efonelwa apakile ngathi amatekisi amandiya amila ngathi driver amandiya amila amandiya lapha ayaxoxa ayashayana ngizandla uyabona nje ukuthi hayi lento iveli iqoqiwe lento iyaziwa ukuthi akho ambulance ezolanda umuntu omnyama lapha.
When we eventually arrived at Mahatma Gandhi Hospital. All these ambulances that they were calling were all there, parked like taxis. And they are driven by Indian people. And the Indian people are just standing and talking to each other and giving each other high fives. You could see that this was actually orchestrated, that there is no ambulance that would go out and fetch a black person that is injured.
Okay, let's go a little bit back to what was happening at the police station. Now, did you not think for a moment when you saw these police vans coming in and out of the police station that they were attending to other complaints of what was happening or what was taking place outside?
Uma njengoba uke wakhuluma ngokuthi amaveni ayelokhu engena ephume police station, akuzange mhlambe kukufikela ukuthi njengoba lamaveni engena ephume mhlambe aya kwenye yalezinto ezenzeka eminyango.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi mhlambe kwakwenziwa itho ngopetrol kahulumeni imali yethu kuvakashwa ngoba ayikho into yayenziwa kwakuvakashwa uma ngabe attend ama complaint kwakufanele ngabe lamabantu abenza ama road block lapha bebanjwe beboshwe ngabe yonke le yanto eyenzekayo nabantu ababulawayo ebusuku lapha ngaba kwenzekanga ukube kukhona igroup isheyodwa nje eyabanjwa yaboshwa.
Well, I think they were just having a tour with state's vehicle and state's petrol, which is actually our money. Because if they were actually working on the situation that was outside, they would have attended at least one of those group that had barricaded the road and disband the barricade and maybe arrest some of those people. All that happened there wouldn't have happened had they done same.
Can I put it differently? These vans coming into the yard of the police station, did any of them have, someone in the back that's been arrested? They were all, in terms of the back part of it, they were all empty?
Mangabeka ngindlela mhlambe lamaveni ayengena ephume esangweni emagcekeni police station ayike engena nomuntu mhlambe ngemuva efika ngomuntu wonke aye empty.
Izobopha kanjani abantu bekuvakashwa beshaya itho ngoba that was a tour nje kuyathorishwa nje kuyathorishwa kuboshwa muntu la kuyathorishwa nje ngoba nala badlula kubona labantu ababenzi lutho.
How were they going to arrest anyone? Because they were just having a tour. They were just touring around.
Yinte ubonayo leyo mumdala ngimdala mina manje. Yabo unto uyibonayo lento ukuthi ixoxiwe iyaziwa, it's well planned lento le. Yabo.
And
So none of those vans came there into the yard, who came into the yard, had arrested people inside them.
kulama van ayefika la egcekeni station alikho nelodwa elali nomuntu elalimbophile ngemuva. Never.
And if you need to make an estimate, how many vans in the more than 2 hours you were there, how many vans actually entered that yard during that period?
Kulesikhathi lapha mangapha amaveni angena estation.
Ngingekwazi kwabala kodwa nje ngangibuka nje amaveni amasha bebanamaveni amasha yabo lapha ePhoenix. Amaveni amasha nalezi imoto zaka Ford ezamakhumbanyana ziyaphuma ziyangena nje kubekwa ingalo babeka ingalo kanje uyabona ukuthi hayi kuhle kwethu kudelile uyabona lento eyenzeka ngaphandle.
Well, those were new vans. They have new vans there at Phoenix Police Station, and those Ford vehicles, the ones that look like kumbis, you could see they were having a tour because some would have their arms extended outside the window of the vehicle.
Okay, but in those more than 2 hours, how many vans, empty vans according to you, entered that yard there, the police station, during your time there outside?
Nanku kumbuzo omile kulesikhathi osihleli lapha othe sasingaphezulu mhlambe sasingale kwa 2 hours. Uma ungakalekisi noma ungasasinikanga inamba kuyona kalekisi uthi mangaphi mhlambe amaveni angena lapha estation.
Yabo nje lo ngeke ngikwazi ukubeka exactly mhlambe ngabe ngizama ukuqamba amanga lapho. Angifuni ukuqamba amanga. Ngikhuluma into ukuthi amazwi angena uthi usathi ngenile phinde ngenenye uthi uyabona naye enye isiphuma uyabo kanjalo nje.
Well, I can't tell you exactly how many, but they were coming in and out of the police station. One would drive in and another one would drive in, and you would see one driving out.
Isehla senyuka.
They were just up and down.
Now you're at the hospital, and you said that you saw the drivers of the ambulance just walking about. How could you tell that they were the drivers of the ambulances, or whether they were paramedics or what? How could you tell?
Sesilapha ke esibhedlela eMahatma Gandhi ke njengoba ulapha ya uyasho ukuthi awubona odriver bama ambulance be khona lapha ya wabona kanjani ukuthi odriver bama ambulance lapha noma ama paramedic lawo?
Kunama KZT bani KZT KZN ambulance N bafaka uniform yabo yile ngoba ngangithi mina biza ama ambulance kahulumeni hayi anganginaka athi hayi sobiza lawa ka KZN kusho lo night undeni yabo yibo ke laba ngibafica lapha ke epakile lama o KZN laba bemele beyemaqoqo behleka benjani vela driver mandiya alikho nje lodwa driver uland umuntu omnyama.
Well, they are KZN ambulances, or they written KZN. So they were all parked there, and you could see the drivers in the uniform. They were all there, and there's none that is, amongst those ambulances, none is driven by a black person. So that's how I know. And I found them there just walking around and minding their own business. You can see it was planned. And I even asked at the police station for them to call maybe other ambulances. But
government.
I asked them to call the state's paramedics or ambulance, but they insisted they would call the KZN ambulance.
So you were finally at the hospital. Did you get assistance?
Ugcina ke usufika esibhedlela wagcina ulitholile usizo.
Sashiya ke lo oyemagandi mina ngine medical aid ngisebenza emasipala sengiyolala ke ngiyiswaphe manje e private hospital eMounteshko.
We left the one other person that was injured at Mahatma Gandhi. So I have a medical aid. I work for the municipality. So I was taken to the private hospital in Mount Edgecombe.
Uma ngifika lapho ngehle nginika amaphoyisa ukhiye ngoba athi angitshela ukuthi ke azoya ekhaya kwami ayahambise ukhiye ayo reporter futhi ukuthi sebengishiyile esibhedlela ngibanika ukhiye wemoto ngingene ngaphakathi.
So when I got at the hospital, Mount Edgecombe, I alighted from the van. I gave the police my car keys, as they had indicated that they'd go to my house and report what occurred and give them the car keys. So I alighted from the vehicle, from the van, and got into the hospital, inside the hospital.
Uma ngifika lapho ngaphakathi ngihlangabezwe ngibhalise ngifakwe embhedeni lo ohambayo ngihambe ngiyacabanga ukuthi ama-male nurse awu-2 bangise ewadi la beyongibhandisha khona.
I got there and they took my details down. I was put in a stretcher and I was taken to the ward. I was taken by male nurses, I believe those were male nurses, and they then bandaged my wound.
Bangibuza ukuthi ulimale phi. Ngiyasho ukuthi ngilimale la Phoenix Highway.
They asked me where, the location where I was injured. And I told them that I got injured on the Phoenix Highway. And they looked at each other and started laughing.
Amamandiya njalo, sikhuluma ngamaNdiya.
We're still talking about Indians. Those are Indians.
Uma sebengibhandishile. Usethi lo munye umlisa asinayo ke imbhede la. Sizokuthatha sikuse eMagande. Oh, qala ikathazo.
After they bandaged me, one of the males said, "We don't have beds here, so we will take you to Mahatma Gandhi." That's where the problem started.
Ngavuka ngahlala kanjeni ngabuza umbuzo one ngathi isizathu sokuthi ngikhokhele medical aid isiphi.
I woke from the bed and sat up straight and asked them, "What is the reason for me paying for the medical aid?"
Angazi kusho ukuthi omunye wayengapha ngemuva omunye ngaphambili. Kusho ukuthi bayangophela ngangibuka ngeselodwa ngibhandisha yonke le ndawo. Kusho ukuthi bayashayela nama sign ngoba ngabo ngoba vele baphelele emoyeni nje bahamba. Yezwa nje bekhuluma bephuma ngaphakathi ukuthi khona ozofika azokuthatha kuse ewadini.
Well, at the time, I was only using one eye as the other was bandaged, with the bandage going around my head. But I could tell that they were signing or giving each other signals. After that, they just disappeared. And I overheard someone saying, "Someone will come and take you to the ward."
Now, tell us, at all material times when you were at the hospital, it was only these two male nurses, Indian male nurses, who attended to you. No doctor attended to you.
Ngesikhathi usesibhedlela laphayana mabili kuphela onesi abakunaka.
Yeah.
Ilaba babili ukhuluma ngabo. Akekho udokotela wabheka.
Akufika ngadokotela nje ngabhandishwa njoba ngase nganjiswa nginjalo nje. Hayi ukuthi kukhona into eyenzeka ngabhandishwa ngalala nginjalo.
No doctor came to see me. They just put the bandage and left me in that state. I slept over till the morning.
Were you given any medication?
Khona imithwani bayona?
Bese bangixhuma phela befaka ama drip yonke into la.
They did administer some drips.
And the following day, did you see a doctor?
Ngosuku olulandelayo wakhona udokotela wambona.
Mhlambe ngithi ngaze ngambona ngoba ngisakhumbula kahle noma waba ngakusasa noma kwaba ngolena. Kodwa nje no, ngicabanga ukuthi wafika. Oh yes. Udokotela wafika ngoba ngaze ngaye theater ngolosine. Udokotela bafika ngolosithathu. Bazongichecka ke la kwathola ukuthi kuthiwa kufanele kufike udokotela ozochecka ukuthi ithambo la, kusho ukuthi udokotela wala, udokotela wamehlo no phathelene namakhala ngazi kanjani ukuthi mhlambe alikho nithambo eliphukile yabo.
Well, because I was taken to the theater only on Thursday, I'd say I only saw a doctor on Wednesday, and he or she informed me that more doctors would come and examine me. That would be doctors regarding the eye, the nose, and the bone.
Yeah. So ke ngolosine ke abazange bafike bonke labo dokotela. Angingazi ke noma mhlambe lesikhathi sengifile sengise theater mhlambe bafika. Kodwa ngagcina nje ngisaphethwe wonesi bebhizi kwanya.
Well, maybe they did arrive on Thursday after the anesthetic was administered, but After that doctor, it was just the nurses that were attending me.
But was it ever explained to you the reason for you, for the doctor to only see you on a third day at a private hospital?
Wachazela kodwa ukuthi yini imbangela yokuthi uze ubone udokotela ngosuku lwesine esibhedlela esi-private.
Nami kusangimangaza kodwa ke nginayi answer ukuthi ngobe samandiya. Kusho ukuthi kwakusaqhubeka lo nto yasePhoenix.
Well, it still puzzles me up to this day. However, I do have an answer. And the answer is obvious. It's because it's an Indian hospital. And they were still proceeding with that Phoenix issue.
But why would you think that way? Because you are paying for the medical bill from your medical aid. I mean, you could have simply insisted on getting the help, the medical attention that you needed.
Indaba ke ucabanga kanjalo ngoba phela ekupheleni kosuku wena uyakhokha. Wena okhokhela medical aid. Futhi ke njengoba kuyisibhedlela esikhokhelwayo unalo ilungelo lokuthi ucele ufuna into oyifunayo esibhedlela ucela ukusizwa.
Uyabona kuloko nje okushoyo umsombuluko losibili losithathu losine kuyima uye theater. Lezi insuku zonke lezoyihleli uyihleli kanjani uyihlaleleni kwenziwani?
Well, in response to what you've asked, you could also think from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Only Thursday they are taking you to the theater. Why are they not doing anything all these days? Why are they keeping
Abengena
you?
ebusuku ngomsombuluko edutshuliwe same time ayethathwa ayiswa etheater ayolenta ayostishwa wangena mandiya u2.
2 Indians were admitted.
Omunye wayishuthwela edutshulwela omunye wayishawela inyawo zombili.
2 Indian people were admitted in hospital. They had gunshot wounds. One was shot in one leg and the other was shot in both legs. Those people came in on Monday. On that same day, at night, they were taken to theater and they were stitched.
So after coming from the theater, how many days did you stay at the hospital?
Subuyile ke theater wahlala isikhathi esingakanani esibhedlela?
Ngalala ulosine base bethi udokotela ngakusasa base bathi ngolosihlanu bathi udokotela ubusy mhlambe uzoza ngibone ngomsombuluko.
I slept on Thursday after theater and they informed me that a doctor might see me on Friday, but the doctor is busy. He might also see me on Monday.
So when were you eventually discharged from the hospital?
Wagcina ukhishwe nini ke esibhedlela?
Angizange ngidischarge ngaphuma ngenkani ngabatshela ukuthi ngasathi bethu udokotela ngizohlala la phuma ngomsombuluko ngathi lalelani sengistishiwe manje ngithi so ke asisekho isidingo sokuthi ke ngihlalela manina manje fonelana udokotela nimtshele ukuthi ngithi imoto iyeza izongilanda manje uyafika akafiki mina ngiyahamba.
Well, I was not discharged formally because I demanded to be discharged. I told them that I've been stitched already and they should call the doctor and tell the doctor that the vehicle is on its way and it's coming to fetch me. I'm leaving.
And you left the hospital?
Wahamba esibhedlela.
Self-discharged.
Wafika udokotela bamfonela wafika udokotela wangibheka kodwa akanankinga akagoduka.
They did call the doctor. The doctor did come and examined me and he said, no, he has no problem, he can go home.
All right. Now, after the whole incident of the hospital, did you lay a complaint to the hospital management?
Emva kwayo yonke
about
ke
the
lento
treatment you got.
eyenzeke esibhedlela kukhona isikhalazo wasifakayo mayelana nendlela owaphathwa ngayo esibhedlela.
Angikhumbuli ukuthi ngiye ngasifaka ilento. Ukuthi angisazi khona i-email engayibhala kodwa ngicomplain angisazi noma ngicomplaina kodwa ngisakhumbuli ngoba ngithe ngiphuma lapho. Kwakunale busy phela ukuthi manje ufuna umuntu ayovula i-case. Naku sekukhona ama-minister lokuthiwa kade segijime agcwala ifinikisi. Yabo kusenekomiti eselibekiwe ukuthi nami ngifuna ngibuye ngitholane nalolo komiti ngikwazi ukuthi ngichumane nalo ngoba so nje yaphela nje indaba ukuthi kufanele ngabe ngiyocomplain. Yabo.
Well, a lot was going on. I don't really recall whether I did lay a complaint against the treatment I received from the hospital. I do remember some email that I had written. I'm not sure if it was about money or what, but I know I did open a case. I had to open a case, and also the minister had come in Phoenix, so there was also a committee that was formulated, and I had to meet that committee. So a lot was happening.
So the email that you sent, did you get a response? Although you can't remember the one that you sent, what was it about? Did you at least get a response?
I-email lena wawuyisenda ke noma ungasakhumbuli ukuthi yayimayelana nani. Wayithola kodwa impendulo kuleyo email.
Ngoba ngithi ngangiyisendela baka Discovery kwilento yami kwi-medical aid kodwa ke manje ngisakhuluma noma kwakwe mayelana nalento noma kwakwe yento eyenzekile previous yabo ngisengayisho nami ngafuna ngibuye ngithi go through my emails up.
I'm not really sure because I believe the email was directed to the medical aid scheme, which is Discovery. So I can't recall whether there was a response in what the email was about.
Did you open a case at the police station?
Walivula kodwa icala station samaphoyisa.
Leli lokulimala?
Yes.
The one for the injury.
Yes, ngomhla ka 17 ngoba ngaphuma ngolosihlanu ngapast 5 esibhedlela.
Yes, I did open a case on the 17th because I came out of hospital around 5:30.
And what has been the progress on that case?
Kuhamba kanjani kulelo cala? Lima maphi kwesiphi isigaba?
Umseshi angazi ugcina ufonela nini kodwa nje inkinga umseshi ayishoyo uthi i-problem ahlangabezana nayo liphethe umseshi wase Greenwood Park. Inkinga ahlangabezana nayo eyokuthi angikwazi uku-identify abantu ngoba is something eyayenzeka njoba kwakunama roadblocks, so njoba ngingakwazi ukuthi ngi-identify umuntu ukuthi nangu umuntu owenza ukuthi uyayibona, so unalo nkinga leyo kuleli cala. Uyabona.
The last time the investigating officer contacted me, he informed me that since the case is handled at Greenwood Park, the investigating officer is coming from Greenwood Park. So what he told me is that he has a problem with the case because I cannot identify the person that injured me, since it was something that was happening on different stages or roadblocks. So since there's no person identified as the person that injured me, then that's the challenge he's facing.
Did you open a case of malicious damage to property since your car was damaged?
Walivula icala lokulimala imoto yakho, imoto yakho icala leli kuthiwa icala lokulimaza impahla.
Alihambe ndawonye nalo leli ngalivulayo lokulimala nokulimala kwemoto ngoba kubhalwe konke phela.
I believe it's combined in the same docket. The one for me being injured and the damage to the vehicle.
Wabuza konke abakuthathayo, cell phone ukuthi imalini, price yayo, ngiyibuka ukuthi imalini eyathathwayo konke lokho ngakubhala ngoba wakufuna ukuthi akuthole kuma details ukuthi into ethize yayibiza malini, into ethize yayibiza malini, into ethize yayibiza malini.
And he even asked for the details about how much was taken, the value of the cell phone that was taken, and the value of the sunglasses that was taken.
And this whole incident and what happened to you on the day in question, how did it make you feel?
Sonke ke lesigameko esenzeka ngalolu suku sakwenza uzizwa kanjani ngaso?
Ngihlukumezeke kakhulu, not mina as individual, even my family. Nginengane, my last born is a Down syndrome. So le moto ngangiyithenge because ingihluphe kakhulu lengane isakhula, ivele igule phakathi nobusuku. Ngikade ngishayela amabhasi. Okay.
Well, it affected me badly, not only myself personally, but also my family has been affected by this matter. I have a child, my last born, who is living with Down syndrome. So he or she, he used to give me problems at night and he would get sick. So I bought this vehicle for that. I was driving buses, or I'm driving buses.
No,
I was driving buses.
Ngangithi mangifike ebusuku mhlambe ngifika nge-staff bus mhlambe ngabo 8-9 ngithola ukuthi umkama akekho ekhaya usehambe i-distance eya ku-unit 10 eclinic ngenyawo ngabo 9 ebusuku. Kuphoqeleka ukuthi ngizofika ngikhumule ngifake ama-short ngifake ama-running shoes ngigijime ngibheke phansi ePhoenix phansi lento ku-unit 10 eclinic ngoba ngiphuthuma yena. Mhlambe sobuya ngo-12:01 sibuya ngeenyawo 1 o'clock sibuya.
So when I was still doing that job, when I would knock off at night and come back home in a staff vehicle or staff bus, I would get home and not find my wife because the child is sick. And you would find, that would be around 9 p.m. And you would find that she had to walk from home to Unit 10, where there's a clinic in Phoenix. Then I would change my clothes and wear sneakers and shorts and run to try and find them, follow them to the clinic.
That was before you had the car?
Ungagobi nemoto.
Nemoto.
Yes.
All right.
Before I could get the car.
Was your car insured?
Yeah, in insurance.
Yes.
Yes.
So have you been able to fix it?
It's right, it's written off.
Have you been able to buy another car?
No. And angapaqedi ukuhlukumezeka.
I'm still talking about how this affected me.
Mhlambe njobe ngibona ngiphethele lento. Ngihlale lento. Amanza agcwala la emehlweni ehle njalo. Yabona mangigoba ngithi uthothi ibuko lesi segcwele amanzi ngoba avela juice nje. Indlela engalimala ngayo. Umlenze lo
And you can see the cloth that I am carrying. I keep on using this cloth to wipe off the liquid that comes out of my eyes. It keeps on coming out, and sometimes if I bow my head down, you'd find the glasses wet because of the liquid that's coming off. That is due to the injury that I received.
Angikwazi ngisho ukugijima manje through lo mlezo wonke ufile unenkwanje yabona njengoba nje sengibuyele back kwi-public transport. Mangigibela funa ngigibele ngalomleze kuqala. Uma ngehla funa ngehlise wona ngoba mengehlisa lo ngiyawa ngoba awukho balanced. Yabo unale nkwantsho lengayi-understand ukuthi kwenzakalani kuyona. And number, yabo.
Also, I cannot be able to run now because of my leg, the left leg. It is numb and it has spasms. I'm not able to, I'm now back to the public transport, so I always have to use the right leg, whether I am jumping in or off the transport, I have to use the right leg all the time because this one has no balance.
Impilo ishintshile nje altogether.
So altogether my life has changed.
And I'm 61 years old, and kusho ukuthi impilo yami iphelile, is finished.
I am 61 years old now, so this means that this is the end of my life.
Now, finally, in your own view, what could have been the cause of what happened on the day in question and the attack on you personally?
Ngokubuka kwakho, yini eyenza ukuthi ke kwenzeke lento eyenzekayo ulimali uzulimali ngendlela walimala ngayo ngaleli langa?
Amandiya nenzondo nomuntu omnyama, and ngi-experienceile lokho ngalelo langa ukuthi amandiya umuntu omnyama kamfuni futhi ayekusho lokho engakuhlonisi.
Well, Indians have a lot of hate against black people, and they would even say that at times. So they don't want black people.
So kuvele nje ngokusobala ngalo lolo langa ukuthi ngeke asizwani, yabo, futhi angiboni futhi ngaphinde ngilithanda India empilweni yami ngoba liqedile impilo yami. Bengayitshethi ngizothi amabhathi mhlambe ngisalelo 14 months kamasipala ngipension, 23 years we out kamasipala, but now you see impilo yami it's mile.
And I do not think there would be a time where I have a good feeling towards an Indian person, because it became apparent on that day that we are actually on loggerheads. So I am about to retire now from the municipality in 14 months' time. So basically it's the end of my life, because you can only work
63 years out.
Oh, at 63 you must retire.
Thank you, Commissioner. No further questions.
Thank you very much. Let's just see about the panel. I have a few questions. These barricading groups, group 1 to 6, were they all from one population group? Or were there also other population groups present?
Lama qoqo lawa ehamba evala umgaqo kusuka kuleli lokuqala kuye kwesi-6 ungathi abantu ababe uhlanga olulodwa noma bakuhlangene?
Amandiya.
It was Indians.
When you entered the gate now after you've exited your vehicle that came to a halt at the police station, you've had this interaction with the colonel and so on, but you didn't say to the police or one of the police officers or maybe the colonel, look, but I mean there's the group that actually injured me or made an attack on me, they're 10 meters here from the police station. Can you go and arrest them?
Naku ku imoto isihambile yazafika yazimela lapha e-police station, wahlika wafika wahlangana no-colonel. Azange umtshele u-colonel ukuthi hayibo kunequlu labantu elilemnyango njengoba ngilimele ngilinyazwe yilona ngicela nibabophe.
Inkulumo yami ngithe mangingena ngathi nihleli kanje siyabulawa la ngaphandle siyadutshulwa. i-meaning yalonto yayisho ukuthi nihlaleleni ngabe niyobopha laba abantu abashaya imoto emgwaqeni la eduze kweni police station.
When I spoke earlier on, I had said, when I got to the police station, I said to them, you are sitting here and doing nothing, and we are being shot at outside, and they are damaging cars, and you're not doing anything. So that actually means go and do something.
Yeah, okay. Okay, but in a sense that seems to be a more general statement. You didn't think of saying to them, look, the people who have done this to me and who have injured me and who even shot at me, they're 10 meters away here. I insist now that you go out, one of you, and arrest these people.
Lungile, leyo nkulumo ngiyayizwa, kodwa leyo inkulumo nje engaqondeli utho olutheni. Kodwa awuzange uze wena ucabanga ngokuthi uthi kubona kunabantu abalemnyango asebengilimazile, abalimaze nemoto. Ngicela ukuthi ngiyithi manje hamba niyobabopha.
As a flayman, njoba ngiyiflayman mina ngingatshela iphoyisa ngubani mina elendiya nokwenza ngubani mina njoba ngangikhuluma lapha ngangilalela ubani.
Well, I'm just a nobody, and how would I have told a police official, an Indian even, and say, and give him an instruction to go and do something? Who am I?
And when you were there in the yard of the police station, you also did not ask the colonel or anyone else of the police officers that you want to lay a charge right now, yeah, because you only laid your charge, it appears, on the 17th after being released from the hospital. You didn't say to one of them, look, I want to lay a charge now.
Lapha police station akekho alikho iphoyisa wathi kulona noma ngabe uKennel noma ngabe ubani oyiphoyisa kodwa oyilapho wathi kena ngifuna ukuvula icala ngoba makuvela icala wavula mhla 17 uphumile esibhedlela.
Yabona uma uthi uyangena endaweni la wazi ngona ukuthi thina sikhule wazi ukuthi mangibona iphoyisa awusengisindile enkingeni enginayo. Yabo uma ngingena lapha police station ngibheka ukuthi ngilimele kufuneke ngiwelcome ngendlela efanelekile yokuthi nginike usizo olusheshayo uma kuthiwa wozuvula i-charge la or kanjani kube yibona abangilidayo njengamaphoyisa afundisiwe being trained ukuthi how to handle abantu njengoba besebenzela umphakathi. So iloyo engangi-expectile mina ukuthi njengoba sengibalekele e-police station bazongilida ukuthi what must I do now ngoba mina sengifuna usizo ngifuna nokuya esibhedlela.
Well, growing up, what I learned was that when you see a police official, then you know you are safe. So when I ran into the police station with an injury, I was expecting to be welcomed with care and attended with due diligence and urgency since I was injured. And they are the ones who are trained on how to deal with community or people coming to lay complaints. So I was actually hoping I'd get help from them and guidance.
None of them offered you to take down a charge from their side.
Bona ngasohlangothini labo akekho noyedwa owazama ukuthi ke ake sicabanga indaba ukuthi uvula icala manje.
Njengoba nje ngivinjwa uKennel lo ukuthi ngithi ngingayingenishe charge office nje ukuthi wahlala lapha ngoba into engayizwa mangibheka babe nebelief yayo eyokuthi ngoba ilanguage yayikhulunywa ukuthi mebebuza laba abanye ukuthi kwenzekeni ukuthi hayi it's been short babe yitshela ukuthi ibullet lila yabo. So I have to ukuthi ngihlale la until ngife yabo. Inhloso yabo nje kwakuyileyo kanti abazi ukuthi akuyona ibullet nami mebebuza ngithi ngidutshulile ngoba phela ngiyitshela ukuthi bazonginika usizo olusheshayo.
Well, when I got there, the first person that I interacted with was the colonel, who told me, stop right there, wait there. And I could see that they had a belief that I was shot at, because some were randomly asking one of them, or they were asking each other, what happened to him? And the other would respond and say, no, he's been shot at. So I ended up agreeing that I was indeed shot, because I wanted help. And I felt like the way I was treated, it was as though I should just wait there and die.
Okay, but my question is, none of them offered you to take down a charge.
Masiphendula umbuzo ngo akekho noyedwa nje owazi ukusizela ukuthi anivule icala. No, never, not even a single person.
And that's why you left without having laid a charge that day.
Ingakho wagcina uhamba ungalivulanga icala ngaleli langa.
Ngithi sengiphelelwe amandla manje into engiyifunayo usizo lokuqala.
I was losing strength and I was looking for first aid.
Okay, and at the hospital you were operated on the Thursday, as I understand. Is that correct? And what was that operation about? What was operated?
Esibhedlela nje ukuthi wathungwa ngolesine okuthungwana.
Ngistishwa phela la. Njengobona ngisuka la sithi sizophela la.
I was receiving stitches. I received stitches on my forehead. As you could see, there is a scar that starts just above the eye and goes down towards the nose, the nose bridge, and towards or below the eye. It ends below the eye.
Yeah. Yeah, you've testified from the outset that that was the injury that was caused by the brick, correct?
Uke washo ukuthi lento wawulinyazwe ileli stain noma iblock.
Singene wendini.
Yes, the one that.
But now later on you also referred to your leg, I think it's a left leg that is numb. How was that injury caused?
Ukhulume ngomlenze okaba noka left umlenze
Yeah, left angithi kusho ukuthi ke ngasathi ngizobhlungu kusho ukuthi akwenzekanga umlenze awuqhamukanga ngaleso sikhathi. Kuthathe nje isikhashanyana mhlambe inyanga ukuthi angisazi ngangeni emhlanga hospital. Ngaya nini ngike ngihambisa umlenze. So bangenza ama x-ray ke bagcinene basebebuza ukuthi ngoba babona ilutho awukaze ulimale. Ngithi mina ngilimale ePhoenix lapha. Base bethi okay kusho ukuthi uyilokhu limala ngoba bakhombisa ukuthi ngalimala la yabo. Kusho ukuthi base bethi ke udokotela kusho ukuthi ke umlenze ukhozwa iyona yonke lento ukuthi kusho ukuthi kwacishe kwafuhla ngokuthi lonke lolu laka left ngoba yonke le ndawo yayinamba kodwa manje sekuselele kakhulukazi.
Well, the leg issue only came about after, not when I got injured, but I started feeling the problem after a month, and that's when I went to Umhlanga hospitals. They conducted x-rays and they said they could not find anything. They asked if I was ever injured, and I informed them about my injury that happened in Phoenix. Then they said the leg problem could be caused by the injury because it almost damaged the whole side of my body, because initially even the arm going down the leg, there was numbness, but the numbness now only goes from the leg down.
So it's possible according to them that the brick hit, if I can put it that way, on your eye could have caused the numbness in the left leg. Is that what they told you?
Lokushayeka kwakho ngestini ehlweni yikho okungenza ukuthi ke kwenza ukuthi umlenze nje ube numb njengoba unumb.
Yes, bathi nje kusho ukuthi ikona lokho kwenza ukuthi yonke le ndawo le ibe numb njengoba inenkwanjo kodwa manje la sekungcono la yabo.
Right. Yes, they said it could be the cause of the numbness on the leg.
But it could also be another thing that has caused the numbness.
Bangasho bayasho kodwa ukuthi kungaba yenye into ke.
No,
eyenza.
ngiyabona ngafakwa emshinini emkhulu kabi lapha emhlanga eya-check-a everything yabo unyawo lolu laphendulwa lapha lashakwa ngapha yonke inhlobo ayikho inhlobo ye-x-ray engaziwanga so bathi abayiboni into engabe mhlawumbe ngathini iyisifo or what so ingakho sebebuza ukuthi akukho yini la ngalimala khona na yabo
No,
sengiyabatshela ukuthi cha ngalimala ePhoenix ngoba naku njengoba ningibona kunje.
They did extensive examination at Umhlanga Hospital, and they put me in big machines and conducted all the x-rays. They tried by all means to find what could be the problem, and they couldn't find any problem. That's why they ended up asking me if I was ever injured. And when I told them I was injured in Phoenix, then they said, this, if I may just confirm something from the witness, but iyo into engenza lokulimala kwakho yikho okungenza ukuthi umlenze ube nami noma bathi ikona okwenza ukuthi umlenze ube nami.
Bathi kusho ukuthi i-cause ukuthi umlenze uzube nami nje kusho ukuthi kusuka la phezulu njengoba ukhala ngendaba ya.
They said the injury is the cause of the numbness or the problem with my leg. It comes from the injury.
Okay. Just last issue is pertaining to your stay at the private hospital. So that was on the incident happened on the 12th, and you were what is it as hier die hospitaal gemaak word nie released nie, is it released? Discharged. You were just discharged from the hospital on the 17th, right? 16th.
Okay. At 5:30.
Okay. And but it appears that you see the fact that you were staying in the hospital in the end for quite a couple of days from the 12th until the 16th as problematic, even discriminatory. So I just want to understand that better, because I mean, it's a private hospital. The way I understand private hospitals is they want to discharge people as soon as possible. Very quick, because it costs a lot of money to stay in the hospital. So why do you say, that there might be some unfair discrimination there in terms of the long time you had to stay in the hospital and you had to discharge yourself and so on?
Lento yokuthi wahlala esibhedlela kusukela ngomhla ka-12 waze waphuma mhla ka-16, indlela oyichaza ngayo uyichaza ngokuthi ubona ngathi yayinokuhambisana nokucwaswa. Manje mina ngendlela engiqonda ngayo indaba yokusebenza kwezibhedlela ezikhokhelwayo lezi private, bajaha ukumkhipha umuntu ngoba ugcina umuntu esibhedlela kudla imali eningi. Wena ubona ngenye indlela ukuthi waze wabona isidingo sokuthi ngcono uzidischarge esibhedlela ngoba ukuhlala kwakho lapho ubona ukuthi kuphathelene nokuthi uyacwaswa kahle kahle. Ileyo indaba engifuna ukuthi ke ungibalansise kuyo.
Engikubonayo lapho yabona into edala ukuthi kusho ukuthi ukudliwa kwemali, angithi kukhona ukuthi odokotela abanayo lento ufuna ukudla imali yomuntu, but kube kungenzeki eMandiyeni ngoba Mandiya lalithi imali selitishiwe nje lithi liyagoduka yabo. Mina kulokuthiwa angihlale njoba ngahlala nje from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, kuphinde futhi still nangolosihlanu bangitshela ukuthi ngisazohlala again. Manje sengistishiwe manje, ayisekho into engizoyihlalela.
Well, according to my view, it was just those tactics that are used in wasting your money, because Indians would come there with gunshot wounds, and after being stitched, they would tell them that they are now going home. So after I was stitched, I also felt like I should go home and not stay in hospital.
Thank you. Anyone else? Panel, Commissioner Mthuli?
Baba Umseleko. Oba nomseleko oduma. Omthombeni.
Amen.
Baba Umthombeni angiqale nje ukukhalisana nawe. Yaze yabhlungu into eyakuvelela. Asikubeke nje lokho ukuthi siyakubona, siyakuzwa ngaphakathi. Siyaxolisa baba.
Mr. Mselebu, I would like to empathize with you on what you experienced. You experienced a very painful situation, and we apologize for that.
Mthombeni nginembuzwana nje emncane ezosiza ukuthi icacise la ekungacacanga khona. Oqala umbuzo uthi ngesikhathi udriver ke udlula la kulama roadblock benihamba nilandelana abanye abantu abamnyama abanye amandiya kodwa uthena usubala abantu abafike lapha epolice station kwaba ngathi wena nomunye abamqabhile oyedwa. Ngicela usichazele ukuthi uchazela ukuthi laba bamandiya bebedluliswa kodwa laba abanyeke ebebehamba kuyona lama roadblock abantu abamnyama ngokubona kwakho ubone kwenzakalani kubona?
I'd like to ask a few questions, Mr. Mselebo, just for clarity. You mentioned that as you were driving on the highway or through these roadblocks, you did see that there were other drivers using the road and they would allow the Indians to pass. And when you got to the police station, you mentioned also that there's only one person who was injured. So does this mean that Indians, can I just get the latter part of the question? I'm sorry it was too long. Just the latter part of the question.
Ngokubona kwakho lababanye abamnyama kwenzakalani kubona kulama roadblock?
So with all that being said, according to your view, what happened to the other black people that were also using the road?
Njoba ngisho ukuthi ikhona ipholo enye emhlophe yayingilandela. Ngithi nabantu abawu3. Angibazi ukuthi baphelela laphi bona. Ngoba the time mina ngisuka phezulu yayisalindile nayo ukuthi ize la ekseshweni ngoba yayingilandela kanje so bese busy nami la yabona. So ngithe sengisuka ke sengipida ke lapho ukuthi sengisuka kubona laba basebeqala ukushaya. Angazi ke kubona ukuthi kwenzakalani. Lo engithi mina samthatha osahamba naye waye kade ehamba ngeenyawo abamqapha ehamba ngeenyawo lo esihamba naye ngeveni.
Like I mentioned earlier on, there was a white polo that was driving behind me, which I believe had 3 occupants. And I remember when, after I drove away from the roadblock, they had to wait to also be able to pass. So when I left the first group that was violent, I do not know what eventually happened to them, because that's when I was trying to flee to the police station.
Baba Mthombeni uke wachaza ke futhi uthi ngesikhathi usufika police station uhlangane no Colonel Naidu.
Maybe to just finish on what the witness said. The person that came, the one that had cuts on his head, he was just a pedestrian that came later on. So the question now is,
ngesikhathi ufika police station uhlangane no Colonel Naidu.
So when you reached the police station, you said you met Colonel Naidu.
Yep, yep.
Ngicela uchacise ukuthi uColonel Naidu ube umuntu wesifazane noma ube umuntu wesilisa.
Awesifazane.
If you may clarify if Colonel Naidu is a male person or a female person, and the
Owesifazane.
response is female person.
uColonel Naidu ngesikhathi ethi uyofona ungenile ngaphakathi epolice station noma ume ngaphandle wabamba ucingo wathi uyafona.
So when Colonel Naidu said he was going to make a phone call, did he get inside the police station or did he remain outside?
Why emnami why njoba mina ngihleli la yena umi kanje. Ubamba ucingo mazi noma wayefona noma wenzani yabo.
Well,
Kodwa nje ngimbuze athi hayi ngiyafona ngifonela nama ambulance.
he was just standing next to me at a distance. The distance would be from where the witness is seated and just behind where the interpreter is seated. And he was busy on the phone. I'm not sure what he was doing. Looked like he was making phone calls. And I asked him what was the progress. And he said, no, I'm making a phone call.
For purposes of translation, Colonel Naidu is a she. So it's she was making the phone call.
Oh, she. Sorry about that.
Baba Mthombeni, ngokubona kwakho, uColonel Naidu ngesikhathi enza le phone call, bekukhona uzwelo kuyena ngalesi ngalenhlekelele ekumele.
So, according to your view, would you say Colonel Naidu was empathizing with you on the state you were in and what you had came across as she was standing there outside with you?
Wayethi ngizama ukukusiza but umuntu methu uzama ukusiza ufuna ukubona ukuthi umuntu uzama ukusiza ngayo yonke indlela akhombise ngayo yonke indlela ukuthi uzama ukukusiza njengoba ngisho ukuthi angiyona ingane so why pretender as if kukhona akwenzayo kodwa ebengenzi lutho ngoba egcineni yonke lemizamo le ayethi uyayenza ethi ngifonela uKZN ngithi mina zama fonela laba abakahulumeni ama-ambulance akahulumeni kube yiwona azofika ngithathe
Well, she kept on saying, I'm trying to help you. But I could see that she was just pretending to be helping me because if someone, I'm old, if someone says, I'm helping you or I'm trying to help you, you should see the outcome of those attempts. So nothing was forthcoming. I even told, she was saying she's making, or she's calling the KZN paramedics. And I said to her, no, call the state ambulances.
Baba Mthombeni asiyeni la kubaba uBhengu nobaba uButhelezi. Uthena kwagcina kufike bona bakulayisha evenini ke bakisa esibedlela. Ngaphambi kokuqhamuka kwabo kulamaphoyisa obowabona engena ephuma enqaki ibhamu. Likhona elinye iphoyisa lomuntu omnyama owake walibona kuwona wonke lamaphoyisa ngaphandle kwababa uBhengu nobaba uButhelezi.
So about Mr. Bhengu and Buthelezi, before they could arrive and take you into the van and drive you to hospital, before they could do that, before they could arrive, amongst the police officials that you say were present, coming in and out of the police station, finishing each other with firearms, would you say there was a black person amongst those police officials besides Bhengu and Buthelezi?
Iphoyisa engilaziyo engalibona kodwa mhlambe ngabona mhlambe lona alingazi amina alingiboni umkhwenyana we-ex mayor uZandile Kumede ngoba isebenza lapha kodwa ngabona ukuthi ngindlela engiyiyona kusho ukuthi akangiboni ngoba uyangazi phela bengihamba nomkhwekazi wakhe esikhathini esiningi ngimshayelele but ngabona ukuthi kusho ukuthi akangiboni ngiyambingelela ngitshe ukuthi uzongibona hayi ngabona ukuthi kusho ukuthi akangiboni hayi futhi naye ehambele eshona le yabo ngaphakathi
The only
bese kuba enye
person I know that I saw there was a husband to the ex-mayor Zandile Gumede.
doda
I beg your pardon, sir?
indodakazi umkhwenyana we-ex-mayor kusho ukuthi
Umkhwenyana we-ex-mayor.
no wendodakazi ye-ex-mayor meaning
Son-in-law.
son-in-law
No, the witness had not mentioned daughter.
yeah
So now
So-
when I start interpreting, the daughter comes along.
yeah
All right. The only person I saw there, the person I know, was the husband of the former mayor's daughter. And I could see that he was not recognizing me because of the, of the state I was in. He couldn't see me. So even when I tried to greet him, he didn't recognize me.
nokubuka ukuthi indlela okwakwenzeka ngakusho ukuthi abantu abamnyama kuleya police station abanazwi
And you could see the way things were happening, that black people in that police station have no voice.
Baba Mthombeni, umkhwenyana lo wakaGomede akufikanga kwena ukuthi uye phela kuyena uthi hayibo imina uyibike kuyena njengoba wawusesimeni esidinga usizo olusheshayo.
So did it not come to your mind to actually approach the Gumede son-in-law and introduce yourself to him and indicate that you need help?
izinto lapha njoba ngithi indlela ezazenzeka ngayo ngabona ukusho ukuthi ke ngoba phela ngambingelela nje wahleka then wahamba yabo ngoba ngitshe ukuthi mhlambe uzongibona but ngabuka ukuthi indlela mhlambe kwenza ngayo naye unaloko kusaba ukuthi mhlambe uzo-entertainer mhlambe bese la bese thola ukutreateka ngendlela engasile yayibona ngathi mina ke ngoba vele into engiyifunayo mina manje ukuya esibhedlela akukho vele manje azongisiza ngako yena ngoba ngiyabona indlela okuyiyona.
Well, when I did greet him as he was passing by, and he just did a small laugh and passed away and passed by, and I realized that the manner in which things are now happening here at the police station, he is also in fear maybe that if he tries to help me, he might get an ill treatment, and hence he did not help.
Aseni la esibhedlela ke baba Mthombeni uthena laba bafo bakubhandisha nje bangakugeza njengoba wangena waze waphuma wageza nini.
So you did mention at the hospital the 4 people that attended you just bandaged the wound and they did not even bath you. So since you were admitted and spent all the time you spent there, when would you say you were given a bath?
Mhlambe ngaqala ukugeza ngolosithathu.
I only started bathing maybe on Wednesday.
Sidlule lapho baba uthena wagcina uthinte umndeni wakho usubatshela ke ukuthi senguthintile umndeni udokotela mayengafiki bayaza bayongilanda. Ifoni yakho ngoba yayithathiwe wabathinta kanjani ekhaya ngesikhathi usesibhedlela?
You said you eventually contacted your family and you further told the nurses or the hospital staff that since the doctor is not attending you, your family is on the way and they are coming to pick you up. So my question to you is, when or how did you contact your family, because you had mentioned earlier on that your phone was taken?
Amafoni amawu2 ngalelo langa eyodwa ngangiyishiye kwi-charger ekhaya ngihamba nale enye entsha Y7 iyona eyathathwayo ngolosithathu umkami wajikiswa esangweni kwathiwa akashiye impahla esibhedlela ifoni yayiphakathi kulo lapho so ngase sengifona ngefoni yami ngoba iyona ngase lento ngoba ngacetha esibhedlela bangifonelele ekhaya ukuthi bazama ukuthi bangiphathele lenye ifoni.
I initially had 2 phones, so when I came across this incident, I had left my other phone at home in a charger. So they took the Y7 on the day in question, and then I asked to make a phone call to my family, and I told them they should bring my phone when coming to see me in hospital. So my wife came on Wednesday and she brought the phone, but she was asked to return back home. She was not allowed in the hospital. However, she was able to leave the items that she had brought for me, and in those items, my phone was also there.
Sesiya esiphethelweni baba Mthombeni. Ngicela usichazele ukuthi sonke lesi sigameko sisithinte kanjani isithunzi sakho njengomuntu.
In conclusion, Mr. Mthombeni, please explain to us how this incident affected your dignity as a human being.
Ngizoqala nje enganeni yami lencane evele ngibuke ebuza ukuthi baba wenzakalani la iphi imoto bese kubuya lezo zinto ke.
I'd start with my last born. Uthe umfana ntombazane last born wakho?
Mfana.
My last born, he would look at me seriously and then look at and ask me, Daddy, what happened here? The witness pointed on his face. And then a follow-up question would be, where is your vehicle? So I feel everything brewing afresh inside me.
So nje ngingakubeka kanje commission ukuthi impilo nje is change.
So
I'm nothing.
to the commission, what I would state is that the life has changed completely and I feel like I'm nothing.
And okungiphatha kabi kakhulu abaphathi bezwe abahlulekile ukuthi basenze sibe abantu ukuthi udaba lwethu thina esalimala bathathe balibeke eqhulwini into ebekwe eqhulwini osomabhizinisi kukhishwa imali oma 11 billion oma somabhizinisi eyethi indaba ayiphathwa nhlobo so ingakho nje sifila nje ukuthi ingathi asika sibalulekile nemphefumulo yethu ayibalulekile kuhulumeni wethu osiphethe.
And what pains me the most is our government, the way they are handling this matter. You could see that they are prioritizing the business owners. They are talking about large amount of figures, 11 billions, that is meant to assist them. No one is talking about us that were victimized on this day. And you could see they don't care about our lives.
Okugcina ke baba Mthombeni uthena iminyaka yakho iyamashumi ayisithupha nanye. Ngesikhathi ngo-1994 ubususile ubusuyindoda. Ngicela uchazele le hearing ukuthi ngesikhathi sobandlululo wake wavelelana yini nenkinga efana nale.
So you had mentioned earlier on that you are 61 years old. And I'd like for you to explain to this commission about what was going on before 1994. Before or during?
Wake wahlangana yini
Hlangabezana.
nenkinga efanayo noma ecishe ifane nale
Ngo-1994.
before?
Before
Before
19, yes. Ngaphambili before 1994, have you ever came across a situation similar to this? Because I know you were grown by that time, you were a man.
Sigijimiswe kakhulu amabhunu. Ekhaya kusemawoti. Khona ibhunu okuthiwa uFrank. Elali isihlupha into ongakazi uyibona. So kubuya yonke leyo nto leyo. Ukuthi umuntu kusho ukuthi ukuthula akamene ukuphumula akakutholi noma sesikuhulumeni wentando yeningi. Ukuphumula sikutholi ngoba sihlushwe amabhunu ngaleza ekhathi esijaha esilimaza esidonsa phansi ngalento ngeyimoto esilele nakufika namasosha asibeke inyawo etiyeleni into yonke esidlule kuyona leyo ma.
So I grew up in Amawoti area, and during that time we were abused so badly by Afrikaners. I remember there is one Afrikaner that was called Frank. He really gave us a tough time. During that time, they would chase us, they would drag us they would drag us with the motor vehicles, and they would cause us to lie on the tar road and stomp or put their feet or booted feet on our heads. So I never thought that post the apartheid era we would experience such things.
Kukhona okunye njengoba usuvala ongathanda ukukusho baba?
In closing, would you like to state anything? So,
Engakuthanda nje engikufisayo ukuthi uhulumeni must come on board. Njoba nikisho nje nithi ngalapho ukuthi niyaxolisa. Kufuneka kube nalo bani ma cohesion bani. Izinto ezingezikwazi ukuba khona lezo. Uma ngabe uhulumeni engasondeli kuma victim. Akho inhlelo ezingaqhubeka ngoba phela silinyalelwe, silimele, impahla zethu zilimele, asazi ukuthi zobuya kanjani, kuzokwenzakalani, kuzothatha iminyaka emingaki ukuthi zibuye, impilo zethu njoba zinje.
well, all I'd like to say is the government should come on board. I do hear you talking about social cohesion and all that. However, those programs are not going to help in any way, because the government should show that they are actually doing something and coming on board in helping us, because as it stands, we haven't seen any care or help from the government. We were injured. We have people close to us who were injured. Our properties were damaged. So for now, we haven't seen anything in empathy with us.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. May I just very quickly ask, so when you arrived at the police office and you were in the yard, you indicated that there were about 15 police officers there in the yard.
Ngacacisa laphayana uthe ngesikhathi ufika lapha egcekeni lase station mhlamba amaphoyisa ayelapha egcekeni ayelapha ku 15.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
phela ngeke ngiwonga ukuthi mhlawumbe ngibale ukuthi le 1
yeah.
2 cha kodwa nje ukuphithizela kwabantu babona baningi labantu laba abenzi lutho bazihlalele police station kuyaxoxwa nje kuyancokolwa
Right.
uyayibona lona.
Well, yeah, I can't tell exactly the number,
No, I
but
understand that.
I could see the people moving, the police officials moving around, up and down, and tell maybe there's about 15 people.
Were all of them from one population group or from more population groups?
Bonke labantu obabona lapha police station abamaphoyisa la usho ukuthi lapha ku 15 aye uhlanga olodwa noma kwakukhona ukuxuba.
Njoba ngisho ukuthi abantu abamnyama bawu2 yilo mfana ngimshoyo lo umkhwenyana bese kuba nomunye intombazane eyayithukana nayo ucolonel bedlalisana naye ngazi noma mhlambe iwumseshi ngoba igqoke private yabo noma umseshi angazi yabo kodwa khona owaye bethukana naye yabo yena ucolonel lo kusho ukuthi indlela abadlala ngayo so awu2 nje abantu abamnyama engababona the rest nje kwamandini.
I only saw 2 black officials there, and the rest would be Indians. So it was the son-in-law I spoke about, and another lady. I'm not sure if she was an investigating officer, a detective, because she's the one that was exchanging insults with the colonel. I believe maybe that's how they joke, but those are the 2 black people. The rest were Indians.
And inside the police office itself, I mean, there could also have been police officers there, and one wouldn't know now exactly what their population groups are, correct?
Fanti babe khona namanye amaphoyisa mhlambe lapha e-church office ngaphakathi.
Ngeke ngiphike.
Kodwa ngeke wazi
Ngeke
futhi.
ngazi ngoba phela ngavinjwa.
Angawuqeda umbuzo wami. Ngeke wazi ukuthi lawo maphoyisa aye uluphi uhlanga.
Ngoba ngizange ngiyibone i-church office kwathiwa nje mhlala la.
I wouldn't tell, because I didn't
Yeah.
even see the church office.
But so you had a very bad experience that day there, and I mean, we fully accept that. But don't you think it might be a little unfair to come to the conclusion from your side that black people don't have a voice at that police station? I mean, we also had Buthelezi and Bengu, coming there later on. They also, 2 African police officers, they even took you to the hospital and so on. So wouldn't you say that it's maybe a bit unfair to say that black people don't have a voice at the police station? Except now for your experience, and that I understand fully that is how you experienced it.
Ngiyaqonda ukuthi lapha e-station awuphathekanga neze kahle. Kodwa la ngidlulela khona isekuthenini awucabangi mhlawumbe ukuthi lesi statement usishilo sokuthi amaphoyisa abantu abamnyama abanazwi kulesa stage. Awucabangi ukuthi leso statement sinokungabi nobulungiswa njengoba akhona phela amaphoyisa agcine efikile uBhengu noButhelezi laba bafike bakusiza.
Yangihlekisa ke le ngoba ngiyayicacisa nje ukuthi kwabona uBhengu kwakwamafosholo uyibona abathunywa ngapha nangapha ukhenele lokusho ukuthi umangqingqi nawo amandiya kubo abhiza aphuma phansi aphuma ngeemoto iwona owafuneka ngithatha oBhengu bengakafiki ngoba umphefumulo lo ohleli la odinga ukuthi uthole usizo lokuqala wayehlulwa yini ukutshela amandiya lawa kuba ukuthi please thathani lo muntu nimphuthumise lapha ungalinda umuntu ongazi ukuthi uzofika ngasikhathi sini.
You see, now you are making me laugh with that statement, because the Bengu and the Buthelezi you are talking about, you could see those were just shovels. That's how the witness states it. Because you could see that the colonel was just sending them around and giving them tasks. when there's other Indian police officials of his race that were moving up and down, that he could have easily told, take this person, he's injured, take him to hospital. The vehicles were coming in and out of this police station, but he didn't say anything to those people. Why would he wait for some people he didn't even know what time they would arrive? I mean, we are talking about a life, person that needed help.
Okay, let's leave that. Thank you very much, sir. And also, I think we need to reiterate again that there is counseling available. Maybe that would be it would be good for you to participate in that counseling. You know, especially given some of the things that you have indicated, how this made you feel, and therefore and makes you feel also even at your own house. So we would really recommend that maybe you know, we assist you in that regard, and maybe if the evidence leaders and so on would also just assist Martina and so on to direct him to the necessary counsel that we do have available here. Thank you very much. I think on that note, unless anyone else has something, but we are now really at a point where we need to move to the last witness. Yes, evidence leaders.
Thank you, Commissioner. That would be Mr. Mseleku's evidence.
Thank you very much. You are excused, sir. Thank you so
Siyabonga
much.
Msele kusuqedile bazoxhumana nawe o-evidence team mayelana nendaba ye-counselling ukweluleka ozokutholwa okukhona kulolu hlelo. Siyabonga. 5:30. What time am I supposed to show?
Evidence leading team, your final witness.
Yes, Chairperson.
It is already 5:30, as you would note. But
Yes, Chair, I
that
was
doesn't
tempted to ask for a short break, but I think we should forgo that and just go straight
I
into.
would rather let us not break now.
Yes, absolutely,
Let's
I
finish.
agree. And we are ready to proceed with our final witness for today. And we'd like to call Mr. Zweletu Chamane, Chamane.
Okay. I've been requested for
A comfort break.
a comfort break, 5 minutes, but then really we can't make it 15, 5 minutes.
Chair, we should say 1 minute and then maybe we'll get 5 minutes. One
We'll
minute
break
break.
for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Let's get started as soon as possible, please. The evidence team ready? Your next witness is again Advocate Lodge.
Yes, Chairperson, just to, for the record again, our next witness, I see Mr. Kamane is there already. It's Mr. Zweletu Kamane, C-H-A-M-A-N-E. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kamane, welcome here at the hearing of the Commission into the Unrest. Are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to make an affirmation of the truth of your evidence?
Siyakwamukela mnumzane uChamane kule commission yaka human rights. Ukhona inkinga ongaba nayo ukuthi ufunga ukuthi ukhuluma iqiniso noma mhlambe wena uzokhetha lokho ukuthi uyathembisa ukuthi uzokhuluma iqiniso?
Ayinankinga ngafunga.
I have no problem with taking an oath.
Thank you. Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Isifungo sithatha njengento ezobophezela inembe zakho ukuthi ukhuluma iqiniso?
Yebo.
Yes.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Uyafunga ukuthi ubufakazi bakho buzoba iqiniso lodwa iqiniso kuphela kukho okungaphandle kweqiniso?
Yebo.
Yes.
Please lift your right hand and say, so help me God.
Cela phakamisela sakho sokudla ukuthi Nkosi ngisize.
Nkosi ngisize.
Son in.
Thank you very much. Over to you, is it Advocate Lotz? Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Kamani, thank you for your patience. I'll just confine myself to the key issues for investigations and allow you to recount your experiences. Firstly, can you confirm for the record, where do you live?
Mnumzane Chamane ngizokhuluma nje ngezinto ezimbalwa eziphathelene nalobu bufakazi esibudingayo nanokuthi nawe usilandise ke ngokwaziyo noma wakubona. Masingaqala nje sithi uhlala kuphi Mnumzane Chamane?
Khona la ePhoenix.
I reside in Phoenix.
How long have you lived in Phoenix?
Usuhlala isikhathi esingakanani ePhoenix?
Ngihlale for 10 years.
I've resided in Phoenix for 10 years.
Could you describe the community that resides in Phoenix in terms of racial demographics?
Ungachaza mhlambe mayelana nomphakathi ohlala ePhoenix ukuthi ke ungathi uxubene kanjani masikhuluma ngokubuhlanga?
Engingakusho nje ePhoenix sihleli nomphakathi lo wamaNdiya asinayo inkinga kodwa kukhona labo ubonayo ukuthi cha bona impela indlu emnyama babona ayibakhombisa ungayithandi.
In Phoenix we are residing with Indian race and there is a few of them that you could tell that they do not really like Africans.
Are the Africans residing in Phoenix, are they minority?
Ungathi mhlambe bancane abantu abahlala ePhoenix abayindle emnyama?
Yebo bancane.
It's a few. They are a minority.
Would you say there's a history of racial hostilities or tensions between Indians and Africans in Phoenix?
Ungasho ukuthi kukhona izinxushunxushu zokuxabana mhlambe ngokucwasana phakathi kwamaNdiya kanye kohlanga lamaNdiya kanye nolwabantu abamnyama?
Ngingasho nje njalo njengalokhu nje okwenzeka ngoJuly.
Yes, I'd say so. And to quote an example is to quote the incident that took place in July.
Prior to the unrest, how would you characterize race relations in Phoenix?
Uma ngathiwa uxoxa ngezinto ke ezenzeka kungakashayiki luJuly, kungakenzeki lokhu kaJuly, bungathi mawuchaza mhlambe ngokuhlalisana kwabantu ngokubuhlanga babo lapha ePhoenix uthini?
Hayi ukuhlala wona kuhleliwe nje kodwa uyabona ukuthi hayi la. Ikakhulukazi nje ibala leli laseNdiya, ikakhulukazi leli sakhula, hayi impela hayi. Angani noma mhlawumbe into abayifunde emakhaya yini noma yini kodwa nje nasendaweni zokusebenza uyabona nje ukuthi hayi indaba yomuntu nje omnyama nje hayi. Abayizwa nje kahle ukuthi abanandaba nabo.
Well, people are residing there, but you can tell that there is a problem, more especially with the younger generation of the Indian race. I don't know if they learned this from their homes or what the situation is, because even in the work environments, there are problems. You could tell that they don't care about Africans.
Have you personally experienced any form of discrimination or racism in the Phoenix area?
Lapha ePhoenix, kukhona wena owake wahlangabezana nakho okucwaseka ngokubuhlanga?
Hayi ngisho ukuthi khona ngoba njengoba nje nami ngomunye wabantu abalinyalelwa impahla nowashawa engenzanga lutho. Ngiphumela emsebenzini nje ngiya emndenini wami engihlala nawo. Hayi ngathi lokukhulu ukuhlukumezeka.
I'd say there is an incident of that sort, because I am one of those people who had their properties damaged and was also assaulted without having done anything. And I was just on my way from work to my family.
Over the 10-year period that you've lived in Phoenix, is there any specific incident that comes to mind in which you experienced any form of hostility or racism or discrimination from another race, from a person of another race?
Kule minyaka eyishumi usuyihlale laphaya ungasho ukuthi khona ukuhlukumezeka wake wakuthola noma udlame wake walithola uhlukunyezwa umuntu olunye uhlanga?
Hayi lokho oyikona nje lo ka July 12. Before that cha. Kodwa beke ngizwe abanye abafiki bekhala kodwa mina bengazi kwenzeka.
I only encountered a problem in July, but before that I had not had any of that problem. Besides that, I would hear from some of my fellow brothers complaining about what they encountered.
Could you take us through your account of what happened on the 12th of July 2021?
Cela usilandiseke manje ngowahlangabezana nabo kumhla ka-12 kuJuly.
Okay. Umhla 12 July ngangiphuma emsebenzini ngangiphuma ngapha eSouth Coast. Kade ngihambe nje kuseni ngabo past 5-6 kungekho lutho. Ngathi mase ngibuya ntambama ngiyikhaza bo 6:30. Sengena la ePhoenix ngaba ngase what is this road lo? Highway. Sengikhohle igama ngobathi one. Phoenix Highway, yes.
Right. On the 12th of July, I had left home around 5:30 to 6 o'clock, heading to South Coast, and as I was going for work purposes. When I left home, everything was normal. But the problem started when I was on my way back from work, and I was along Phoenix Highway, and it was around 6:30
Yeah,
in the afternoon.
So, just on that, even in the days leading up to the unrest on the 12th of July, was the situation still normal, or were there any memories or rumors of planned looting or civil unrest?
Kule insuku nje eduze nomhla ka-12 ungangashayi umhla ka-12 ungasho ukuthi khona izinto uke wazizwa ezazi yamahemhema ekhulunywa mhlambe ngendaba yokuthi kukhona into ehleliwe mayelana nokuphangwa kwezitolo noma mayelana nezibhelu lezi ezazenzeka khona okuzwile?
Hayi angizwanga kodwa ngezwe nje sekwenzeka ngaleso sikhathi okwenzeka ngaso ukuthi abantu babetapa ey'tolo ngakomasho ko-Bridge City kanjalo kodwa hayi la ePhoenix asibonanga.
I had not heard anything of that sort. The only time I came to know about it was when it was actually happening, and we heard that people are looting in the areas of KwaMashu and Bridge City, but we did not witness anything in Phoenix.
As you came back from work, what happened next?
Musubuya emsebenzini ke kwenzekani?
Ngesikhathi ngibuya emsebenzini ngingena nje kubo Phoenix Highway lapha yangase Unit 10 clinic umgwaqo lapha kune construction lapha kusho ukuthi ngathi ngibuya nje emsebenzini nami ngizile ekhaya umgwaqo ungabona iqulu labantu bevimbile emgaqweni bevale bathi lento lezi construction nama barricades lezi eziyelo.
On my way from work, as I was joining Phoenix Highway, around the area of Unit 10, where there's a clinic around, there was some construction going on that road. However, as I was approaching, I spotted a group of people that had barricaded the road, and they had used the same equipment that is used in construction whenever they are barricading the road.
Yeah.
The yellow cones.
So mangiza la bese about 3 kuleya group beze kumina omunye wayephethe khona lento lephegi yabo le fakwa emgaqweni mangabe kuzokwenza i-road earthworks ilakhi induku inkuni eze kumina ajikile ngala angibuza ukuthi uyawufunani la ngimtshela ukuthi hayi mina ngiya ekhaya ngiphuma emsebenzini bese thini ukukhona istaff esilakweni emotweni ngithi mina akho lutho la ngivuya yabona imoto ayinalutho.
As I was driving towards this group of people, 3 people detached themselves from the group and approached me. One was carrying some object which looked like a rod or wood that is used in construction, and he asked me, "Where are you coming from?" I said, "I'm coming from work and I'm going home." And he further asked, "Do you have some stuff here in the vehicle?" I said, "No, you can even look. I have nothing here."
Were you alone in the vehicle?
Yes, I was alone.
Had you previously experienced this, where in the barricades within the Phoenix area, which are manned by the so-called vigilantes?
Uyake yakwehlela yini lento ke ngaphambilini isikhathi yokuthi uthi usendleleni lapha ePhoenix ufice iqulu labantu elithile selizihlanganisile lavala umgaqo?
Hayi beqala ukuthi kwenzeke kimi.
No, it was first time for this to take place.
So you had to alight the vehicle, and discuss, did you have to discuss anything or to explain anything to them?
Washika emotweni mhlambe kwakhona into efanele uyikhulume nalabantu?
Okay, into eyenzeka nje ngesikhathi engimisile lo munye eza ngapha ngakimi ngithi ngivala iwindi ngalihlisa iwindi ukuze ngimuze ukuthi uthini. Wangibuza ukuthi ngiyaphi ngamtshela even ne-address yami ukuthi mina ngihlala endaweni ethize.
So what happened is that one of these people that had approached my vehicle came towards the driver's side. So since my window had been closed, I had to roll it down in order to be able to speak to this person and explain to him that I was going home. I even gave him my address, my residential address.
Then emva kwalokho wavona dotsi isikhiye ku-ignition. Wayesethi kumina angiphume. Hayi mangiphuma ngima phansi lo munye wavula isicabha lesi singali kuphaseni ngoba vele sasingakhiwe. So ngathi okay.
So when I've explained that, he removed the key from the ignition and instructed me to jump off the vehicle. Whilst that was happening, the other one opened the passenger door.
Okay, and how did this make you feel? How did you feel about this?
Kwakuphatha kanjani?
Hayi kwangiphatha ngadumala nje ukuthi kwenzakalani ngoba ngesikhathi lo othatha ikhiye kumina ignition ngambuza ukuthi mfethu hawini kwenze njani. Hayi wangacacisa nje kwakhuluma into engayizwa nje kahle wangibuza ukuthi ngiyaphi ngamtshela wasangibuyisela ukhiye ngesikhathi engibuyisela ukhiye emoto lo munye ugrab ukhiye yabo.
Well, I just got disappointed because I was still asking, what is going on? And so after I explained to him where I was going, he handed back the key. And as he was handing back the key, the other person grabbed and snatched the key, the car keys.
Okay. Were there other vehicles in and around the road where they had these barricades?
Kwakhona ezinye imoto la kulomgaqo njengoba kwakuvinjiwe.
Imoto eyikhona yodwa kodwa engaphambili kwami ngathi ngifika mina eyisuka kodwa zange bayenze lutho.
There was just one vehicle that was ahead of me, and as I arrived at this barricade, this vehicle drove off, and they had not done anything to that vehicle.
Could you please describe the identity of these persons who stopped you?
This was an Indian guy, all of them.
Laba bakumisa.
Yeah.
And the car that left before they stopped you, were you able to see who was driving the car? Or the identity of the person who was driving the car?
Lo muntu owayedrayiva le moto eyasuka ke yena wakwazi ukubona ukuthi umuntu njani.
Yeah, it was an Indian. He was driving a Nissan 1400 Paki.
Was he asked to alight the car? Was there some form of aggression towards this person?
Nalento yokuthi kuthiwa akahlike emotweni kube khona into isixakaxaka eyenzekayo.
Hayi azange babemhlisa.
No, they did not instruct him to alight from the vehicle.
Okay. What else happened?
And then emveni kwalonke emva kuba lo munye ngesikhathi engikuye ugrabha lo munye khona umunye wangishaya ngensimbi la emhlanje ngoba umunye uyiphethe lokho yabo lokho ukudlala icricket lokho kwakungathi kuyiphini nje yabo ngeze sengishaya ekhaya mangithi ngiyaphenduka omunye wangishaya la omunye ephethe ibhola
singagijimi ngasali ukulimala kwakho. So as the other person snatched and grabbed grabbed and snatched my car keys, I felt someone hitting me with an iron rod on my back. Lo wakshaya ngebet, cricket bat, wakshaya kuphi?
Wangishaya ikhanda.
And another person hit me on my head with a cricket bat.
Ngase ngabuza ukuthi yini ndaba ningishayelani ngoba phela ukhiye imoto ukunini imoto sekufana nokuthi kunina ningishayelani pho.
I then asked them, why are you assaulting me? Because you have the car keys now. It's more like you have possessed the car already.
Yeah. Then kwase kwaqhamuka omunye siwakulesa sixuku ephethe isibhamu. Wase wathi omunye, shoot this motherfucker, shoot this monkey. Yabo.
Another person approached, coming from that same crowd. And when he approached, he was carrying a firearm. I overheard one person saying, shoot this motherfucker, shoot this monkey.
So the person who was making these unsavory utterances, could you please describe his identity as well?
Ngamchaza ukuthi unjani lo
Akwaku
muntu.
India nje bafu.
It was an Indian, my brother.
Yeah, Indian.
So at the time when they hit you, did you fall on the floor? Did you run? What happened?
Mase bekushayileke kwase kwenzekani wawo kwabaleka kwenzekani?
Into eyenzeka lapha yabo ngesikhathi lo engishaya lo cricket bat wayengaphambili kukhona umunye engishaya ngensimbi omunye eze omunye ephethe isibhamu athi lo munye mdubule lo bese ngithi mina haba mfethu ngoba nginikezile nje ukhimoto kunina ngiyekeni mina ngihambe so bangangilalela lo munye ngesathi ngikhuluma naye lo munye uyangishaya ngala yabo so kuthe kusuka ngoba emva kwesithamu khona impahla zokugqoka zikhona bayithatha lapho the time lo ngishaya ngala ebona laba beze emotweni ongiyeka ngathula ishazi ukuthi ngibale ngingene emfuleni.
Right. So when this person was hitting me with an iron rod on my back, the other one hitting me with a cricket bat on my head, and the other person approaching with a firearm, and the other one saying, shoot him. There were clothes that were behind my seat inside the vehicle. So the other person went and took those clothes. And the one that was hitting me earlier on, or the ones that were hitting me earlier on, they then stopped hitting me. That's when I got a chance to run away.
Abaleka ngene emfuleni umfula lapha along the highway.
I ran into the stream that is along the highway.
So the clothes in the car, were these new clothes or old clothes?
Those was
No, they were not new clothes, just my clothes.
Yeah.
Did they request to search the boot of your car?
Bacela ukusasha ibhuthi yakho.
No, kwangayona imoto it was a parking.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was not a vehicle with a boot.
Yes, it was a Nissan hard body.
Nissan hard body. A parking.
Did they chase after you?
Bakjah.
Azange bangijahe
No, they did not chase after me.
because ngicabanga ukuthi mhlawumbe babe more interested kulento ezazi lapha emotweni njengana ingubo kanje.
Because I believe they were more interested in the items that were in the vehicle, like the clothes.
Did you have an opportunity to ask why they were doing all of this to you?
Walithola ithuba lokubuza ukuthi bayenzelani into abayenza kuwena?
Ngambuzo la ngikhuluma naye wayedithatha ukhiya azange angiphendule. Ngezwe nje sengishawa nje ekhanda, ngeza senginukela igazi ngathi liphuma ngamakhala. Ngabona ukuthi hayi ngeke ayingangamla. Ngabaleka ke.
No, I only spoke to the one that was hitting me, or the one that had taken the keys. And he did not respond. I just felt the hitting starting, and I could even smell blood on my nose, and I could see that, no, this was overwhelming.
So as you fled, did you go to the hospital to seek medical help or did you go to the police station to lay criminal charges?
Why mhlambe station siyovula icala noma esibhedlela ke uyofuna usizo?
Okay, ngaya e-police station kodwa kwangithatha isikhathi eside ukufika e-police station ngoba mhlawumbe e-police station ngafika ngabo 8 ngoba ngaqala ngangena emhosheni ngehlisa umhosha ngoba manje ngendlela engangithuke ngayo nami kwase kumnyama. So ngesikhathi ngiphuma la emhosheni ngihamba forgot igama lomgwaqo but it was along the grounds lapha. Ngumathi mangiphuma emhosheni naye another group food Indians.
Well, it took me time to reach the police station. I did go there, but it took me time to actually reach the police station because I was now walking in the bushes along the stream and I was scared. It was dark. So when I finally got to move from the stream and into the road, I met another group.
And what happened when you met the other group?
Kwasekwenzekani-ke mase ubona leli elinye iqembu?
Ngithe mangiqhamuka kule group le, truth there was a group eyayikhona lapha ku highway laba abantu beshisa imoto ngangazi mina ngabona nje sengikhona sengiqhamula khona. Kodwa ngithe mangiqhamuka ama Indians lawa semakhulu semadala. Angibuzi ngifunana kawatsho hayi manje ngiphuma emsebenzini I'm going home but sengibe nenkinga sengiphuca imoto sengishayiwe. Angitshela ukuthi angigayi lapha ngoba ngizobulawa. Ongcono angithathe the short ride ukuze ngizobona ukuthi ngiyangaphi ipolice station le ngakhona. Ngaqhubeka ke then mangiqhubeka this.
So when I met this other group, and I did see that there were cars that were being burnt, and I spoke to the old Indian guys, and they asked me what I was doing there, and I told them that I was on my way from work, and I was dispossessed of my vehicle. I'm trying to get to the police station, and they told me I should not go in that direction I was going. Instead, I should take a short ride, and I would see on my way how I find the police station, because if I ever go there, I'd be murdered.
So as you approached this group, were you fearful? Were you still scared?
Njengoba uya kule group ukuya ngakuyona wawusaba kwakunjani?
Hayi ngangisaba futhi ayikho into engangayenza ngoba ngangasokwazi nokukhuluma ngoba ngashaya kabuhlungu la ekhanda no my speech nje sasingekho right.
I was scared because I couldn't even talk. I was hit badly on my head, so my speech was affected.
And this group, other than the advice you received, they did not do anything to you?
Oh, ngaphandle kokuthi ke bakutshela into abakutshela yona ka ayikho enye into abakwenza yona le group ke osukhuluma ngayo owayifitha.
Hayi cha ayizangenze lutho ngoba labo baba laba bathi angasondeli lapha na kwena ngithatha ushort ride ngazama ukuthi ngenze lento abangitshela yona ngoba nami ngangivele ngisaba futhi.
No, they did not do anything. Otherwise, besides the advice given by the old man, not to go that direction and take another direction, I did exactly what they said because I was also scared.
So, when you eventually reached the police station, what happened at the police station?
Mawufika ke station kwenzekani?
As police station ngafika ngoba sizomunye ubhuti wangiliftile we security company ngoba kwangizange ngifikele mina ngihamba ngeenyawo. So ngesikhathi sengidlulile kule group oqala, then there was another group futhi. So bona abazange banginaka ngoba ngase ngivele ngihamba ngeenyawo. Then I met another group engabona ukuthi mangiya kuyona lapha ngendlela kwaku nezibhelu ngayo kwakushisa amathayi kunomsindo kumenyezo kuthukwa ngabona ukuthi la ngizoqashuka la ngcono ngihlehle ngibuyele kwemva ngizama ukuthi ngithole enye indlela ngase spa eStarwood.
So I did not reach the police station on my own. However, I got a lift from another gentleman who works for a security company. So after having seen the first group and I saw another group, the second group, where the unrest was taking place and they were burning tires, there was too much noise and screaming. I realized I can't go there on my own. But the first group didn't do much on me because I was walking on foot.
Could you again describe the identity of this person, the security person who gave you a lift?
Lo muntu oyisecurity wanginike ulift uyini?
Umuntu wanginikeza ulift umuntu omnyama kodwa nakhona kwabanzima ukuthi angisize ngoba athi hey naye uzobona ukuthi mengisiza uzoba senkingeni ngamncenga ukuthi ngoba manje lapha phezulu njengoba bengichase kule group engikade sengisuka kuyona bathi angibuyele back ku highway ngizofa lapha yana. So ngamncenga wathi mfethu ongcono ngicela ukuchecka mina ukuthi abangiboni yini ukuthi ngiyakuthatha la ngoba ngizoba nenkinga.
Well, that person was actually reluctant. Firstly, it was a black person, and he was reluctant to take me because he said he was afraid he might have a problem if he gives me a lift. So if he would have to check first if that group can't see that he is giving me a lift before he takes me, because we might have a problem. But I continued asking them, requesting him to take me because I needed help, and I had been told by that group, the previous group, to go back on the highway. And I realized that if I go back to the highway, I might get injured.
Okay. And did you ultimately reach the police station?
Wagcina ufikile kodwa station?
ngagcina ngifikile kusho ukuthi umfowethu lo ngoba naye phela wayesaba wanginikeza i-uniform ye-security kuze kube ngazi ukuthi sama-security sonke la emotweni.
I ultimately reached the police station. The person, the gentleman that helped me, because he was scared, he gave me some of his uniform. So I had to wear that uniform so that it looks like we are colleagues, we are both security guards.
Okay. And when you got to the police station, what happened?
Then masifika ke la police station kusho ukuthi khona omunye owayebuza kwabeyama ngemoto naye wathi ucela ukuthi ngingaqale ngiphume la ngoba uza kwabo uyiNdiya. So manje mangabe ebona umuntu omnyama ephuma kule moto ebena abantu abamnyama kuthiwa bafuneki la uzoba nenkinga emsebenzini kusho ukuthi iparish lakhe lizophela umsebenzi. Yabo.
When we were at the police station, the gentleman that was helping me advised me not to alight from the vehicle. He said I should wait a bit because when we got there, he found a colleague of him who was an Indian. So he explained that if the colleague sees that there's a black person coming out of this vehicle, he might end up losing his job.
So you did not alight the vehicle?
Wangahlika-ke emotweni.
Ngayenza nje ngoba kusho ngamlinda ke yasuka ke imoto yakholiki ngakhumula i-uniform leyo ngamnika ngangena police station.
I did as advised, waited for the colleague to drive off, and as the colleague drove off, I then removed the security uniform and then a letter from the vehicle and went into the police station.
Were you assisted by the police?
Akusiza amaphoyisa.
Ay ngingasho ukuthi angisiza ngokuthi mina angikwazi ukuthi angithatha ngisekhaya ngoba ngangifika lapho ngacela ukuthi angithathe angisekhaya ngithathe isikhiye ukuze bangiphelezele ngolanda imoto yami lapha libe ikhona ngoba ngangazi ukuthi imoto ishisiwe. Amaphoyisa sengitshela ukuthi leyo moto le ayidlule ishwe.
I was assisted. I told the police that I need help. I need them to take me home so that I can fetch my spare key and go back to fetch my vehicle. The police told me that when they passed by that vehicle, it was being burnt.
Did they go with you to confirm this?
Aya nawe kokuthi uyobona uqinisekise lokho ayikusho.
Azange siye athi azongihambisa nje ekhaya nami ngangivele ngifuna ukuya ekhaya ngoba ngiyinhlungu engangizizwa ayi sezenzima kakhulu.
They did not take me there. However, they took me home because actually I also wanted to go home. I was in excruciating pain.
Talking about pain, what kind of injuries did you sustain?
Walimala kanjani?
Bangishaya ikhanda ngale cricket bat nensimbi nje engayazi kusabhlungu ngishona manje la emhlanje angazi ukuthiwa kuyinsimbi enjani le engangishawa ngayo nala ngacishe ngaphuka ingalo la manje umunwe lo ngesikhathi ngivika phela ngisanesenyelo nje la ingalo even today.
Inhlobo zeingozi wazithola.
There was no ingozi kwaba nje ukuvukala nje ukuthe nami nasemehlweni ngivale kamehlo.
Well, there were no open wounds. However, there was swelling on the head and on the eyes. They were almost closed, and there was pain in the arm and a dislocation on my finger, index left index finger. So
The-
it was due to that assault with a cricket bat and the iron rod.
And at the back.
Yeah, nala mhlawumbe bangishaya into eyinsimbi la.
They hit me with the iron rod at the back.
Nangempama iqupha nje kuningi nje.
I was also slapped,
Awungakusaboni nje.
punched. A lot happened, and some you couldn't
So-
even.
Is there a reason why you did not lay criminal charges against these people
Second is that
who assaulted you and took your car keys?
Hayi ngalivula icala.
I did lay a charge.
Ngalivula icala.
What were the charges?
Kwakwa yini amacala uhlobo luni amacala abakuvulela wona?
Ukuthi ngishayiwe ngathiselwa nemoto. Ngalivula after 4-5 days later ngoba kwangahambeki.
I did open a case, and it was for assault and the damage to my vehicle. I only opened the case after 4 to 5 days because I couldn't. Mawuthi kwangahambeki kwakungazi ukuhamba wena noma kwakungahambeki phandle.
Kwangahambeki nje akwakuvalwe yonke indawo.
Oh.
So ngoba ngangizama ukuthi ngifonele ambulance ukuze ifike ngithathe ngoba ngalolu ubusuku angilalanga inhlungu. Kwangazeka.
Because I couldn't reach the police station due to the situation that was happening. I even needed an ambulance. I called an ambulance to come and take me because of the pains that I was experiencing.
Did they take you to hospital?
Bagise esibhedlela.
Angazi bazangibangisa ngazihambela mina. Kuloze emva kwensuku ezimbili ngoba ngathi mangifonela ambulance bathi ePhoenix nje ambulance ngeke izingene. So umakhelwane wami wahamba nami sangena eMawoti saya kaMashu kwayimali ukuthi ngithola imoto ngiye esibhedlela mina because ePhoenix kwangihambeki kodwa ngaphesheya eMawoti kwaku right nje. So ngava nizawela ngaseMawoti sahamba ngakhona.
They did not fetch me. The ambulance, we were told that there's no ambulance that would come to Phoenix.
Yep.
So my neighbor had to take me through Mawoti and towards KwaMashu.
Yeah.
And that's where we were able to find a vehicle that would take me to hospital.
To Mhlanga Hospital, yes.
Mhlanga Hospital, because there was no problem at Amawoti area.
Yes.
So who said they wouldn't be able to come to Phoenix?
Ubani lo wathi ngeke beze Phoenix?
Ngafonela what is
it a private ambulance services or the government?
No,
ambulance services?
private. Ngafonela what 911. In la.
Okay.
I called 911, so it was a private ambulance.
So it was largely due to the volatile situation in Phoenix.
Yeah.
So is that kwakwile simo esasenzeka lapha ePhoenix? Yes.
Do you still have the case number?
Yes.
Unayo case now?
Yeah, because
Yes.
What is the status of your matter?
Idaba lakho icala lakho likwesiphi isigaba manje kwenzekani?
into eyenzeka nje lapha ngafonelwa umnumzane thizeni oyithi use from Durban Central wangibuza ukuthi yini engayisho mhlambe noma engakhombisa ukuthi mhlambe babehamba ngemoto yini noma bengahambi ngamoto ngamchaza ngathi hayi babengahambi kwakuyi group nje yabantu kodwa umuntu ongangikhuluma naye mase kuthiwa kuleya group yayikhempe lapha akabe khona ngamkhomba ukuthi nangu umuntu engihlwithukile. Yabo.
The last time I had communication about the case was when I was telephoned by a certain Mr. who asked me if that person was from Durban Central. He asked me if I could be able to identify the culprits, maybe through a vehicle that they were traveling in. And I told him, no, I cannot be able to, but the only thing I could be able to do is if maybe they were brought to before me, I can be able to positively identify the person that took my key.
And to date, has the police conducted any identity parade as part of their investigations?
Ikhona yini i-ID parade eyenziwa amaphoyisa ukuthi ke ngokophenya lecala lakho?
Hayi akekho. Into eyenzeka nje ngafonela i-police station, i-Phoenix police station, bathi nge-room 8. Ngafika laphayana bangibuza ukuthi imoto isi-paid up yini or imoto insured yini. Ngabachazela kuloba bekufuna base bangibuza ukuthi i-logbook ikumina yini ngathi mina yebo kodwa phela imoto ishisiwe. Base bathi basaphenya kulama roadblocks because they were illegal. Kwagcina kanjalo.
No, the only thing that happened was I was summoned to Phoenix police station and I was instructed to go to room 8. And when I got there, I was asked questions about the car, if it was paid up, if it was insured, and if I still have the logbook, if I do have the logbook for that vehicle. And I told them, yes, I have the logbook, however, the vehicle was touched down, so that was it.
Yeah, and did you, well, was the vehicle insured? If so, did you lodge an insurance claim?
Imoto ke mangaphendula mhlambe yayi khaviwe yini
Yeah,
insurance?
yeah, right off.
Wayenza yini umbuzo olandelayo ukuthi wayenza yini claim
From
insurance?
yeah, from the insurance, yes.
Okay. Yes, the vehicle was covered and it
Okay.
was written off, and I did make a claim on the insurance.
Yes.
Did they tell you what was the relevance of this question? Why, why did they ask whether the vehicle was insured or not?
Bakutshela nje abantu.
As the kind of work they do is to investigate acts of criminality.
Bakutshela yini ukuthi bakubuzelana indaba yokuthi imoto yayikhaviwe yini, ibisikhokheliwe wayiqeda yini, njengoba phela umsebenzi wabo bona ukuthi baphenye amacala obugebengu?
Into ayisho nje lo mnumzane weNdiya lapha ePhoenix police station. Wangibuza ukuthi be-covered ngathi mina yebo. Wathi uma ukuthi insurance ayikhokheli, you must come back to me. So then we need to sort that out.
Well, what that gentleman said to me was,
The police.
the police official was, he asked me if the vehicle was covered. When I said yes, he said if the insurance company gives me problems, I should come back to him if they don't want to pay,
Okay.
and he will sort it out.
Do you perhaps know if any of the suspects have been apprehended?
Ngabe unalo ulwazi ukuthi ke bakhona yini amasolo ababoshwe?
Hayi angazi ngizwe lutho.
I have no knowledge and I have never received any information regarding that.
And what is the model or make of the car that was touched by this so-called vigilante group?
Imoto ni le eyashiswa yilabantu laba babambela umthetho ngezandla. Imoto ni make yayo mhlambe nonyaka?
It's a Nissan NP300, a single cab bakkie, 2008 model.
Okay. If you were to quantify the loss you sustained, how much would you say you've suffered? In terms of the monetary value?
Mangabe ungabala noma ungasitshela ungathi njengoba impahla yakho yalinyazwa ungathi walahlekelwa imalini?
Imoto ngayithenga January this year, it was 145,000. But insurance, because of the value of the vehicle, they pay you according to the value of the vehicle. They paid me 116,000 rand.
Uthi imoto wayithenga okade uyithenge ngoJanuary?
Yeah, this year, yeah.
2021. I had bought the vehicle in January this year, at the value of 145,000. So the insurance only paid according to the value of the vehicle, which after their calculations amounted to 116,000.
Okay. So ever since these incidents, have you had a moment to reflect on what could have been the underlying causes to what is patently racial profiling and what led to what happened to you and others, many others who were victims in Phoenix?
Mayelana nezibhelu ezenzekayo, izinto ezenzeka kuwe kanye nalabo abanye abantu abahlakalelwa izehlo ezifanayo nesakho lapha ePhoenix, nanendlela noma nanenani labantu nobuhlanga babo nendlela abakhele ngayo ePhoenix. Ungathi kwakuyini isizathu salento eyenzeka?
Hey, umbuzo lo angazi. Kodwa nje mina ngokubuka nje kwami kodwa leyanto ngazi ukuthi kwakuyinto ehleliwe ngoba ngizokushisa ukuthi lokho indawo nendawo ePhoenix yayine roadblock. Futhi lapha yana umuntu eyishawa nje lapha yilona nje libala lethi lemnyama.
Well, I don't know.
Ngoba manje okubhlungu nginako konke nje ukhona abafowethu abalimala nami ngashayeka kodwa anginama physical bruises. Khona abanye abangcotshwa bengenayo ingalo, abanye batholala sebewonakele emasizwa. Uyabona nje kwababhlungu kubhlungu nje asazi ukuthi ngempela inhloso yakwa kuyini.
Well, I don't have a direct answer to that question. However, if you look at how things were happening there, it looked like what was happening had been well orchestrated because each and every area in Phoenix had a roadblock. And the only people that were injured were black people. And although I don't have physical injuries or physical wounds, however, I was injured, and there are other guys, other gentlemen who suffered greatly because some were buried without their arms, and some of the people were, when they were found, their body were already decaying. So you could see it was planned and it was against black people.
Yeah. Central to this hearing is also the apparent lapses in law enforcement. At the time when you witnessed and observed these barricaded roads, were the members of the police visible? Did you see any of them in and around Phoenix other than at the police station?
Kulento eyenzeka-ke ukuvalwa komgaqo nento yokubonakala kwamaphoyisa lapha endaweni yasePhoenix ngesikhathi kwenzeka lento, ungathi kukhona namaphoyisa owabona laphaya kulama roadblock ayekhona kulezi ixuku zabantu ezazikhona, khona amaphoyisa owabona ngaphandle kwalawo waziwa wafica estation?
Ayengekho kwaba ama-security nje ayemaningi lapha.
Police were not present. The security guards had attended those places.
Private security guards?
Groups. Beg your pardon?
Private security guards?
Ama-security lawa nje azimele.
Yep.
Yes.
Would you say the roadblocks, the attacks, and the alleged killings were racially motivated?
Ungasho ukuthi lokuvalwa komgaqo naloku kulinyazwa kwabantu, kushaywa kwabantu kwakuyinto eyayiphathelene nobuhlanga?
Hayi kwakuyiwona impela ubuhlanga lobuyana ngoba phela laba basendiya ngazi ngabuza mne police station ukuthi ngesikhathi ngiyovula icala ngalilanga ngangikwazi ngalo ukuthi ngiyongena sekhambeka ngambuza umunye police officer ngathi kodwa siswami ungitshela ukhona nje la wala sendiya oshiselwe imoto ke nje noma ibhayisekile ke nje lakheke wathi cha futhi lokho khomba ukuthi nje kwakuvele nje inhloso yabo ukuthi kuliyo nomuntu nje omnyama.
Well, it was a racial issue because when I finally got to the police station after I was able to finally go to the police station, I asked one of the ladies who worked there and asked her if any Indian person had a problem of having his car or bicycle being burnt, and her answer was no.
Okay. The hearing panel is also charged with looking into the socio-economic, social and political factors prevalent in the affected areas. I just want you to give us a description of Phoenix and surrounding areas. Are the areas and where you stay as well? Do you live side by side with the Indian people, or do you live in the section of Phoenix that is predominantly black?
Enye into umsebenzi ke le commission ethunyelwe ukuthi wenza ukuthi ibheke indaba yokuthi abantu bahleli kanjani ePhoenix, indlela abakhelene ngayo nendaba zamapolitiki nayo yonke into. So uma ungachaza wena endaweni ohlala kuyona lapha ePhoenix, ungasho ukuthi ekuhlaleni kwakho uma unabo umakhelwane abamandiya noma usenda isection okuyona noma indawo owakhe kuyo igcwele abantu abamnyama ikakhulukazi?
Hayi mina indawo section engikuyona umakhelwane omngala ngefront India, back India, left India, right India, kodwa nabanye abendlu yethu emnyama bakhona kodwa abantu abaningi yiwona amandiya.
Well, in my section where I reside, I have Indian neighbors. The one in front, back, left and right are Indians, and there are other black or African neighbors in our section.
So would you say you've peacefully coexisted with Indian people over the last 10 years in Phoenix?
Ungasho ukuthi lapha ePhoenix kule minyaka eyishumi usuyihlale khona benihleli sene kahle namandiya?
Yabo nje lapha kumina umakhelwane bethu sihleli kamnandi kabi nje napho. Sihleli kahle nje asinankinga. Inkinga nje ngayithola nje le emgaqweni. Kodwa nje umakhelwane bami nje la ngihlala nabo asinankinga ngoba nabo sengibachazela noma sebezwile ukuthi ngibe nenkinga nabo bathuka.
Well, in the past 10 years, I've had no problems with my Indian neighbors. We are coexisting perfectly, and even when the only problem I encountered was on the road, and when I got to tell them of what I encountered, they were shocked.
There are other areas in and around the Phoenix area, and it is widely acknowledged that the democratic government has failed to dismantle the apartheid special planning. Would you say the areas surrounding Phoenix, would you say they are relatively well developed or they are underdeveloped?
Kunezinkulumo ke zokuthi noma kuyinto eyazekayo ukuthi eshuwayo nokuthi uhulumeni uyahluleka ukuletha intuthuko emphakathini wase Phoenix. ungasho ukuthi ke lapha ya wena ungachaza ukuthi ke kukanjani uyaletha indawo zakhona ziyayithola yini intuthuko ziyathuthukiswa na?
Hayi mina ngakusho lapha la ngihlala ngakhona kule ndawo siyakhela. Hayi intuthuko vele sifike ikhona. Kodwa nje into esikhalisayo ukuthi abafowethu nodadewethu abalapha ngaphesheya kozwelisha kanjalo angathi uhulumeni akababhekelela kakhulu bakwethu. Ngoba laba bantu labana nayo uyabadinga sonke futhi sabahulumeni. Nokuthi nje napha emathuba omsebenzi bakwethu. Yabona? Kubona labo bantu labo ngoba phela ngeke umuntu uhlezi umnikeza ama food parcel. Ufuna umnikeza umsebenzi umuntu azitholele ukuthi ufuna ukwenza yini.
Well, in the area where I reside, my section specifically, when I moved or when I relocated to that area, the place was well developed, so we have no problem. The only problem we have is with the issue about our brothers and sisters who are living across us at the areas like Zwelisha. You could see that the government is not doing much in developing that area, and I wish that government could do something because we all belong to the same government. So at least they must give them jobs. There are no job opportunities, and you can't always give people food parcels. You need to deliver more than that.
Yeah, we heard earlier this morning from Mr. Maharaj about the narratives around Phoenix and how the media and social media in particular fueled some of the tensions and looting and unrest. In your view, is there credence to this, where some of these incidents fueled by inflammatory rhetoric from either ordinary people or even political parties or people in the law enforcement agencies through social media, as an example?
Umzulu Maharaj kusene khuluma uke wakhala kakhulu ngendaba yokuthi le sigameko sase Phoenix sigcine sesibukeka siyinto engeyona noma ke sithi mhlambe uthe social media lokho kweyinkundla zokuxhumana yikho okuvele kwaba ngathi kuthela uparaffin emlilweni ngenxa yokuthi ke bese kuvela izinto engezona noma mhlambe seyingenelelwa noma sekufakwa ipolitiki kuyo yonke lento eyenzeka. Ungathini kulokho? Ukhona mhlambe nalabo uthi nalabo bezomthetho nabo ngathi baba nesandla ekuthenini mhlambe bagcine sebenza izinto zibukeke ngathi zibukeke ngelinyiso.
Okay. Mina nje ngingakusho ngombono wami noma ke ngigxila kakhulu indaba ze social media kodwa ngithi mina uhulumeni akaye kubona labantu laba abahlukumezeka ayobuza bona alalele bona ukuthi bona bathini ngalo ukuthi social media yona ithini. Uhulumeni abe nezinkundla lapha ezobizwa khona umphakathi umphakathi ubeke inkinga zawo kuhulumeni ngqo ukuthi bantu base Africa South Africa yini inkinga singadipendi kakhulu kwimedia ngoba ezinye izinto ezisho kwimedia mhlawumbe umuntu usuke eyidlalela nje uyabona.
Well, I can't comment much on the social media issue, but what I'd say is that the government should come to people, the victims, people that suffered losses. The government should approach those people, sit with them and talk to them, and if they want to get a picture of what is going on, and also to engage with communities greatly, maybe in meetings or anything, but to come to the people and hear their cries.
Yeah. So the ordeal you went through amplify any perceptions about the police or about the Indian community in Phoenix?
Into adlula kuyona kukhona isithombe noma imizwa okwakunika yona mayelana namaphoyisa kanti futhi mayelana namandi.
Hayi ngasesayidi lamaphoyisa hayi angibanga nayo inkinga kangangako kodwa engakusho ukuthi nje hayi impela yebona le genge le amandiya nje ngendlela angazithola ngihlukumezeka ngayo ngishawa ngingenzanga lutho noma usengichaza ukuthi ngiphuma phi ngiyaba kodwa still khona lapho ngiyashawa ikona nje kwangiphatha kabuhlungu ngoba ngesikhathi ngibaleka ukuba ngaphuka lapha mhlawumbe ngaba ngikho la ngoba ngangena nje ngespeed esikhotheni emhosheni ngifuna ukuhlela nje into engakazi ngiyicaze ngicabanga lokho nje kwangiphatha kabuhlungu.
Well, I can't say there's much bad experience received from the police. However, I was abused by the Indian community because anything could have happened to me as I was running away. I just jumped into the bush and into the stream. Anything, I could have broken bones there and maybe I wouldn't even be here. And I had never thought I would be, that ordeal could be happening to me.
Yeah. You said you stay side by side with our fellow compatriots who are of Indian descent, and this talks to the racial integration we would like to see in the country. As a way forward, what would you recommend as solutions to the hearing panel? And would you be willing to be part of any social cohesion programs?
Uke washo ukuthi uhlelisene namandiya lapho uhleli khona nomakhelwane abamandiya. Mhlawumbe ungathi ke iziphi izinto of izisombululo ofisa ukuthi le commission ifinyelele kuzona futhi njengoba kukhulunywa ngezinhlelo zokuthi kube khona ukubuyisana emphakathini nokuhlalisana wena ungathanda yini ukuba ingxenye yalezo zinhlelo?
Hayi anginqabile mina nginankinga ngingaba yipart of lo zonhlelo lezo kodwa nje ngicelayo nje mina kuhulumeni angathi nawo laba baseNdiya bangaba khona nabo bafundiswe yabona nokuthi nje kakhulukazi laba bafowethu nodadewethu abalinyalelwa impahla yabo mhlawumbe abangatholanga lutho nje abanye kade bechaza nje angathi kungaba khona noma isibonelelo nje ukubasula inyembezi ukuthi hayi ngoba na kwenzeka nje ngiyafisa mina ngathi ngenzeka ukuthi kube khona mhlawumbe abakutholayo kodwa ngazi ukuthi kanjani mhlawumbe ngasesayidini likahulumeni ukuthi nje yabo abasula inyembezi ngoba phela sonke sabahulumeni nje basila eMzansi.
Well, I have no problem with being part of the social cohesion programs, but I wish that also the Indian community could be part of that and also be taught on how to deal with people and coexist. So also I believe there should be some sort of, I just lost a better word, some compensation that would be offered to the victims that were injured, the victims that had a loss when their properties were being damaged.
No, thank you for raising that. The issue of reparations is something that the evidence team will raise when state respondents appear before the hearing panel sometime next week, because we have discovered that there was a relief package established by government in the wake of the looting, and it's mainly focused on businesses and not not victims. So this is something that we will take up with government because we expect a number of state respondents to appear before this hearing.
Right. La siyabonga kulo mbono wakho. I-evidence team izokwenza isiphakamiso kulezi nsuku esontweni elizayo ikhulume ngezinto ezifana nalezo ngoba kuzobe sekukhona nalabo abanye abamangalelwe ababandakanyekile kulolu hlelo nanokuthi ikhona isamba ekukhulunywe ngaso sokusiza abantu abalahlekelwa izinto ezithize kodwa leso samba siphathelene nabanikazi bamabhizinisi kuphela asibafaki abantu abalimala kuzoba khona ke iziphakamiso zokuthi ke kufinyelele nakulolu double shot.
Yeah, and the last two questions. It has been reported in the media, or in fact, a perception, according to some scholars, has been created that there is persistent and systemic racism in Phoenix. Would you agree with this assertion or claim, or there's no credence to this?
Kukhona ke into ekhona la kwabezindaba evela nangokuthi izingane zesikole zikhala ngokuthi kukhona ukubandlululeka ezikutholayo la endaweni yase Phoenix. Kukhona okwaziyo nongaphawula ngako kuloko.
Ay beke ngikuzwe lokho. Benge ngikuza impela nje ngoba isikole sinike mina ngumuntu ohlala ekamashu kakhulu uyabezwa nje abantu bekhuluma ukuthi esikoleni esithize asibathanda abantu abaphuma endaweni zabantu so nje ngeke ngikuza impela lokho kodwa nje okumina nje ngosifiso sami ngiyezwa nje ipanel ithi kulento ezoyisinxephezelo noma into ezikanjalo osomabhizinisi what about labantu laba abalinyalelwe mina ngiyafisa ukuthi kube khona abangakuthola noma ngabe kuthiwa ibusiness iphela lo property business nomuntu oshisola imoto yakhe khona abanye ukuthi usekhokhela imoto kodwa ayikho kuyena. It's very very sad. Uyayikhokhela imoto ayikho kuwena mhlawumbe khona abanye abantu mhlawumbe uthi imoto 4-5 months but uthi mhlawumbe ube ne problem ukuthi insurance yakhe yanenkinga kodwa is still paying for the bank for that car. Ingakho ngithi mina bandla ngiyafisa nje ukuthi bandla ayi nohulumeni angenelele lapho.
Well, about the complaints about the scholars, I've heard in the rumors because I sometimes go to the areas like KwaMashu and I would hear complaints about some learners have not being ill-treated at certain schools. So I've heard some of those things in the community. And further to that, I do hear you talking about some relief fund. However, I still emphasize on this issue of also thinking about the people that were attacked, the people that were injured and had their property damaged. Some people had problems because you would find that they had cars that they were still paying for, and maybe they had only paid for 4 to 5 months, and the insurance refused to pay, or there was an issue with the insurance. So we should really consider those people and in the issue of compensation. It's very sad to see that people have lost their properties and nothing has been done.
No, thank you for that. Lastly, how has this ordeal and the incidents of 12th July, how have they impacted your life?
Lesi sigameko esenzeke ngoJuly ke salezi ibhelu sishintshe kanjani noma sithinte kanjani impilo yakho?
Ayathinteka nje kabuhlungu nanoma ngabe kuthiwa mina angithinteka kangako kodwa nje abafowethu umunye mase kuchazela istory sakhe ukuthi yena wasinda kanjani kulo suku lolo hayi nami ngumina liyangithile noma kuthiwa wena wawungekho kulonto leyo kodwa nje uma sichaza istory omunye akutshela ukuthi wahlala u2 days ehlathini yabo ukuthi phela abanye mhlawumbe abakafiki kule commission njengamanje kodwa nizokuzwa as time goes on.
Well, although this ordeal did not affect me greatly, however, I was affected a bit. And if I listen to stories of other survivors, it still does affect me when listening to their stories and as to how they were able to escape and survive. You would hear some people talking about having remained in the bushes for 2 days. And yeah, even if you were not part of it, you were not involved, but still you do get affected by just hearing those stories. Some other victims would also come, maybe they haven't been here, but they'll come and share their stories, and you would hear.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for cooperating with the commission. That concludes my examination in chief, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Just one question from my side, and maybe it was an issue of translation or something as well, but you mentioned that you were abused by the Indian community. Now, you also indicated that that your neighbors, that you have a good relationship, that there is a good relationship there, and that actually you personally haven't really experienced negativity in terms of racial relations and so on before the unrest. So wouldn't it not be fairer to say that you were, I mean, it was this specific group or members of this specific group you encountered on the 12th of July in Phoenix Highway, that you were abused therefore by this group, or let's say members of the Indian community, and not by the, not by the Indian community per se?
Mhlawumbe mangabuza umbuzo nje wodwa la ukucacisa kenzeka inkulumo ifike ibe nokudesheka mangabe isitoliko. Ubalulile ukuthi eminyaka eyishumi uhlelisene kahle nomakhelwane bakho abamandiya nasemphakathini onamandiya. Wabala futhi nokuthi endleleni wahlangana naleli qembu lamandiya. Kube khona inkulumo yokuthi ke la wahlukunyezwa umphakathi wamandiya. Mhlawumbe masingazama ukuqondisa leyo ndawo leyo, singeke mhlawumbe sasho ukuthi ke kungangcono uma sibeka ngokuthi wahlukunyezwa ileli qembu labantu noma lamandiya owahlangana nalo ngalolu suku lomhla ka-12 kunokuthi sithi wahlukunyezwa umphakathi wamandiya. Uyayithola?
Hayi ngiyakuzwa. Lelo qembu vele ngithi wona mandiya.
Well, the same group was consisting of Indians. So yeah.
No, but let me maybe just put it a bit shorter or rephrase. In your testimony on reply to a question by Mr. Jones, you said that you were abused by the Indian community. So what I'm asking, wouldn't it be fairer to say that it was not the entire Indian community that abused you, but on that day, on the 12th, there were certain members of the Indian community being part of that group, they are the ones who abused you?
Yes.
So it's a small minority.
Yeah, so that's that group,
Yeah.
but the Indians.
Okay. Now that's my only question. Thank you. They are Indians, but they're not the entire
Not the entire Indians, yes.
And so in other words, what has happened to you and even to others, one couldn't derive from that the Indian community, the entire Indian community of Phoenix is inherently racist, for example, because you also mentioned your own neighbors that were shot and that you actually have a good relationship with. That's the only thing I'm asking you. You agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Panel members? Commissioner Tuli?
Babu Kamani,
Yebo.
Kube,
Yebo.
Unzama.
Zukula. Dingile mawuthanda.
Sikhala kanye nawe baba. Sikhala kanye nawe. Babu Kamane, nginombuzo nje owodwa noma emibili. Oqala baba, ubuthena kunomfo okuphe iuniform yakhe ukuze ucashe ufike epolice station. Ubusushayiwe ngesikhathi ekugqokisa. Ngicela ukubuza ukuthi leyo uniform yatheleleka yini ngegazi uma kunjalo kangakanani?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I just have one or two questions in clarity. You indicated there is a certain gentleman who helped you and gave you his work uniform.
Yes.
And at the time when he gave you his uniform, you had already been assaulted.
Yeah.
So my question for you is, was the uniform not stained by blood, and if so, how much?
No, igazi lapha ngomeno labancane nje emakheleni. Ekhanda ngazange zingophe.
No, I just had a minor nosebleed.
Yes.
There was no bleeding coming from my head.
Yeah, ngesikhathi ngifika kuyena lo mfowethu lo sasenginesikhathi eside selingasaphumi igazi vele naleli la kumina silivele selidry.
So by the time I reached that gentleman, I was no longer bleeding, and even the blood stains that were on my clothes that I was wearing at the bottom was dry already.
Uke wachaza ukuthi ngesikhathi kwenzakala konke lokhu kuke kwafika isikhathi la ungase spa khona. Kuno spa opposite ipaki abathi igandi luthuli paki. Angazi noma uyayazi yini, ngicela uchazele ikomishini ukuthi ubukuphi naleyo paki.
You spoke about an incident where you were near a spa there's a spa that is opposite a park called Kandilutuli, and I'd like to know whereabout were you in relation to that park?
Akuwona lo spa lo. Lo ngokusho umile lokuthiwa uStarwood Spa.
That's not the spa I was talking about. The one I was mentioning was the one at Starwood Spa.
But Starwood.
It's called Starwood Spa.
Omunye ke umbuzo kwabuchamane uke wabala ukuthi ubaleke wafuna ukuhlela ehlathini usaba uthukile. Ngicela uchazele ikomishini ukuthi konke lokhu kusithinte kanjani isithunzi sakho njengomuntu.
You did state in your evidence that there was a time when you fled and escaped into the bush. So I'd like for you to explain for the commission as to how that affected your dignity as a human being.
Hayi kungithintile impela. Kungithintile nje kakhulu ngoba kungcono makuthiwa nje uyashawa ushayelwe into ekhona. Uzoshaya nje uyachaza ukuthi cha la ngimi kanje futhi akukho kubo kurongo kwenziwe. Nokungidicilela isithunzi nje ukuthi ngubaba engisho ngifika nje enganeni nje sengichaza ingane ukuthi awu sizizwile ukuthi ubaba uphuca imoto nomndeni wami uhlukumezekile ukuthi ngiphuca imoto ngashawa nemoto ingane kade ziyithanda asayiboni ziyangibuza ingane baba imoto yakho iphi lezi ezincane ngiyabatshela but how uyabona nje lonto.
Well, it affected me greatly. I felt disrespected, or my dignity was affected badly, because here you are trying to explain your situation, what is happening, where you're coming from and going to, and you are being assaulted. You haven't done anything wrong. You are just being assaulted. It's better if you know why they are assaulting you. but in this instance, it was a different issue. And when you finally get home, now that your children are listening to this story of their father being assaulted and running into the bushes, and they ask me, where is your car, Daddy? And they liked this car, they loved it, and now they can't see it. And I have to explain that, so the effect is bad.
Okugcina-ke, Chube, ngicela uchazele ikomishini ukuthi uneminyaka emingaki.
Lastly, Mr. Chube, I'd like for you to tell the commission how old are you?
42 years.
I'm 42 years old.
Kule minyaka ewu-42, umphefumulo wakho nomoya wakho uke wayizwa lento oyizwile ngomhla ka-12 July.
In your 42 years of life, have you ever experienced such an occurrence that took place in your life?
Hayi. Biyaqala mina ngumuntu okhulele emakhaya isikhathi esiningi. Ngifike nje la eThekwini ngoba amatoho ngaze agcina nami sengiba omunye wala. Hayi ngibe ngiqala nje ukungenza lento eyenzekile. Futhi angiyifiseli umuntu.
Well, it was first time for me to experience this. I'm just a gentleman who grew up in the rural areas, and it was my first time to experience this. And I only came here for work purposes, and then I became part of this community. So it was first time, and I don't wish for this thing to ever happen to anyone.
Ngiyabonga, Baba. Thanks, Chairperson.
Commissioner Nissen, just before you ask, I just wanted to know your employment. Who are you employed with?
Usebenza
And what work do you do?
Ngicela ukuzwa
Okay.
uthi usebenza kuphi.
Mina ngiyazisebenza mina. I'm a small businessman. So good transport. That's where my business is.
Well, I'm self-employed as a small business owner in the transport industry.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Nissen?
Thank you, Chairperson. It's just a short question, Mr. Komani. Did your neighbors try to form a support group around you since the day that happened? I know you say one neighbor took you out through Moti to the hospital, but was there a support group in your street and your neighbors for you? And secondly, given your experience and what has happened, and you say you don't wish it to happen again, will you consider moving out of Phoenix? Thanks.
Umbuzo wami omningi kulesi sigameko esakwehlakalelo, ngabe omakhelwane bakho ikhona yini into abake bazame ukuyihlanganisa mhlawumbe enjengento i-group noma iqembu elizokwazi ukukweseka nokusiza ukuthi uphole entweni owadlula kuyona? Ngiyazi ukuthi ukhulumile ngokuthi omunye umakhelwane wakho wakuphelezela wakuthubekisa uyofuna usizo, kodwa khona yini into eyi-group abayakhile yokukusiza? And okunye ukuthi ekwenzekeni kwalento kungakwenza yini lokhu, kungaholela yini ekuthenini uthathe isinqumo sokuthi mhlawumbe ugcine usuhamba ufulathele iPhoenix?
Indaba ye-group ayikho ebakhona. Kuphendula umbuzo nje kule ndaba ukuthi ePhoenix ngiyafuna nokuphuma out noma ngihlaleni, cha mina nginankinga nomakhelwane bami. Inkinga omakhelwane bami asiya understandana nabo. Asixabani nje sihleli kahle. Anginayo inkinga nabo. Futhi ePhoenix ngisakhona.
There was no support group or nothing of that sort that was formed. And to answer the latter part of the question, I have no problems with my neighbors. We are socially coexisting and we understand each other, and I'm still staying in Phoenix. I'm not leaving.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mr. Chamane. We really appreciate your evidence. If there are support that we can provide to you, as we've mentioned earlier already, we have counseling available here at the venue. So please feel free to make use of that if you think that you could benefit from that. Thank you very much. You were excused. Thank you so much.
Siyabonga baba, come on.
Siyabonga.
Njengoba beke kwashiwo eqaleni khona abasiza ngokunikeza ukweluleka kulo lona lolu hlelo esikulona khona la kule ndawo, ungaxhumana nabo mangabe uzizwa ukuthi bangalunga kusiza usizo lapho ukwelulekwa ukuzama ukuphola entweni wadlula kuyona. Siyabonga.
Okay.
Siyabonga.
Mhlambe mangabuza nje. Ukululeka mhlawumbe kanjani ngokwengqondo noma umphefumulo noma ngokulahlekelwa ngiyayibuzela nje noma kuzoze groupini.
Well, the question is, I'm not sure what sort of counseling you're talking about. Is it emotional counseling, mental counseling, or the counseling about my loss? I'm just asking, or I'll find out from the group.
Yeah, basically assist you in the trauma experience.
Hayi, mina sengazikhanselisha mina.
Okay, I've cancelled myself already.
Ngathi ayakudlule. Ngadlulisa nje.
I just told myself that this
Yeah,
shall
let
pass.
it go. Yeah.
And it indeed
Yeah.
passed. Siyabonga ke baba.
All right. Okay.
Just a housekeeping matter, maybe, I don't know, Applicant Woods, you want to indicate more or less what the evidence tomorrow will be about communities?
Chairperson, very briefly, we will give a concrete update in the morning, but it is going to be other areas around Phoenix and surrounding areas that were affected. So it's going to be testimony from persons who have come forward, who are willing to share their stories. And but in terms of the final details, Chair, because there's been many movements, so we will confirm in the morning.